something interesting to the table, I would think. Right, because anybody can go anywhere.
And they can't get even phase two airstrikes that we're doing already. It's not just about taking out military facilities or police compounds or anything like that. It's all manufacturing facilities, even things for the private sector, even like for produce, everything. We're taking out everything. So whoever comes in next is not going to be able to rebuild Iran. Period. It won't be like, oh, you're going to turn your key and you're going to keep going. Nothing's going to exist. And then what they're going to do is they're going to only be able to grow from international support, along with the sanctions, what people think of playing control to having boots on the ground. So it's not such a bad idea. It's going to save a lot of lives. Because if another guy like Reza comes in and takes over, first of all, he's going to be assassinated within a few months. That's one. And two, you're going to have infighting amongst Iranians for the next 10 years. It's going to be a bloodbath there. So by putting them in a situation to have their own autonomy as particular ethnic groups within Iran, we notify this whole idea of like infighting and murder and kickstart economies and build infrastructure. And we stay in control. We don't have to deal with the threats that exist before.
Oh, I'm sorry. Since you write policy, I want to ask you, do you also consider within your policies certain international laws? Right? I mean, you have to, right? We can't just write policies or international laws. Because everything you just said that the United States is doing is a pretty good work crime.
Potentially.
Not potentially. It is very clear that you do not hit infrastructure. You do not hit civilian infrastructure.
No, I mean, if it has
the ability. You're them of food and you're cutting off their survival, water and food and.
No, they have water.
Oh, really? They do? But you just said that you're very.
No, everything has to do with manufacturing.
No, but people's livelihoods depends on manufacturing, don't you think?
It's a reset button.
Oh, we're committing war crimes.
Oh yeah, if you're categorizing it as that, I'm not. I'm looking at the policies.
I'm sorry.
I see them as military.
My words. I'm sorry. Again, do not twist my words. I'm not categorizing it. It is installed. It's literally international law.
They're military installations. That's what we see it.
The way you see it is military installations, but there is a very clear law that is war crimes.
Okay, fine, but they're military installations.
War crimes. So you're supporting war crimes.
No, you categorize it as that.
No.
We're saving millions of lives.
You said it. We're committing war crimes. Okay.
I have a question for neoliberal. Neoliberal, this idea of separating Iran into multiple different ethno-states was brought. We were talking about this earlier in the conversation. He wasn't on stage. But the argument against it was that Iran was so integrated with these different, ethnic groups that would kind of be very difficult to do, especially considering that groups like the Kurds are even involved in the regime. How do you argue?
Well, let's ask Black Rabbi about his plans for Turkey.
It's called balkanization, NJ. Balkanization.
What are the plans for Turkey?
I mean, Turkey is a unique situation. So when you look at the dynamic between Turkey's, recent partnership with Pakistan, I think even Somalia is involved in Turkey. That relationship with Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and Somalia is based off of finance, right? So with Saudi Arabia, it was really an extension of the United States, just like Israel. That Saudi Arabia's dynamic is to use what we call financial diplomacy, right? So we're going to have Turkey, Pakistan, and even Somalia, which are have major economic problems in different ways, make them dependent on the Saudi dollar, along with utilizing our coercion with NATO, and then now with this Board of Peace thing, which they weren't allowed to be in. We're going to also use those mechanisms. So through the financialism and American expansion, we'll be able to control with NATO their behavior, right? They are hostile. This guy Erdogan, whenever he wants to recreate the Ottoman Empire, he's against us, right? If he wants to desperately get involved, if he wants to have just technical, he wants to understand everything.
Just let's talk.
Anyway, so the point is,
foreign policy.
So no, the point The point I'm saying is financial diplomacy and other forms of economic coercion that will keep Turkey in line and not the hostile character that they could actually live in.
Okay, and in relationship to possible Turkey's complaints about instability on their borders with Iran, the Kurdish issue, how do you see it playing out?
Well, that's the whole thing, is when you talk about demilitarization, right? So the Kurds, if they want their nation state, because that's what they're going to be fighting for ultimately, is that they have to, they have to abide by rules. Part of that is keeping a sanctity on that border. I mean, because it is an issue. But again, they're not going to be a militarized Kurdish population. Initially, yes.
Who's going to take their arms away once they overthrow the Iranian current regime?
There's a 4-point plan on how these different nation states are going to be dealt with, and one of them is demilitarization to be a part of this security path.
I get it, but who's going to take their arms away? Afterwards, then.
They'll put them in a big truck and, carry them away.
What the
The
hell?
point is there won't be militarized.
So they voluntarily surrender the weapons that they used to overthrow the regime?
Yeah, that's the thing.
I'm just trying to understand.
We're armed. The Delta Force is on the ground right now. Army, walking to a mall. I'm saying the Delta Force is on ground training.
Yeah, I understand that. Who's going to demilitarize them?
They're going to agree. They're going to agree to demilitarize because that's the only way they're going to have a nation state. A nation state is far more valuable to the Kurdish people than being able to arm themselves and fight against the Turks. So they have to see life in a new way, right?
You heard it here.
Yo, anybody could be a foreign policy writer? Is that what we're basically hearing? Anybody can do it?
Yes,
Wow.
One of the most prominent bullshit jobs. The other day, a preeminent expert in foreign policy, I don't remember his name off the top of the head, on Twitter wrote, how is Iran, this is before the war, how is Iran going to close the Strait of Hormuz? Do they have a key? He's a published expert in foreign policy, with multiple books, well-respected lectures, professor, don't forget, I can look up the names. Yeah, he wrote before the war, does Iran have a key to close the Strait of Hormuz? Like basically laughing at the idea.
I have breaking news. It seems Donald Trump is now reacting to the news reporting from CNN that Iran has placed mines in the Hormuz. He said if Iran has placed any mines, if Iran has placed any mines in the Hormuz Strait and we have no reports that they must be removed immediately. Failure to do so will bring military consequences, the likes of which we have never seen. If they remove them, it will be a giant step in the right direction. Donald J. Trump.
Why does he talk like that? This is so unnecessary. Why do you even try to talk?
Yep, we told you the war is gonna end according to Iran's timeline, not ours. So,
Honestly, please remove those. Please remove.
He's showing gum, man. I'm still flabbergasted at this Israeli foreign policy author saying that they're just going to put it in a truck, and the truck is going to, they're going to just put their weapons in a truck, and the truck is going to drive away. I think MJ could have done better analysis, to be 1,000.
The other thing about this Hormuz Strait thing is that they have these underwater drones, and obviously the mines too. But it's an interesting dynamic. I mean, it's really biblical. This whole thing, the Hormuz, it's a really big biblical implication to it. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm just saying it's a big deal.
That wasn't the only thing that sounded crazy, but you got it.
It wasn't the only thing, but it really shook me to my core.
next week, when Clubhouse changes the, what is it called? Because, I think it takes 15 days for you to change your name. I'm going to change my name to Biblical Homos. So I'm just preparing you guys for this, for something.
For what reason again?
No reason. I just learned that the minds being deployed is biblical. That's all.
Oh, we got you. See, this is why. I said,
Well, I think
Even though, oh man, if you talk about these underwater drones, right? The problem with Hormuz is the same problem that you have with the geography in Iran. Like the underwater geography is crazy. Like if you could, and I don't know if it's on Google, but our military doesn't only look at the land, but we also look at the water and what the land looks like in that water. And if it's a shallow, and straight in Hormuz is shallow water. So you can actually see what the seabed terrain looks like. And it's harder to detect mines. It's longer and it's more complicated.
Hey, so let me ask you this. So, how does it work when you have like an military intelligence or any of the other intelligence agencies, and this obviously was a bad idea from the beginning. Do the commanders who follow Trump's orders, do they hear from intelligence? Do they care? Do they just go and do what Trump tells them to do? Like, how does that work? Because I feel like if military intelligence tells you this is a bad idea and Trump tells you to do it, wouldn't they be able to say, hey, look, military intelligence said don't do it, we're not going to do it? Like, how does that?
So, whatever they say would be the disadvantage, the problems are going to obviously bring to the sector. And they're going to have to end up briefing those committees in Congress, right? The Armed Committee, Senate Intel Committee, all these little committees they got that they can brief. They can get the funding. The problem is like the commander over CENTCOM, that's why y'all keep hearing that Admiral's name. He's the deputy. When the commanders say no, this is not a good idea, they're going to have to choose one of those courses of action. And the course of action that was chosen, it was planned out, obviously. They knew it was going to happen. They knew it wasn't a good idea. They had to choose the best course of action.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi.
So a failure of intelligence is just the least disastrous plan?
It's not a failure of intelligence, it's a failure. Yeah, the least disaster, obviously this is the best plan they can do.
20 minutes ago, Iran's foreign minister accuses U.S. officials of manipulating markets. Iran's foreign minister accuses officials of posting fake news to manipulate markets after U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright said in a now deleted social media post that U.S. Navy escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz. It won't protect them from the inflationary tsunami they've imposed on Americans, Abbas Araghchi wrote on X. Later Tuesday, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt denied that the United States had escorted a ship through the crucial waterway.
And guess what? As a result of that, the market is tanking now. The moment that thing came out.
Wait a second. So the Iranians just said that we're manipulating the stock market?
Yes.
Well, I mean,
I have to tell you that. Y'all know we do that.
Of course we have an intuition, but when a third party from across the globe says, yeah, y'all are fucking up, y'all are playing around.
Don't be dramatic on me right now.
Concrete.
He's still being euphoric from
Oh, now it's been trying to claim that.
Hey, Leo,
I ain't trying to mess up your euphoria, bro.
hey, go on mute, y'all.
Sid, the Chris Wright basically tweeted that as a fact that the United States escorted the tanker, that they did it. Right? Like, so it's not like, suspicion, like it's clear manipulation.
So the question is, so when I looked at the market, everything is looking rosy. So is that they're manipulating it on the electronic end, where they're just punching in numbers? Or do you think that they are manipulating it through calling the big investors and saying, hey, make it look good? What do you think?
No,
A little bit of
I
both?
don't think so.
Concrete, I don't look at that.
Hold on, NJ.
I think there was a lot of inbuilt expectations on tackle. There's a lot of money riding on tackle right now. And it seems there was kind of confirmation towards that bias with yesterday's press conference that the war is going to be short. Today's Chris Wright statements, right? It's just not going to last long. That's all. I don't think they're punching in numbers. That's kind of not possible.
You're saying through crowd psychology, basically.
Yeah.
That's strong enough though. Like I feel like,
Are you a line of Coke? Are you a cup of coffee? A glass of water?
NJ, I don't have no beef with you, bro. Like,
You were talking about euphoria earlier.
Yeah, man, you're off a little bit. Lined up right now.
Concrete enemy. Enemy, that's my favorite. It's in the matrix. It's in the matrix.
He's definitely in it.
You're in the matrix, concrete. Hey, Notorious, I need you to come up here since the libs are stupid and we're talking crazy about Iranian. We're making up this Iranian propaganda. Because we obviously have that black rabbi, the policy writer. We want to know what you've been writing or reading lately. Cool. You're actually gonna fuck around and get kicked out.
Concrete was talking about market euphoria this morning. It was amazing.
you're such an idiot, bro.
It's
almost like, am I in a Twilight Zone? Brother, if it's green across the board, you're saying they were sad, brother? Because right now it's red across the board. Are you saying that euphoria didn't exist and has been replaced with pessimism?
Let's not go
I don't
there,
know.
please.
I'm trying to figure it out.
No. Okay, not breaking this. This was from yesterday. The 1 billion per day might be low. United States military used 5.6 billion worth of munitions during the first 2 days of the assault on Iran, according to U.S. officials. So the number that is flying around that is costing 1 billion per day is very much a local.
You know what, Van and Neo and Tiana and Devon and Chad, politically correct. We're supposed to be like talking about news. We get comments. Sometimes they can be really fucking far off and fucking crazy. But we try to stay. If y'all want to have fun, I like to have fun in the evening. That's why we have 420 in the evening. They'll talk about the news, but they'll let y'all joke and play and do black flips on the fucking stage. And they'll let you do your fucking backflips and not force you to come up on stage. If you got something to say, come up here because I ain't nobody. Van has what's the thing with his thumb? A diabetic thumb. So sometimes he just can't type. Neoliberal is not looking at the fucking chat. Bring your motherfucking ass up here if y'all got something to say. We're not gonna kick you out, we'll kick you down. At least you'll be brave enough to say what the fuck you gotta say. But I'm gonna kick your ass out if you wanna stay in the middle and just keep talking.
Hold on quick. So I agree. This mod staff is good. This is a good mod team right here. Y'all don't have trigger fingers.
Hey,
Oh my fucking goodness. I would say that Notorious, you should come up with this is a good. You won't get kicked from this one because
that is about some kid, Eric.
there's about 3 people that kick people and draw them down consistently all the time. And they're not that are not on the stage. So Notorious, if you got something to say, this is your chance because once you get 120, you already know there's about 3 people that's gonna kick you and mute you every single time. Get your shit off now.
I think the issue, and I do share these sentiments, and Patty, if I'm wrong, feel free to correct me, sis. Okay, expression can be written or oral, in case y'all didn't know that, right? Like, that's how language is. What is it about the chat that makes you feel like your opinion, the same opinion that can be expressed verbally on a social audio app, is safer with you being down there? Because you are, in fact, participating in a conversation. Whether you want someone to respond to you or not, you can't gauge how a person responds to the bullshit that you write in the chat. This really is a phenomenon that needs to be studied. You get what I'm saying? I'm not one way or the other. I'm on the fact of, if you're gonna come in space and participate in a conversation, and because you know what the fuck you're doing. You're being antagonistic, you feel protected, you don't want anyone to respond to your talking point, but your talking point may not even have been grand, just in your mind, and you know that you don't have the capacity, or you're not equipped, or you're frightened for some reason. And I'm trying to genuinely understand, if you are expressing yourself, what makes you feel more comfortable using the fucking thumbs than using your mouth in a conversation? Thank you. I did steal that from Van. I'm not gonna lie to you, Van. I do like that. Okay.
Can I say something? Like most of the people in the chat come here because it gives them that dopamine hit to hear like Trump sucks, right? So they don't really want to hear from someone like a Notorious. I mean, this room and the 421 gives those people who hate Trump so much. It gives them that as Coffee said, that orgasmic feeling of, they can feel comfortable that, oh, Trump sucks. Okay, they said it, so I feel better. So honestly, does people really want to hear from people who think differently?
Is it really about just Trump sucks or just people who just say random shit just to trigger people?
Well, why does it matter? You can always just debate the shit that they're saying instead of getting triggered and let people finish their sentence.
So we talk about the news. Trump happens to be in the news. He's given misinformation. Does that mean we hate him?
Shannon, it's pretty time.
Well, I mean, I would say so. I would say a lot of people hate Trump. I mean, I've heard people on the stage, and people want to go say, I'll never forgive people who voted for Trump. That's pretty deep. I mean, you'll never forgive nobody? I mean,
And Amari, also people cut off family members because they voted for Trump too.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's not even that serious.
My dad is that serious. He said he'll cut his kids off.
And it's no different in the right. I go on spaces, and to the right side, people go on there just to hear people say good things about Trump, and they get their same dopamine hit. So,
Amari, but tell me this, why is it always us versus them? And like in this room, what I've noticed is a lot of the things that these mods do are more so on just what's happening and what's a fact, like not an opinion on how they feel about the person.
So I don't know, but I can just tell you, just listening. So the guy Black was talking, instead of and Neil cut him off like 4 times. Not rudely, but it's like didn't really let the guy finish.
But he wasn't saying anything factual. He was just saying bullshit.
But don't you seek to like listen first, then respond, or you just cut people off in the middle? Because I don't know.
The first time you heard Black speak?
Yes.
answer this.
Well, I'm fine.
That explains it.
Yeah, you don't know what's going on here.
Okay.
But I'm talking about a white paper and had the nerve to call that policy.
But I would also say that you don't have freedom of speech in this room if you're not on topic. It's not fair to everybody else to take us off topic and take us on focus, like, journey. You're not being on topic. Like, it really, some people like that, but a lot of people don't.
Now, there is one person we give some grace to, and that's Ambassador. But he sometimes I have to cut him off. I just be like, cut it out. When I'm stressed and I don't want to hear the shit no more, I cut him off. I know it's disrespectful because he's an older black man. He's been through a lot. But I ain't with it sometimes.
And shoot, it might be disrespectful for us to let them go like that because, like, it just gets to a point where sometimes I don't need to hear what's in to know. Like, why would you lose your mind like that, man?
So to go to Notorious point, he uses the chat and other people use the chat because maybe, you know, like I thought Black was on topic, but if he was to put what he said in the chat, at least he knows that he's just saying what is on his mind without having to feel like he's getting cut off.
So, yeah, like, I don't know. At the end of the day, if you have noticed, right, I engaged with him in good faith at the beginning. He offered an article that he could in the chat that didn't substantiate anything of what he was saying, specifically on Saudi Arabia joining Israel in strikes against Iran, right? Which is a claim he made, then didn't say that he made, right? At the end of the day, if moderators should, if you don't call blatant lies and people don't account for this, the conversation devolves into empty rhetoric. Right? I don't know if you missed that part or it wasn't made prominent by me, but that's what happened. Like if this is a mostly news-based room that tries to argue, we can argue about the facts, right? We can offer interpretation of the facts, but if you don't have supporting evidence for the claims that you yourself made, the rest of the stuff becomes kind of, you know, it's just words. It's rhetoric, which is another problem with Norm, right? Like, it's all rhetoric, and then you pin him down on a certain fact on which, oh, he lied, right? And that has to be moderated. If it's allowed, then the whole room devolves into empty rhetoric.
Yeah, I mean, they're just not lies though. There will be people that come in and say a conversation we'll be having that's on topic about today's news. I mean, some people know what goes on 100 years ago, but some people follow, you know, I'm watching the news right now. Let's know what's going on. If someone comes and say, hey, I just heard something completely different from a different news source, it's like, well, that's this, that's that. That doesn't count. That's propaganda. And then someone comes and says, shut the fuck up. Why are you boss? Take the room back. And they're talking on topic because they just want to hear what makes them feel great.
But that's not what the topic is, Amari. Sometimes your topic is something just because you're watching the news doesn't mean that you can participate in the conversation. Or you're
If the conversation is about Iran and the person's bringing up a different conversation.
But it depends on where the conversation is, brother. If it's historical, if there are historical references being made, and then you jump in with something in the front, it means you're off the topic.
When people have a conversation about what is going on in today's news, either
And let's stop it. That's exactly what happened to the Black Rabbi just now. He offered a claim, right? Asked him to provide a source. His source didn't support his claim, right?
breaking news, you know.
Go ahead.
Case in point. CNN. Iran is laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz.
But thank you, anyway, yeah.
I rest my case.
No, but we appreciate people coming in late. Sometimes we may not, like, somebody brought up something today that came out.
5 years ago. But it is important to read the room. Like if something's happening, it's okay to sit and listen for about 20 to 30 minutes and understand where the conversation is and then inject yourself or not. But to just jump in and then say, hey, this is what's happening. That's a disruption. It is annoying. And I agree with listen to. There's something to be said for effort. Come on now. Effort means nothing.
And we don't do the conversation.
You mean like
The topic week, you know better than that.
man.
You get cut off a lot. We don't do that.
I don't be here a lot to get cut off a lot.
I'm talking about when you do come.
Yeah, that's true. You guys are consistent at cutting off.
Right. So we don't do participation coaching, probably.
No participation period, it sound like. I got you.
It's not no participation.
No, just-
From my understanding, even though my PTR was in here, they said you was running the room. And I was like, ooh.
See what happens? See what happens when see how I feel the void and I can't come in with break.
Got it, thank you. And we appreciate you bringing breaking news, whether we've already talked about it or not. We can let you know we already know.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
How you doing? I haven't seen you in a while, babe.
Doing well, just working in state mean, but doing well.
How the contracts going?
Good, you know, the problem is I made myself the PM on one of those contracts, and it's just a nightmare. I'm like, man, I should have hired someone instead of putting myself as the PM, so that's crazy.
I got a homegirl retired out of St. Command.
Yeah, let me know. I'm looking to hire people, remote people, and I also need really good. You won't believe this, and maybe Dan will appreciate this, but I don't know why, but I have trouble hiring young people today that can write. I'm looking for proposal writers, and like so many young people coming out, they don't know Microsoft Office, they don't know how to use Word properly. I'm like, what that? Like, let me use ChatGPT. I'm like, okay, right? Like, you're gonna sit for like 20 minutes figuring out what ChatGPT told you and then spit it out and go, this is correct. It's not. ChatGPT told me it is. I'm like, no, like that's, you gotta have like a little intellect to understand what it's spitting out. So, I don't know, it's really weird. I'm having trouble finding proposal writers, but it is what it is.
I got a homegirl in Fort Lee that does that position.
You know anyone that can write proposals or can do proposal costing, you send me a message. You know how to reach me, so.
Yeah.
Send me a message. I'm serious. I'm looking to hire remote people across the country that, you know, are willing to work and do good work.
Are you talking about RFPs in particular, or?
Mostly RFP responses, yeah.
Okay.
Like who can write good technical, sometimes bull technical to help you, because, you know, but hey, that's how you gotta do it, right? So that stuff, not just rely on what ChatGPT says. Like a quick example I'll give you is I hired a kid and, you know, I had him do some proposals and he used ChatGPT and I was bidding on a warehouse contract and he used ChatGPT and because it said that one of the device warehousing is, you know, from the Navy Medical Center, but it's just customer. It wrote this whole medical warehousing thing, right? Hands it to me, he goes, technical's done. I'm like, okay, then I woke up in the middle of the night, I'm like the next day, and I'm like, you know what, I'm not gonna trust this guy. I don't know, I don't think this, you know what, let me read it. And then I read it, and I was like, oh my God, and so I rewrote the whole thing. But so, yeah, I just want to make sure people have the common sense to understand what the hell is being written and how to wordsmith it and all that kind of stuff.
I think Scotty had a question. Does Scotty have a question? Someone in the chat said Scotty had a question. He was saying Scotty, Patty, Jared, but
By the way, on a separate note, did you see what this administration is doing, Patty, to the 8A program? Did you hear about that? I don't know if you ever talked about it.
if we want to talk about it.
They're basically decimating the 8A program, and basically they passed a new FAR, I think it's FAR Part 19 revised, which basically removes or basically tells government agencies that you do not have to rely on 8A. So if something was 8A, now you can open up to others. And, there's some justification on it. Basically, there were people who made a limit on it, right? Trump raised the limit before that on what your income needs to be to get AA certified and get these special set-aside contracts. And there's some fraud and this and that, but I think they're just going to, it's not really like fraud the way the word sounds. There were just some discrepancies with certain firms and they were kicked out of the program. But I think because of that, they're taking an extreme trying to do it. And Congress wouldn't pass anything on it. They tried several times, but it is what it is. It's going to be crazy. They also want to get rid of the woman-owned cert too. That's going to be interesting too.
Wait, let me ask you a question. What did they add to farming?
I just figured out they removed the once 8A, always 8A. They removed that. So, and then they said we encourage small business set-asides because it allows competition. So if you actually look at, you can probably check into this and just say, Part 19, 8A revision, and you'll see they removed that.
So now, so what does that mean for those sole source contracts?
Yeah, so that's what I mean. They're now going to be, if they're up for bid, they're going to be re-releasing those either as a small business set aside or an SDVUSP or woman-owned, if that's still there. But they're not going to be releasing 8A. Or they may have to have strong justification. So they're trying to, right now the next move is, I think, Stephen Miller, everyone's favorite, is going to be removing he wants to remove the rule of two, which is, you submit an RFI and, you have two front. He's saying make it a small business. That's what he's saying. It allows everyone to compete against each other.
Stephen Miller's like the weirdest motherfucker I've ever seen in my life.
So, that's his mentality on it, and then he's, of course, got pushback, so he's, the only set-aside that makes sense is the SDVUSP, is disabled veteran. And, he's basing it off of the fact that a couple of people in Virginia, I've told this story before, made up some contracts.
That's the only reason why they kicked the disabled veteran. We've been talking about that, even in the back, just for good looks and intuition, but they were talking about getting rid of that. Well,
Yeah, I think they're going to keep that. They want to get rid of women-owned, and the justification for getting rid of women-owned, that's my garage, that sound, by the way. But, they want to get rid of the woman-owned certification because the belief is how to verify if you're truly a woman, because there's people who have changed their gender on their license and was able to get the woman-owned certification, but they're actually not women, but how do you prove they're not? So, it happened with a few people. There are a few contracts where maybe that happened, but is it the dearth of them? No. There's 10,000 if 2% do it, but they want to remove it. But their view is service disabled. We can prove it because we have your military records and all that.
Oh, I got a phone call right when you were talking about that. I'm sorry. Can you repeat the word?
Oh yeah, service disabled. The belief is they have proof that you're service disabled. Because they have your medical records, right? Woman-owned, right? I don't know if you heard that part, but there were some people who practiced the woman-owned certification that basically went and changed their gender, changed their driver's license, and I'm a woman, and was able to write a letter saying I'm a woman. Because how can you prove? You can't say lift up your skirt, prove it, right? You can't do that, right? So
No, that's the opposite.
Right. So the mentality is we can prove that you're service disabled. So basically, the justification is small business and service disabled should be the only two.
Oh, yeah.
Set-asides.
Yes, because I remember because I was encouraging my veterans to find, to be applying, or like create opportunities to be the prime instead of the sub, and that way you can partner with maybe another organization that will help strengthen their proposals. So, appreciate that. Oh yeah, and I sent, I have a consulting company, so I sent you my email in your back channel.
I have like 2 veterans that I know have experience in that, so.
Sounds great. I'll drop you a message. I'll drop
Thank
you
you.
drop you a message. And anyone else you know, let me know. Happy to talk to them. You know, hey, you never know. I mean, the other issue, I mean, people is who can get security cleared and can do recruiting. I have to do secret level and top secret level recruiting for certain projects, and crazy.
What's going on in this chat though?
Alright, let me see what's going on in the news. See if there's anything that came out new. Yeah, I talked about the 140 U.S. service members being injured.
I said a little bit earlier, and then, Lord, I think Lord, did you relate that to the hospital in Germany?
Yeah, I just talked about the labor and delivery unit being closed down. This was about a week ago. So.
No, when I looked, I didn't see. Oh, I'm sorry. It looks like someone was saying that there's a much higher number of soldiers that were injured. But do we know the severity of those injuries that were sustained by the soldiers?
I told you all that Sergeant Major lost a leg, got her leg amputated. But Lanceville, if they're talking about Lanceville, that's not unusual.
8 not severe from what let me double check the numbers. Something under 10 is severe, 100 something return to duty.
Yeah, it's not unusual for them to, that's a hospital that they should send everyone to.
Yeah, 140 U.S. troops have been injured. Vast majority of the injuries have been minor, and 108 service members have already returned to duty. 8 service members remain listed as severely injured.
And it's not like Germany doesn't have, like, you're talking about Lancet, and then you're talking about Germany. Germany has some good hospitals that you can have your baby. That was from healthcare system. So that's nothing.
Good afternoon, Patty, and everyone. Hi, so are the injuries like from the people who are stationed there, or are they in the aircraft carriers, and like did they just figure that out, like who's how they get injured?
Yeah, the people that was injured, for.
That's it. Yeah. Okay.
hearing chat with us a little bit. I see you and Chad being very verbal. How about you come talk to us and actual chat on stage?
You said Quinn?
Yes, ma'am. I said Quinn.
Yeah, Quinn always comes on stage. She just comes and he drops after he tells what he gotta say.
Oh, he comes and he drops?
Yeah, he'll say what he gotta say. He might do the back and forth, and then when he's done, he goes back into the chat.
Well, I mean, I'm somewhat curious to hear him talk, though.
What's the issue?
There's no issue at all. I'm just kind of curious. He's in chat saying all these things. I would love to hear him talk on stage, though.
By the way, the United States has now less manufacturing jobs than when Trump was first elected president.
I thought manufacturing was back.
And there was the uptick during Biden, and it was erased.
Yeah, but Biden had a lisp, so.
Brooklyn, I ain't a killer, but don't push me, bro. Come on.
The UAE interception rate.
I don't know what your whole point is. Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Sorry?
I'm sorry, because I came up here to curse this weirdo.
I'm just messing around, Brooklyn. Calm down. Nothing serious. I'm just kind of bored. Being kind of bored, I guess.
Well, bore your ass on mute. How about that? Go ahead, Leo.
The UAE interception rate for ballistic missiles is reportedly, according to UAE on data, is now 75%, which is much lower than 91, 92% reported previously. Yep. Now, to be fair, the number of ballistic missiles have relatively gone. Like even if you exclude the first opening salvos, the first 2 days, the salvos are, well, the first day, or rather 28th February was 137. Then on 1st March was 28, and since 1st March, it was 9, 11, 6, 9, 16, 16, 8. So it's kind of with some variability, but steady.
Just gonna ask you a quick question. How long would it take for the Ukrainian to, import this technology, the jamming technology for the drones to the Gulf State and the US and Israel? Do you think it's gonna take a long time, or I'm surprised they have not got it by now? You know anything about that? Or what are your thoughts?
I have no idea. I mean, hopefully weeks. Not longer than that, but.
Yeah, they apparently, the Ukrainians have a great success on that with the Russians, right? So, I've seen some videos about it, right? Some drones fly close to cluster drones, and they just jam them. Not quite sure, electromagnetic way, and they just fall off the sky. You don't even have to hit them. You don't even have to shoot them down. They just electronically jam them, basically. So I was like, wow, that's impressive. But, I don't know how long it takes to get through that. That's all.
Yeah, the jamming trials like this is not very easy, especially the newer ones.
Yeah,
They haven't invented anti-jamming
interesting, right? So that's another weapon is going to be introduced to this war. You know, I don't know if the Iranians going to change their signals or whatever, or how they can avoid that, but there is a success rate with the Ukrainians there, so. So that's another angle is going to be deployed through this war as the war continues.
Electric drones are not the shadows, like we're talking about shadows.
I missed a lot today, and I just saw that Iran is putting mines, underwater mines across the strait, below the strait of
Yes, according to U.S. intelligence, yes.
Okay, we're moving to a different warfare. And I think, when was it? Sometime earlier on in the morning, I saw that Iran said they will not bomb a country if they expel the US and Israeli diplomats out of the country.
Yeah, that was kind of a trolling thing that they opened the Strait of Hormuz to country that was expel the United States or Israeli diplomat. And that's how it's started.
Okay.
The ridiculous part is that a lot of countries do not have ambassadors from the United States.
Yeah, they have consulates, attaches.
Well, the Trump administration has famously not assigned any ambassadors to a massive amount of countries. Donald Trump, I'm pleased to report that within the last few hours,
Neoliberal.
they destroyed 10 inactive mine-laying boats and or ships with more to follow. Did he mean active mine-laying boats? He wrote the United States have destroyed 10 inactive mine-laying boats.
I'm sure he means active. The Gulf countries are fighting with each other.
Tell me more.
And the Egyptians are busy locking up them. So the UAE, a lot of the UAE people try to come out and save face. And they had videos of them going to Israel and having discussions with them. You know, and so they just say, you have no position to speak here. You sold out 2 years ago. And now you want to rally people to support you.
Interesting. Can you give me the arguments? Like which countries?
So there's a UAE someone from the UAE, I think he's like in politics or something. He was saying that the Gulf countries need to stand together. But the Gulf countries, then some of their citizens and some of the people from the Gulf countries brought out videos of him from 2022 when he went to the Knesset and he spoke. He had some high-level meetings there. And he spoke about cooperating with Israel. And so they all just say, some of you are coming here to save face and say you care about your country, but you ruled your country years in advance before this. And now you want...
Is that Qatari former foreign minister? He was saying something similar.
Qatari was saying something to me, but also someone from the UAE. that everyone there was saying something similar. Let me find the link and then I'll send you. It's in Arabic though, so you might just have to get it translated.
Yeah, that one was in Arabic too. I'm trying for it. The one that was on was one where he was saying GCC countries had to unite. Was Hamad bin Jassim bin Jaber Al Thani, the Qatari. He was the PM and then the foreign minister, like in 1992, 2000 something.
2022? Is it a 2022 visit?
Oh, I don't know about the visit. So I don't know about that part. Yeah.
Okay, the visit would have happened in 2022.
This is the Pan-Arabism I'm talking about, jokingly.
Yeah, I guess there is the pipeline that goes from Saudi all the way, rather than going to the Gulf, going to the Red Sea, right?
Yeah, there is. The quantities are not enough. There was hidden numbers.
Yeah, but at least there's a flow coming out of
There
the
is a
Gulf.
flow. Yeah, there is
okay.
a flow, and that the flow is just it went as of yesterday on the production side. So it's not necessarily all going to the pipeline, right? Some of it probably still going into the storage, but the flow is down from 20.47 million barrels a day to 6.7 in total from all the countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Iraq, right? So some of it is going to go through the pipeline. We can calculate it. I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head. It's going to be like probably half of the 6, like in single digits. And that's the also presumed threat from the Houthis, right? Because Houthis have credibly, before this, closed the Bab al-Mandeb Strait, right? And Iran has not yet employed them. So they're keeping their options open. Right?
Yeah, because UAE can access the other side of the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, and the Iranians are letting it flow for now.
Okay.
I'm kind of confused. Y'all said something about that pipeline. I thought Saudi was the only one that was able to do that. I didn't know that the other countries can't. But even when, so for example, when we would do our planning, we'd always do Saudi. But even with Saudi, it'd be only 25% of what we actually would receive if we were working with Kuwait, Qatar, or the UAE, and maybe now Iraq. I thought they were the only ones that actually had that pipeline that could go directly.
Yeah, it's just a pipeline, but Let's check. I'm not sure. I think there are cooperation agreements. I'm not sure how they're going to triage it.
There's this port that we would receive, it's called Bamboo. People don't really, we talked about Babel, we talked about the straits, we talked about the corridors. But I don't know, man. I have to look it up. But I know, like, at least 2 years ago at a max, like a year and a half to 2 years ago, it was mainly UAE that we looked at. Not UAE, but Saudi when we looked at, like, crude moving through, like, we never talked about Qatar, UAE, or Kuwait. Like, we didn't even see them as our main. Maybe it's something that we have internally with them. I don't know. I have to look up. But I know that it's like when we do our estimates, it would be UAE, and it would only be a quarter of what we actually think we can receive if all the nations we were able to, because we're fuel dependent when it comes to operations. So.
Yeah, it's the East-West, or otherwise known as the Petroline. It's 5 million barrels per day.
Yeah, it is 5 million. You're right. It's 5 million, but the 5 million was all Saudi for us. Like when we do our numbers, we say 5 million, and we knew it was Saudi. There was no additional countries added to that.
Well, that's half of what they produce per day, right? They produce around 10 million barrels per day. So I mean, that's not a bad percentage just to mitigate that risk.
Actually, they do 20 million.
Well, now they do 2.5. Now they
yeah.
They were doing
about
in February they were doing 10. Now, as of yesterday, they are doing 2.5 current production.
But yeah, I don't know, Patty, if they ever did 20. Maybe not. I'm not quite sure. But usually it's around between 10 to 13 million barrels per day.
So we know they can do up to 20 million.
Oh, they can do up to.
Right. They can do up to 20 million, and then even us forcing production, like saying, hey, we need this.
Right.
It would be 5 million, but that 5 million would not only be us protecting them, it would be going to Europe too. So it was.
Yeah, of course. But I think that's a risk mitigation way, right? I mean, Aramco, the Saudi-owned oil company, right? Is in all the it's on the eastern side of Saudi Arabia, on the pipeline on the Red Sea, which is the west side. So of course there is a cost there, but at least they implemented that as a mitigation risk. The only countries are screwed are Kuwait and Qatar and Iraq.
Right. We ain't even used to put Iraq in the picture. We just used Kuwait. Like when we looked at, when we would do these simulations, they show like Kuwait getting cut off. Like all those other countries getting cut off, we never really cut off. Maybe the system was a little bit older, maybe it just wasn't updated. But with the simulations, they didn't really include Iraq.
So, Patty, you're right, I was wrong. So Petroline is exclusively Saudi, and historically it has never been used in cooperation with anybody.
Right, I can tell you, I've never seen any other country other than Saudi. And when they would do the 5 million, like our fuel, our officer that works with the fuel will say, hey, we need X amount. And a lot of times she would get trashed because we still have to take into consideration the other countries that need that energy. So we'd be running out of fuel.
Yeah, the Iraqis had a pipeline that the Kirkuk-Sayano pipeline that is going through Kurdish territory, if I remember correctly. The Kyrgyzstan regional government that is, I know it's the status of it, so that one can be used to, like the repairs for it were carried out last year or something like that. I don't know if it's operational, but I saw the discussion of using that one. But that is 1.6 million barrels per day. So it's not a big number.
And it probably goes straight to Europe.
No, that one goes through.
No, I'm not straight to Europe. I'm talking about like they would have the leverage on receiving before. I don't know.
It goes to Ceyhan, which is on the Mediterranean Sea, and from there, yeah.
Cause I know like the Port of Yambu. That's like where, or the tankers that would have the fuel. Like we would have like fake names for the tankers. It'll be like 1123 for their number, and we'd have these fake. We use football names with a bunch of fucking dudes. So that would be like Seahawks, and then the red.
Yambu is the western side of the petrol line, right?
Like,
yeah.
Suez Canal.
So is the other side. Yambu is on the west. Am I?
If you use those pipeline, then they export it from the Red Sea and it goes.
Yeah.
The port of Yambu. Miriam shared something in chat. Let me see what she had.
Yeah, so this is a news content from the region, and it's discussing the position of the Gulf countries in relation to the U.S. And one of the famous quotes attached is one from Egypt that states, "Anyone who puts themselves in America naked from Hosni Mubarak."
What is it again, babe?
It's an article about the challenge the Gulf countries are in relation to the U.S. Essentially questioning where does this put them, and is the U.S. loyal to the mission, to supporting and defending them. And then it has a quote from the former Egyptian president Hosni Mubarak, that those who wrap themselves in America are naked.
Honestly, I do think that they are foolish. I am living in Puerto. Any problem?
Yes.
Oh Lord, Jesus. So I think they are foolish, but the problem is like even working in the Middle East, like the people that are in charge are supposed to be related to these monarchies or whatever, Prince King, whatever you want to call them. A lot of times it's like the derelicts in their family that they don't be bothered with. These motherfuckers be overweight. They be like at work sometimes. And they have became so dependent on the United States that they don't have nothing.
Patty, you're talking about how fat they are. Have you seen the ones who weight?
Let me say something, girl.
Worse.
They're fat to the point where some of them, they'll wear a uniform and they have the bottom button unbuttoned and you can see their belly. Oh, it's disgusting. Tell me like cousin, something cousin.
They eat at odd hours. So since they already have all the wealth, they literally hardly work. So they would keep the restaurants open 24/7. And in fact, you find in the restaurants the Egyptians are the laborers, and the Egyptians just despise them.
They're fat as shit, man. That shit.
from Iran? Patty,
What?
tell me one reason why Americans are attacking Iran.
You know, that's a question you can send to the U.S. Embassy in that country, call the number, and they will be able to respond to you.
This is a good article. You read a lot through.
Yeah, it's great. And it's written by people from the region.
Dubai's deputy police chief highlighted that the threats from Israel and Iran are not mutually exclusive and that the interventions from both countries have harmed the Arab world stability, showing that it cannot rely on external powers to protect its interests. UAE business tycoon echoed this sentiment, calling the aggressive two sides of the same coin, and took another jab at the United States, arguing regions countries must trust their own capabilities rather than relying on alliances with powers whose interests do not align with theirs. A prominent Saudi journalist and TV anchor weighed in by warning against framing the current challenges as a misleading binary between Israel and Iran. It really, she wrote, is a competition between two hegemonic projects competing over the region. Seems like pan-Arab joke is playing out. Parliament quotes from, oh God, I'm blanking. Who's the Egyptian guy, the pan-Arab leader? What's happening today?
Neoliberal.
Yeah.
Sorry, we in the middle of something? Sorry, I had a thought of something real quick.
Good.
Yeah, did you see that Goldman Sachs is offering a product for their clients to short private companies? Say that, let me find the article. It's a Reuters article. Let me look. It's almost like, the way I interpret it is that they see the impending doom and they're saying, hey, you want to get in on the impending doom? Here you go.
I think people try to move their money more than anything else, and then product or services. Just that tax-free haven in Dubai must be, nice. But would they, bring that money back to the U.S. or go to another state or another country? Maybe that's a lot of people probably looking at that option. That's why I think in Qatar, Miriam, you mentioned that you can't take more than 10 million or something like that before somebody put the million tag into this. But they trying to stop the outflow of US dollars out of the Gulf more than anything else.
I didn't mention that, but I mentioned that there would be a cash issue, and so they won't allow people to remove large sums out.
I think the sad fact is that the United States has been sort of the most consistent place to invest funds for many people around the world for quite some time. That the Make America Great Again president is even kind of disintegrating that reputation quite frequently, unfortunately.
I mean, this is not. I looked at the Goldman Sachs stuff. This is common. what they're market makers. That's what they do.
Yeah, but don't you see how they are the funders through shadow banks of these organizations, so they can see the health on one side and see it deteriorating, and then on another side, they're helping other people profit on that deterioration. You know, I mean, that's all I'm looking at. Whether or not it's normal is, well, they did say it's a new product, so that's the issue. It's just taking advantage of both.
Concrete, do you think they got?
Not necessarily. Like Goldman Sachs, they're underwriters and lending, like I don't think I don't think they have, like there is FINRA 5121, right? Those things are still in place. There's supposed to be.
They're supposed to have a firewall.
Yeah.
But that means having a fire. How good is that? That people in different departments aren't going to talk at the bar, at the conferences, through their alumni network. They're not going to talk.
Well, obviously there has to be enforcement and regulation, but I don't think Goldman Sachs is dumb enough to put itself in a position of legal jeopardy that, that you have to put in the books as a non-quantifiable risk that may tank your whole business.
Whether or not they're taking risks, I'm sure they are. Have you heard about Citadel buying flow from Robinhood? So instead of basically they were looking at the orders that were coming in, and they were fulfilling them.
Is this the team?
You're not supposed to flow.
May I please come up?
There's so many problems in our system that I feel like we've normalized it, and that's the problem. It's like Glass-Steagall was a good thing. I don't know why after 2008 it wasn't reinstituted. Did anybody, have you thought about that?
Sure, I think it's fair to call for investigation, right? And I think some people, I'm not following this like super closely, but I think there have been kind of calls to look at this more deeply, and that's fine. Again, I'm not following it closely, but there is Citadel Advisors, right? And Citadel Securities, if I remember. Like the market making side and the hedge fund side are separated. They're not, they're really violating. And there was fines, right, for specifically, if I remember correctly, for Citadel. Mail is a better person to ask for no particular reason.
I don't think it's fine. They have too much information. They think too much of the overall picture, and they're able to make bets in different compartments based on that, information advantage.
Country, did you vote for the Republican or for the Democrat? Just remind me.
Relevant to Citadel.
Well, I'll answer.
Go ahead.
I'll answer. I didn't vote for either.
Okay, you didn't vote, or you just didn't vote for either?
I didn't vote.
Okay. Well, I think the Democrats for quite some time have been trying to reinforce, they've called for repeatedly stricter regulations on banks, especially related to trading and protection of consumer information.
Did you get that concrete?
Yes, I did.
relapse, like with the Silicon Valley bank collapse, which was due to basically the rescinding of some of the regulatory measures that were put in place after the '08 crisis.
Miriam put in the chat that the Fox News correspondent is saying that, what is it, Miriam, that they can't show recognizable landmarks, I guess, from the film because the cluster bombs are hitting them?
Yeah, they have a press pickup always.
Yeah. Okay. Where's Trent? It seems to me that the American and Israeli response over the last couple of days to ratchet up, seems to be a response to something. Maybe it's because that 92%, which I don't believe anyway, but whatever, if other people are saying, that's fine. I don't believe anybody on any side. But it seems like that 92% has gone down. I've seen other numbers, but there's lots of lives.
Well, we know the hospital data from Israeli health ministry. Anytime I say health ministry, it's not Hamas health, anyway. But they
Well, they were proved to be right. IDF took their data. Remember how we were cussed out and yelled at if anyone brought that up, you were anti-Semitic or anti-Israel, and then IDF took their data. I remember that.
Apparently Israel's been pelted. So I saw a video, there's a lot of video around, like some stuff on Telegram, but there's video where a lot of this stuff is getting through in this cluster missile that they have that breaks up into multiple different sort of projectiles. They're saying a lot of this stuff is getting through. Also, there's video of IDF soldiers like taking down cameras throughout like Tel Aviv. They're trying to block what's going on. So you're thinking about it in response to something. It does sound like Israel's getting torn up. Also, there's an IDF site that I follow on Telegram where it gives out like the warning to go into the shelter, come out of the shelter. If you go on there, it's like today it was like sort of once every hour they were getting like notifications to go into a shelter, then come out of the shelter. So there's that going on.
Well, I also saw some comments that apparently if you are not Israeli, you're not even allowed in the shelter, you would have to pay to be allowed in the shelter.
I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, I don't know if it's true.
If an American is there, like you're an American, and you're there, I saw a rehearsal for an opera. I apologize. Somebody posted on Instagram, and the siren off, and they were underneath, and there were some non-Israelis there. I'm pretty sure that those people, they weren't all Israelis. Who knows? Maybe that's part of your. I don't know. Norm can tell us tomorrow. He was kicked out at 9 a.m. this morning. So. Now Joe Rogan is. I don't know if you guys talk about Joe Rogan says people feel betrayed about the war and called it insane. He's one of the main people responsible for the man doing it, so he should probably shut the fuck up.
He and a bunch of the post-leftists.
Yeah, they need to shut the fuck up. ostentatious and bloodthirsty and all this stuff. And I was like, well, when you were saying that this guy who became president, his instinct was not the warmongering instinct, and the other guy, and I looked at him and listened to him. He looked like he is dying. There's something about that podcast, Mike. When you hadn't been used to selling your soul, and then you sell your soul for a couple $100,000, takes years off your life. He looked really, really, really soulless. You know?
Talking about the region, I saw reports that Iran hit next to the house of Ben Gvir, but the Israeli reports are reporting that he had an accident or something happened to his car or something. And then also, is it Smotrich?
Yes.
Yes, Smotrich's son was killed.
Killed or injured?
No, they said dead. It's Ben Gvir that they say is injured.
I'm seeing Smotrich's son wounded in Lebanon. Sure.
No, then maybe that's a different name. Let me find it. But it was.
I saw that.
So, breaking news: Israeli far-right finance minister Bezalel Smotrich says shrapnel tore through his son's liver during an attack near the Lebanese border that wounded 8 Israeli soldiers.
Yeah, he was rushed to hospital with minister expressing he wished he will recover and return to full strength and to the Israeli army.
Oh, so he didn't die. Okay.
So is the Ben Gvir one died then?
No, Ben Gvir is wounded.
Wounded, okay.
Roger, this is not today. This information is not from today.
Wait, Ben Gvir is wounded?
Yesterday.
Ben Gvir is wounded?
Yep.
When did he get wounded?
That's why you gotta get that Bloomberg terminal, bro.
When did he get wounded today?
Nah, it's been on the news since yesterday. Like, it's all over Twitter.
I thought it was his son.
No, it's Jeff Smotrich. The aliens decided that they had time.
They said, so there was a strike on his home. Apparently his brother is dead and he was injured. But the reports are saying he was in a car accident.
Yeah.
Only Africans know all this, but not the regular blacks or white people.
Well, because the Africans are cheap and the CIA can buy them for free.
That's fair, I gotta do that.
No problem.
Oh, man. Hey, first aid.
CNN reports that Iran has laid dozens of mines already and hundreds more could be laid.
It's very easy to lay them, actually. I told you I was reading about it. It kind of really is like they do it in movies. They kind of just lay them. It's very easy.
Hey,
very quick.
how are you?
I'm fine. You missed a hell of a day in the new politically correct. When Patty's not here. Ooh, oh, you missed a day today. Concrete got a segment. Sweet led for about 2 hours, and then
You're lying to me.
oh yeah, it was a moment.
You're lying. What happened?
There was a moment, a glorious moment, where 6 of them. They went on for about 40 minutes.
Wow.
And after I was told yesterday to shut up, and I couldn't take my little 2 minutes to expose the drunk Terry, and then I was sucking Manfinity's dick. I'm done. Oh yeah, Lisa told me that yesterday. I am done. I'm not moderating anybody.
Like meta ding dong? Or like,
But yeah. On here in the room.
You were being nice to him or something?
I was. We had a conversation and all that. I was sucking his dick. I said, oh, that's it. I'm done. That's the last. I disrespect people. They disrespect me. I'm done with disrespect. So now what I do, I started yesterday. As I was speaking, people interrupt me. I just count down like they're a 3-year-old. I tell you, if I get past 1 and you're still speaking, interrupting back and forth, I'm just going to kick you out. Or I'll mute up. And we got that last night. He sent me a disquisition, which was longer than his master's thesis.
What? Is it confusion?
Sister, I'm saying.
What was the name? Yeah, confusion. He sent me a master's thesis.
Yeah, he sent me a master's thesis. He sent me
Is she playing?
Peoria. I don't think she wanted to do that.
I thought she was crying.
Why would you mute her?
Sorry.
She didn't want her information out there. Whatever was going on.
In Arabic.
I was reading an Arabic message, sorry.
Because intelligent office is very poetic. Yeah, exactly. Go into social media, direct them towards our mission. This will self-destruct very, very quickly.
The Saudian person was saying, you Egypt, the country we helped through this and that. After everything we've done for you, how dare you stand against us? How dare you not support us? If it was not for us, we would have collapsed. But when it's in Arabic, it's like so different. Ya Masr, Ya Habibi. It's like Egypt, the beloved Egypt, our beloved Egypt. Egypt, my beloved. You know.
Yeah. But anyway, so Patty was gone, and oh no, it's just it. And so that's what happened. So Confusion had made a claim last night, and then I said, well, is the Democratic Party more hapless than the Labour in the UK? And he answered it, and then he said something, and I said, well, he just kind of crashed because he hadn't followed through. And I said, I'm going to count down. I'm either going to kick you out or I'm going to beat up. I never know which one I'm going to do. It's my new thing.
Hey.
And you guys
It's
can
confusion, right? It's confusion.
Yes, his name.
I remember I was there. Because I was laughing in the background, like, just shut up, boy.
Yeah. And so he sent me probably 300 plus word message in the back channel. You know how it's so long, you have to do multiple bubbles. It had like 7 bubbles to it. That's how many things he sent. And so that's what happened. So,
Probably chat GPT.
give me a ChatGPT. So that's how the rooms go now. Devon tried to get in, but they were, he seemed to enjoy it too. Gemini, so their brothers really hold it down more than that, man. I'm not, once you tell me I'm sucking Infinity's dick, that's the last straw. I just gotta fall back.
No, I think it's y'all hold it down in the morning. Y'all hold it down in the afternoon.
I'm holding it down. Hopefully this weekend, if I can get I'm done.
Firstly, I just wanted to say I apologize multiple times. I said I was gonna give it to the prayer warriors.
Oh yeah, and then there was a Nigerian, was there Pakistani, many different groups were here soliciting support. And that's questioning Patty, why are you attacking us? Why Patty, why do you hate us?
That should be great.
speechless. But we're gonna persevere. We're gonna keep on pushing forward. Ain't that right? Amen. Hello.
Amen.
First lady.
Amen. Yeah, but I think everybody's gonna leave at a certain point because we getting tired. Because I be trying not to crash out, so I just feel like I'm about to either leave or I'm just not gonna talk. Because at that point, it just be too many stupid people in the room, and I know y'all get tired of me calling people dummies or shut the fuck up. I'm trying my best to stay on mute. Because I don't care and I don't want to hear you talk. But I know somebody else might want to hear your bullshit.
Hey, King Love, how are you?
Doing well, how are you?
I'm good. You been in here lately? I think I saw. Did I see you in here earlier? I guess I don't.
I think you're in the matrix.
Okay. I'm out. Am I here? Can you hear me now? You can't hear me?
I think I hear you.
Gee, you can't hear me? What's going on?
Did you say your hair came in?
No, I said I came in. I'm in now. I came in.
I'm gonna have to make this. I was like, yeah. Damn, TMI, bro.
No.
First thing, how is that? Were you diabolical before Clubhouse, or did Clubhouse make you diabolical?
Who you talking about?
Hey,
Was I diabolical before Clubhouse? I think I'm way worse off of Clubhouse. I think
oh
it's
my
another
goodness.
phone. Yeah.
You know, it's crazy. I'm the opposite. I'm way worse on Clubhouse. So if y'all notice on Sunday, sometimes I might crash, and then I just stay on mute because my friends will be like, these people are crazy. They're making you crazy.
Clubhouse does the work.
Yeah, you're in the matrix, concrete. But what do you mean? Well, how am I diabolical? I'm diabolically positive. Hello? Concrete.
Can you hear me now?
Kinda.
That laugh that you give says it all.
Oh yeah, it is like an evil laugh.
It is definitely it's the evilest diabolical laugh I've heard of.
You eat your fingers while you're laughing.
Oh, not diabolical. It's a signature laugh. And I love it, First Lady. It's a beautiful laugh. Hey, she's such a sweetheart. It's infectious. It also makes me laugh too sometimes. I agree.
But in your brain, do you see her fingers like doing that thing?
Not at all.
No, we know you're not doing it.
It's like this.
It's like that.
Real quick, I wonder why I have a mic. I want to nominate Concrete for Clubhouse Troll Hall of Fame. I've been doing it. I like to have a movement. I've been doing it in the chat, but I just want to get on stage and actually just say it. So I get people behind us, rally behind me for Concrete for Hall of Fame.
Sir, I'm offended. I am not a troll, sir.
100%. 100%. You don't think that you're a troll? By definition?
No more than the average clubhouser.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. So you don't think there's no separation between you and others?
I don't bring nothing special to the game.
You don't feel that?
That's not how you make the Hall of Fame, brother. You make the Hall of Fame by being the best.
Are you the only child
That's why I'm nominated.
Are you the only child Concrete?
No, I'm not a goddamn child. The hell? What type of black parents you know that only make one baby?
I don't believe it.
You act like an only child. Like you gotta be the center of attention, so.
That's a fact. Oh, no, that's not nice. Starbucks. You maybe if you're not, and I think that you said that you have sisters, but if you're not an only child, perhaps maybe you are the youngest, and then I think you said that. I know, I remember you saying no, because I've asked those questions.
So he said he's the middle child, he didn't get enough.
Y'all obviously.
Perhaps maybe he's not going to tell us at all.
I'm the oldest.
He wants to keep
I'm
us guessing.
I'm the oldest. Anyway, y'all obviously are not trained in psychoanalysis, nor do you understand
He's not going to tell
personality. I said, what do you mean? I just told you.
Yeah, I know you told us.
But you don't
told
believe
us so you want us to hear.
You don't believe. Listen.
I don't. Hey, Danny. How's the Starbucks club going? Everything good? That's great. Hey, Lil Uzi. Somebody crying. Cry, please. Somebody please hear my cry. Hear my cry. Hear my cry. Can someone please hear my cry? God is always listening. He hears your cry. He hears your humble plea. And he will never allow any of your tears go to waste. Every tear shall be answered. So, okay, you're from Nigeria. We have some Nigerians.
She's from up here, baby. She's on page earlier.
Okay. Alright, but perhaps maybe this isn't the place to receive your blessing. Maybe you want to receive it from a different way. I don't claim poorness.
We ain't got no jobs, according to Clubhouse, so this ain't the room.
I don't claim poor.
Well, we ain't got no job. And we the only one got a job, so you need to up in the back town.
No. Momento.
I don't work. Neoliberal only marinated food. He was chasing some food the other day that banned allowed and made the food run away.
Oh my word. Y'all just not showing out.
They ain't no work over. And Van is trying to open an OnlyFans. I don't know what the fuck he gonna be showing, but.
Hey, girl, shut up.
Abby already hit me in the back channel. Just so you know. Y'all should check your back channel. You've already been hit on it.
Oh, who's trying to open up a OnlyFans? I mean, I already had one. Y'all want my link? I'll send it to you.
Van.
You got one?
Van trying to open one.
Look at her. You got what?
I'm going to put on your penis. I heard she was bold.
I don't know. Oh my God, Mary.
Oh God.
Jesus Christ.
Lord of mercy. Lord of mercy. Oh my goodness.
Let's see. I had something here one second. I just lost it. Oh. They put in the chat that the U.S. had decommissioned some of its
They say Iran arrests 30 people accused of spying.
Oh, the crackdown on the people in the city. It's going to be crazy.
Oh my goodness.
Not the city, I said the city. In the country.
My goodness.
Yeah, that was a U.S. embassy camp in Baghdad. It was just hit by a drone 15 minutes ago. A logistical support camp belonging to the U.S. Embassy near Baghdad International Airport had been hit by a drone strike. At this point, it's unclear if there's any casualties or damage. The area in Iraq's capital has been repeatedly attacked over the past few days. Y'all let Trent come in here and tell people that these things aren't getting through and stuff. Y'all think people believe that shit? Because they took a framing from the administration Well, I think to be fair, well, administration did too. We go online and in the mainstream media, which was really bizarre. You know, we talk about it's very strange. So you have a day of war and somebody shoots off a lot of stuff. And then the amount of stuff they shoot down goes down. And then people suggest, oh, that means that they're not hitting. They're running out of stuff. And I think, why do you take what somebody does as the baseline? It just doesn't, that's just so that means they're 9% less because they're 9%. Maybe there was a reason why they did that. They had that barrage, but they knocked out a bunch of interceptors, or to see how the interceptors work, or to go toward the radars, or to understand. I mean, there's all types of reasons. By definition, they're running out of munitions because if you have 10, if you have 1,000 and you use one, you have 999. So just definitionally, you have fewer. That's also clear for the interceptors. It's just really strange. Oh, well, strikes are down 90%. Yeah, but interception rates are down by your own counts, and hits are up. Exactly the way they planned it to. What do I know? I'm just a dummy who waits for that minute to.
Why did you call that man though?
But that's what I was told yesterday, so I gotta take care of business. I'm done speaking.
Oh God.
Ladies, you hear me out?
One second. Yeah, we don't know. They just want to say that they have an answer, and that's why I said what I said yesterday in regards to, I believe he believes what he's being told, so then he just comes back and he reports it. But he struggles with the alternative thinking, and he fights against it. But the alternative narrative that you provide, it does make him think. He just doesn't, he refuses to accept it because he wants to be the first person to know or to say what it is.
I think, to that point, I think a lot of people think, well, me in particular, when I ask a question, I'm doing that because I disagree with them. But I'm usually asking a question because I want to know the answer to the question. Now, sometimes I ask a question to understand people's thinking. Or if it's, I'm in a bang fest, pause. Well, maybe this is what I'm intending, maybe this is what I was doing, bang fest.
I'm appreciating
the flaws in their thinking and that they haven't actually gone through their own logic. But that's a serious question. Why would you use the first day as your baseline? So if the first day you had 100 and the 7th day you had 10.
Because that's how his strategy, in his mind, he thinks that his strategy would be, oh, we just mad, we just going boom, 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 boom. And then, oh, we gotta save a little bit tomorrow, so we're gonna cut back. Oh my God, we really don't have a lot, we're gonna cut back some more. So that's just one way of thinking.
That's strange. The other thing about it is, the one thing that's frustrating about the conversation, sometimes, not a lot, but is that sometimes, is that when you ask a question, people think that you're supporting the Iranians. Oh, well, you must want us to lose. I'm just asking a question. Trent comes in here every day and talks about Reaper drones. I don't know every day. The day we have confirmation from CENTCOM that they've knocked down at least 11 sleeper drones. It's all over the internet, by the way, because after they said I looked at it's all over the internet. They confirmed at least 11 Reaper drones for $330 million worth of equipment. He hasn't been here all day. Anybody notice that? That's fascinating.
I'm sure he's here.
He can't take the shame of what's happening because he kept saying from the beginning, oh my God, it's ended. We've destroyed them. There is nothing left. The leadership is destroyed. That was his song every day. They have no missiles. You know, that was what he was constantly saying.
Yeah, I embarrass myself with the same rhetoric. I can take that gun to face though, you know.
Yeah. To be fair to them, you and Trent and everybody else, and this is an insult, you're just repeating what the Trump administration and their apparatchiks and media are having to repeat.
Yep.
That's all. And I would think that people wouldn't be doing that. I mean, I'm waiting for somebody to say, can't believe nobody said it in here yet, which I find kind of interesting.
No, I got into it with
Is the
someone.
stage open? What's going on?
Yes,
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, True.
I was just gonna say, I got into concrete. Was that you? Somebody. I got into it with somebody who was like, no, that was Samoa. That was Samoa. Who was like, oh, Trump might be telling the truth when he says Iran bombed their own school. I was like, bro, what the fuck? I didn't go that deep. I'm not that retarded.
I mean, you know, it's a heck of a thing when you want to believe what you've been told, and once you're in, it's hard to get out. I get it. But you know, trying to get people to see is going to cause others to sink. Can no longer make them see what they don't want to see. They don't want to see it. They refuse to see it. You know what I mean?
But what is the point? This is what I don't understand. What is the point of crime? What is the point of a room like this, where the news analysis and opinion, you know, everything, and I was having fun too. If you're just repeating the government propaganda, I can just and General Keynes and CENTCOM Twitter. If you just come in here and saying what they're saying and taking it all as truth, what then would be the point of the room? Just leave the link in the chat and then leave it in the chat. Like, that's what's so strange about, like, well, if you know they're going to be over, I mean, the man that says it's over every day, he doesn't really use that rhetoric anymore. It's just strange. But it does show how propaganda works, because what it does is that people feel a sense of pride, patriotic pride, through the technological and operational successes of their country's military. And they refuse to see that the other side is not engaged in that type of warfare. And so he reported 3 days in, or 4 days in, that the U.S. was sending boats to the Strait of Hormuz to escort things. We're at a point now where there's a report on CNN. If CNN is reporting it, that means people know about it 8 days ago, because CNN just called the 2024 election last week. That's how late they are. If CNN is reporting it, that means there's probably mines all throughout the strait at this point. People don't have conversation. They want to do hoorah, okay, USA, and bang. I understand that.
But also, there has been, you know, this thing about who's right, who's wrong, which side are you on? You know what I mean? Like, almost like a football game. So, yeah, it's hard to have a conversation because they think this is all about winning. And, like, life isn't like that. It's not like, okay, you won this so-called race for the moment, but that's not how life works.
Yeah.
Is it true that there's only 1 day of oil left in Australia and India? Is that true or false news? Does anyone know?
I don't know. That's in the reserves, right? She's reserves, right? I mean, I think that would be in there. Yeah, you know what? I don't know.
And is it true or false news that China's come in and that the Middle East is going to be called the New Asia? Is that true or false? Or false? Well, I'm on X a lot, and on my X, they were talking about how China has already positioned, and does anybody have any info on that?
To do what?
You're freaking me out, man. What is this name?
I have a recommendation. I do have a recommendation that you might want to X is like it'll rot your brain. Or don't take, if you're gonna look at something, X like don't cooperate in other sources, because X.
You spent 25 years in the
I agree. 1000% agree.
I know this
Go ahead,
person.
whatever you need.
E-N-E.
Yeah, that's why these things.
Pay yourselves.
She left because it's certain spirits she just shouldn't play with. Like, I don't know.
Or you thought there was something else going on?
Did you hear how she was asking
Maybe you
questions?
sound like woefully misinformed.
Maybe she didn't want you to suck her dick.
Oh, God. Hell yeah.
Don't encourage it.
Why? No.
So I put a link in chat. This is per the Times of India. The official status of the government is that there's no shortage of crude oil. They continue to engage with multiple suppliers to ensure steady flow. They said 40% of their oils goes through the Strait of Hormuz. The remaining 60% comes from alternative routes, but they've already prepared in advance. So I haven't seen Australia though.
That's the getting oil from Russia. So
Yeah, but the Russian oil is coming through the Strait of Hormuz. That's why it's relevant.
The Russian oil is coming through the Strait of Hormuz.
What's going on, bro?
I just read that the other day. They got 6 million barrels of oil.
through the Strait of Hormuz.
They said that the 20%. Yeah, I don't know. But they said only 20% comes from up that way.
Like fourth grade geography. Russian oil going through the Strait of Hormuz?
Do I have to pick the map back as my PTR?
DT, that map won't work because Russia's not on it. That map won't even work. Anyway, neoliberal has very important breaking news to you.
Yeah, so the news was, this is, the link is in the chat. Sorry, the U.S. Navy has refused near daily requests from the shipping industry for military escorts through the Strait of Hormuz since the start of the war on Iran, saying the risk of attacks is too high for now, according to sources familiar with the matter.
And the rest of the, you've seen the insurance policies have gone up. Go ahead, pay for that shit. They might as well take the 15-day trip around the
Yeah, that's right, ma'am. That's right, Patty. Wait a minute. Wait now. That's right. The president lied. The Trent lied. What's the Secretary of Energy with his fake tweet lied. The Navy itself is telling people they can't do it. They're lying to us daily. The good news is I have an infinity in the room. Oh, wow, wait a minute, y'all. I just looked it up. Russian oil is primarily shipped through, it says it right here. We owe this brother an apology. Russian oil is primarily shipped through the Strait of Hormuz. They fly it in small Ziploc bags to Houston to be refined. It goes to Europe where the ships become crisp, and then it ends up in the Middle East. It's right here on AI. It's great, my guys. That's what it is. Wait,
I misspoke. I meant to say there was oil sitting on tankers in the strait that they paid for. That's what I read from a Reuters article yesterday. I literally quoted it. They bought 6 million barrels with the waiver that the United States gave them.
Dude, that shit was moving without a waiver. What's going on? Why do y'all think that sanctions from the United States apply to other countries? What's going on?
My point was just that.
So why would the Russians get oil from the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, let's take it, brother. What are you belaboring the point for? Goddamn.
Check this out, bro. Just because the United States has sanctions on a country doesn't necessarily mean another country fucking like.
I'm just reporting what the article says.
I got you. Wait, let's just be honest. India said they do what they want to do. If they don't, that shit was already going to fucking India. Y'all play too much.
Well, anyway, with the mining of the strait, I'm sure the risk for the Navy has decreased comparatively. If they're refusing escorts before the mining, I'm sure now they're gonna escort them.
So the U.S. refused to escort the ships through the Strait of Hormuz?
Yes, daily. It refused daily requests from shipping companies.
But wasn't that what Trump was saying, was that we were going to protect you?
And the Navy itself and the shipping companies reach out to the Navy saying, please escort us. They're saying, no, we can't, it's too dangerous.
Look at that. Look at that. And they thought they could believe Trump. My.
I'll say briefly, but it's almost like the State Department escape plan from the Middle East for U.S. citizens. People are still there, unfortunately.
In the Strait of Hormuz?
No, in the Middle East in general, people are stuck without the ability to travel. Depending on. Yeah, you were talking about dependency on escorts for ships.
Right.
The idea of believing in Trump, and I'm saying that for the State Department, it's the same factor. You don't have the experts there, the right people involved, and trying to identify solutions for these really complicated or complex problems.
That's not even a priority either. The priority right now, because of where it's going on, is going to be like surveilling the area and fucking like those drone and aircraft. It's not going to be fucking escorting fucking supply ships. They're not. That shouldn't be their priority. We can't commit our forces to that type of shit. That's just not. I don't think that's a fucking. That's not a good answer. I don't know why he sat on TV and said we're safe in China.
It's just a headline, and some people will gravitate to it, and they'll think that that is what's happening. Oh, well, Trump said he's going to solve this, and for the uneducated voter, that's what they're going to grasp onto. They're going to say, well, he said he was going to do it, and oh, those shoddy people beneath that were never given orders to do that or to execute it. Yeah, but what I'm just stating we're in a state of propaganda where the headline is what matters more than the actual substance or the executive action that would take place. If it were actually if this were something that would take place, there would be so many individuals that would be involved in executing the orders. There are no orders given, is my point. Like, this is just a headline. It's the same way that Marco Rubio can go on TV and say, yes, we're doing everything we can to help American citizens, yet American citizens are still sitting in hotels in Dubai, stranded, and can't get out.
Hey, Shamana. Hey, Omar.
Hello, Josh Lincoln's here.
I saw, hey, Chef. I don't know, Chef. Right, but I saw Joe B on stage.
Okay, it was a fake account. It only had 0.
I know, but maybe she got a new,
Oh no, she in there chatting. There's somebody that's playing with Jody.
Do you want to speak to her facility?
I like Joe B. Y'all don't like Joe B.
Dr. Joe B is the G.
Chef Delvin. I have something to say about the shifts, but before you do, Chef, are you there? You said you want to talk about the Monroe Doctrine. Chef Adrian.
Or the Trump production.
So you want to talk about that, Chef?
Chef, we can? Are you cooking up something? Somebody sent
Isn't working. Okay.
Somebody sent him a cook.
Hey Chef, go out and then come back in the room. I'll inbox you in your message.
We need to talk about the patio road doctrine.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about your mama's doctor.
Damn.
I talking about my mom.
Hi, Rick. Can I just ask a clarifying question real quickly? Is that okay?
Is that Miss Katrina, the Ukrainian model?
Wait. Hey Katrina, good to see you. Who's this Neegl? I like to come up. Neegl says he's a meteorologist. Good. You got a question?
Yeah, I just want to clarify because I was kind of in and out. I had bad connection. What's hi, first lady, by the way. So good to see you. I haven't met you in a while. Did somebody said in this room earlier, maybe within the last hour, that why isn't it that Ukraine still hasn't given weapons to Middle East for Shaheeds? And why? And what? And should it be taken?
What did you say, Katrina? You said why the U.S. hasn't given weapons to the Middle East?
Sorry, Ukraine. Did somebody say in this room, asking a liberal if, why is it that Ukraine still hasn't given, or it's taking so long for Ukraine to give, the anti-Shahed, drones, to China and stuff like that?
That they have to get training, so that should be the question.
Well, I'm asking if that question was correct.
Yes,
I just want to confirm I heard it correctly. That's all.
We need training, Katrina. We don't need no damn drones. Shit, they spending what? Millions of dollars on fucking drones and millions of dollars on we need training on how to fight off $20,000 to $50,000 drones. That's what the fucking training is.
No, it's just to me, again, the reason why I'm confirming is because, again, that person sounded like, it was almost like Ukraine is supposed to do this and they're supposed to chop time. And how come Ukraine still hasn't the weapons? That's how it came across, and that's why I'm just because that was just weird.
You the dummy. When you hear dumb shit like that, just say, shut up, dummy, you don't know what you.
Is the red Teletubby called Tinky Winky?
No, that's Poe. Obviously, you didn't grow up with the Tinkies and the Poe, and I grew up with those. I know him, he's Poe. He's the shorter one with the shorter antenna. But that just tells you who Dan is.
Oh.
Yeah, the short antenna.
All my life been Poe?
Don't want those fruits out of nigga.
Man, Patty, that was crazy.
Anyway, Dan, I'd like to sidebar when you have time.
Just take me to a private.
You're not friends.
Yeah, the short antenna.
Exactly. Just take me to a private.
Don't get in trouble like I did, man.
Dan, you gotta add me back.
What the hell? What's going on?
I'm going to talk about I'm going to go back to the Russian oil. You know, I hadn't put this together until Truth's geography lesson. The oil that comes up out of the north in Western Russia straight. We talked about them yesterday. The Houthis. Isn't that the one? Yeah, that's the one, right? It goes around Spain. Yes, it goes around Spain, comes up the Suez Canal, comes down to the Red Sea. It doesn't illustrate when we start wrong. What is that called? The the Houthis remain an ace in the hole. Eddie, I told you, I saw them at Starbucks and they're for that telegram. They're waiting for that WhatsApp. They have not been activated yet. You don't understand.
Oh,
Yes,
I saw
you don't
some
understand.
images of them cheering, saying they're getting ready for this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that's why, it all makes sense now. That's why Macron has to send, somebody got the job wrong the other day too. I think it was Trent. That's why the Red Sea is now becoming not as important as the Strait of Hormuz, but it's very, very important. And it also, watch this connection. Who's interested in Djibouti? Besides me, who's interested in Djibouti?
Daddy, me,
Said.
to work at the Djibouti, me.
What other countries interested in Djibouti?
I visited Djibouti and was enjoying the hotels and the.
Les American. Who else is interested? American, Les Israel wants to get in.
Israel too, yeah. Israel wants to have a base there.
Yes, Israel. Hello. Look at Chef. Chef said Kenya, Ethiopia. Chef, brother, we're going to talk about more doctrine.
Dubai runs the port, and then all the navies have their bases there.
It's the same reason they're interested in Somaliland.
It's actually one base, it's a joint base out there. We get to drink over there. Yes.
That's how you get civil war between the Saudis and the UAE.
Yep. The whole Red Sea borders on the Horn of Africa, North Africa.
Well, you remember I'd say about a month and a half ago, out of nowhere, I decided to bring up a monologue between this conflict, MDZ and MBS, and then Ben decided to get on my ass because I had gone on a tangent. I thought it was interesting, but I'm glad we're back here.
Oh, we are. I mean, it's worth it because if you look at the map, and I just looked, Somaliland is right there. It is all right there.
There's a port there. That's why we have a base there.
Yes.
And
Do you
that
know
port
that
is the Gulf of Eden and Red Sea. So and that's like 50% of our global trade. Yeah.
Yep. Do you know what Bab al-Mandeb means?
No, what?
The gate to grief, the gate to lamentation. Bab means door.
I see.
It's so tiny that it's literally, I can see why it's considered the gate of grief.
You can actually see from one side to the other side if you actually look at the narrowest point. It's crazy too, because even with Hormuz, you don't even realize that 20 miles is far. But even with that strait, there's 10, it's not even 10, it's so many miles on one side for exiting traffic, so many miles inside that for entering.
This is major news, Patty. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Okay.
This is domestic politics news. You remember the guy that got the money for the ads from the DHS that got Christine on fire? Essentially, it was her spokesman's husband.
Jason McLaughlin.
He is under congressional investigation. Now, all these motherfuckers are going to jail. I told you.
Wouldn't they get Trump and, well, not Trump, he's the president, but wouldn't that get Christie and?
Yeah, she has to get a pardon. Otherwise, that's why her getting fired was the best thing. So her attorneys have more time before the trial. The husband of former Homeland Security spokesman Tricia McLaughlin is under investigation over a campaign ad that heavily featured Secretary Christine. Oh boy.
She better pull him out of
to go after Trump people. She might be better off. They might be better off being prosecuted under this one and hoping they get a more lenient sentence than waiting for the Democrats to come in. That might be my plan. Chef, are you here? Because I'm Chef right here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. You want to talk about? You said that nobody knew about the Monroe Doctrine.
No, that was some time ago. I think you guys have kind of went in a different direction since then. But I mean, if you do your research and you understand the Monroe Doctrine is about hemispheric control. If you look at what's happening, it's a three-part situation that's happening right now with what we're dealing with right now. As far as this current administration, prior administrations were more apt to, collaboration individually. Who's in trouble? I hope not. The other side of it is that with our current attempt to failures at NAFTA, which was the first initial attempt to kind of create an America's, not just for the purposes of having business, in trade agreements between Canada and other South American countries, right? And I know people are going, oh no, this is all, Kenyism and all that stuff, but that's not the case. It's just a general picture of it all. The premise around what, America First or America's First has been around for a while. It didn't work. A lot of the policies didn't work. But what we see happening in Venezuela, influence and placement in Brazil, Guyana, oil and such, and a lot of South American countries.
Did you say America's first? When was that?
Yes, America.
Y'all let him cook. You're right. You gotta let him cook.
Yeah. That's good. I said it was a failed attempt. It's a failed attempt process that's not necessarily working out. I think if you would rather critique vernacular or grammatical spelling, I could just be quiet and let you explain it.
No, I'm not trying to critique spelling. I just never.
No, I'm just even terminology. I can be quiet and just.
No, it's not about spelling though.
What's happening currently? I'll be quiet. All right, I'll go to the audience.
It's okay, Chef.
We need new voices.
No, Chef, thanks.
So, Chef, you
Y'all
said
gotta stop cutting him off.
Yeah, if you said if we broke down the Monroe Doctrine, you said it was about hemispheric dominance. What do you mean? Break that down.
Here's spirit.
Let me ask you this. 1 second.
Yeah,
what was Monroe, when you say the Monroe Doctrine about hemispheric dominance, break it down. What was Monroe saying?
Basically, America's for Americas, right? European interference, European interference, any Eastern interference wouldn't be directly applied to how we structure what happens in the state of affairs in a paraphrase sense with regards to Americas, including Latin America. So that would be the, U.S. This is, again, the process and structure was prior to us recognizing Canada as a part of the Americas. At that particular time when it was first really, thought about.
So when the Monroe Doctrine, you said when the Monroe Doctrine, that was about us recognizing Canada as part of the.
No, that's not what I said. I said Canada was not.
I'm asking.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm asking.
The Monroe Doctrine was a part of our policy. At the time that it was presented, was a part of. Was supposed to be a guideline for policy as far as how we manage the Western Hemisphere, South America, Latin America, and the United States of America at its same time.
And it was about the United States managing the Western Hemisphere?
No, it wasn't necessarily specifically about the United States managing the Western Hemisphere, but it would be its majority structure and majority leader.
No.
So you didn't read it, or you don't understand it?
Well,
because somebody's saying no. Because it was written in 1904. Initially presented in 1800.
It's not stupid, and it wasn't 1904. The original purpose was 1800s, clown.
You said the Monroe Doctrine was written in 1803. You said the Monroe Doctrine was written.
No, I did not say. I did not say it was written in 1904. Again, you're going to get caught.
You just said
No, I did not say that. You said that. You asked the question.
You just said that.
I said it was presented in 1823. I didn't say it was created in 1904.
You said first it was 1904.
I didn't say, no, I did not.
So what happened in 1904?
You sure did.
No, I did not.
You might be lying. It's okay if you misspoke. What's the point of lying?
But I'm not misspoken.
You misspoke.
Brother Van.
I said 1800.
I wonder why we can't make other friends.
One second, look.
Tell me who was in fucking charge in 1904.
I haven't said much. I just want to listen. You did say that, brother. Like, I'm not taking sides. You literally
Yeah, that's
said
fine. If I misspoke, then okay.
It's okay.
Then send me to the group. Send me to the group for me.
No, it's okay. It's okay. No, it's okay.
No, send me to the group what's happening as far as what's happening now.
It's okay. It's okay. We saw each other live. So, thanks for so.
You know,
You said you didn't misspeak. That's fine. Don't worry about it. I got it. Yeah,
okay. That's
so
right.
what's the point about Canada that you were making? Because I missed that.
I wasn't making a point about Canada. This was just in regards to the Monroe Doctrine.
No, you said something about recognizing Canada like a minute
I did
ago.
not say that. I said Canada was not yet recognized as a part of the Americas.
When was it recognized as part of the? When was it recognized as part of the Americas? Gotcha. Yeah, I'm just letting you ask the question. All you do is ask basic questions. This was a man who was in the goo that was mocking every speaker for being dumb. That's what he was doing. He was mocking every. Oh, he's back. Perfect. When was Canada recognized as part of the Americas?
I'm gonna make him cry in the car.
Oh, I see. So he's allowed to call all of us dumb, but we're not allowed to ask him questions.
I didn't call any of you dumb.
I did. When you
never told me who didn't know. Did you know what the Monroe Doctrine was?
I did. It was the 7th annual speech by James Monroe, who was the 5th president of the United States. He was the 4th or 5th president to it. You just correct. Be quiet. I'm telling you what it is. I'm about to tell you. You want me to tell you? Because you said you don't know what it was. I can tell you what it was.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Oh, no, I'm tell you. Stay. That's what I said. See how it is? Just let that. I'll cook it. He's the chef, but I cook them. The problem is that people come and call people dumb all the time, and then they come up on stage and we hear them. He said people in here were too dumb to know what the Monroe Doctrine was. He called them dumb. Every time someone came up, they don't know what that is. They're dumb. But of course, for concrete, that's okay. He can call us dumb and shit. But when we ask him a question, he crashes out. We're the bad guy.
He ain't called me though.
Oh, yes, he did. While you were talking, he was calling you dumb too. Oh, shit. It was during your segment, concrete.
This is why we don't have new friends.
You know what's crazy?
Not coming to the barbecue.
We done brought up Monroe Doctrine so much. One time I had to play a 15-minute clip so that people in the room understood what Monroe Doctrine. So, for this dumb motherfucker to come up on stage and try to explain something from 1904 where James Madison would have might have been, I don't even know what age he was, but if you're talking about the 1800s, he might have been 130 some odd years old.
Yes, he was chopping up. He was, what's the dude from Star Wars is really old. Yeah, he was long dead by 1904.
The fuck is going on here?
Hopefully he just confused the Roosevelt corollary to the Monroe Doctrine.
Very nice, Leo.
There you go. I think that's exactly right. Exactly. There you go. I'm not training y'all. They're training the Soviets right now.
I'm just trolling you.
He taking your lady lessons.
That's nasty word.
I love my lady.
Yeah, he's an old like Yoda. But again, you come in, you call it was during concrete segment, and Sweet, they were talking, he was calling them dumb. They should shut up, they don't know what they're talking about, they're too dumb to know what the Monroe Doctrine is and all that stuff they was talking about. That's what he was doing. Finally got to hear him.
Well, he's not wrong.
You're too dumb to know what the Monroe Doctrine is?
That was a joke, brother. That was a joke.
Oh, okay, I was just taking your truth.
Going back to Pavel Banda, you know who was building a bridge over that strait?
Yes.
Gonna guess.
Easy guess.
Yep. And then to Djibouti. That's the bridge, right?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, Yemen to Djibouti, yeah.
Y'all says an easy guess. I didn't see a thing. Let me see. Saudi.
Yes. Good.
I only guessed that because didn't the original Saudis come from down there? Aren't they? Ain't that their reason?
Saudi, but who Saudi?
Exposing my limits in public like that.
I'd love to ask questions too.
I love to say I don't know. That's not how
It's somebody that we killed. It's somebody we killed.
Oh, Bin Laden's dad. Oh, oh, his brother.
It was the brother. It's a brother. Yeah.
The daddy was a baller. I had not seen the biography of the daddy. I want to read about the daddy. The daddy was a baller. He had all the kids. The daddy was a baller. You know, Osama, the mom, that baby mom's, if I recall correctly, what Osama's daddy's baby mom only had him. All the other baby moms had multiple kids. I don't want to be a Freudian or someone to touch on Piaget or any of the childhood psychologists, but that might have something to do with Usama a little bit. I'm not going to hold you. He was always an outcast because everybody else, the baby moms, had lots of kids.
You know, their people used to go and train at night. Like, they will get out to go and train at night, not during the day. In the countries they were being harbored. Because they didn't want people to track them.
Did France launch the ship that launched Charles de Gaulle or no? Any update on that?
Look it up.
Patty, have you seen that, or anybody, but Pat mentioned, did you see that, it went around and neoliberals saw it, the ceremony that the French do when they launch the submarines? Did you see that?
Yeah.
On
I did. I was also live.
That was dope, yeah.
Oh my goodness. I was watching
That's why y'all want to have this goddamn parade.
Yes, that was so dope.
And the song they were singing and everything.
Yeah, that was great. That was great.
Macron felt like he was the leader.
He is a leader.
He was Napoleon the Fourth.
Yes.
You know, we keep sleeping on the French man, but the France is a motherfucking beast, bro.
The French.
They don't be taking urine.
Oh, for sure. Well, I was gonna say the French propped up an Austrian emperor of Mexico for like 5 years. When they want to be on their good. Now they eventually lost and he was shot to death. But they did do it for a while. It's pretty baller. You know, America doesn't teach.
Go ahead.
What'd you say, Patty?
I was gonna say y'all keep sleeping on them and they tasteless ass food.
For the Mexicans or the French?
The French.
Oh, you're out of your mind. You ever had steak au pois, Patty?
I don't know.
It's delicious.
Everything that I've ever ate.
I came up here to the warehouse
Listen, brother.
Patty, I came up to crash on this comment that you said to the back.
It's so good. Your recovery, so good. It is so good. But they don't really teach
So do you guys know that Khomeini
they played them on loudspeakers, and his cult grew. Yeah. The revolution was planned in France, in the countryside. Yeah, that's exactly. And then when he went back to Tehran, he was escorted, I believe, by French soldiers, if I recall correctly. I may be misremembering the history. I apologize, but I think that's what happened.
I'm working in the background, but yes, you're right. 120 journalists.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, the previous Tola, Rohola, that guy was good at our farming. He was better than Macron. Just look at some photos of him. It's insane.
Well, I don't think that's fair because we look back at the sepia tones of the 1970s, and to us, it feels both old and new. I think it might just be like if you took some Macron photos and put it through a sepia filter, he might be able to do it too. I don't know, man. I think Macron was. I think he's the leader of Europe, and I believe he's actually the leader of the free world.
Just look at the old photos. So, like there are relatively modern photos of this guy. Yes, it's a little bit sepia, but come on.
No, I know. I actually did a little. I did a dive. Did a shallow to mini dive, and I did images of him like sitting down under trees, holding court, and what he was wearing. He was. I could see how there was a real cult around him. In a way, there wasn't for his successor. And I could see too how he inspired non-religious zealots, like the leftists liked him, and the students liked him, and the anti-monarchy people liked him. So yeah, he was very good. He understood politics very well. But this is the problem we have now in Iran is another problem people can blame on the left. The problem is the right wingers don't read, so they'll never get it. I'm done speaking.
That's a fact, Amoni.
Case in point.
Are we done
Fact, Amoni number 2.
Are we done with the Jeffrey Epstein thing? Now that we have been this war?
Oh, no.
Wait a minute. No, stay up, because I'm glad you said that. There's a politician in New Mexico, concrete, a Democrat, who said, did y'all see the story today? It disturbed me so bad, I had to go and eat some plantain chips. She said she had people, because he had some ranch out there. Oh, Mel, hold your hat. People have come up to her and said that their organs, maybe sperm, was harvested from the Epstein stuff.
I don't think we're gonna go back there.
Wait, what happened? Yeah, sperm on the phone.
Is that Stansburg there? Stansburg?
He said, well, did he say that there's sperm on the farm? What happened? What did he say?
He said harvested.
What does that mean? Like, you harvest it? You harvest sperm?
What was the conversation? Because I was trying to reply tonight.
He was talking about Epstein Charles. Asked the question. Now that there's boards and such, have you forgot?
Yeah, you told me to go to sleep. What the hell?
I said, go ahead.
No, but before that, we were talking about.
Okay, Dan's back, so he can explain. So, go ahead, Dan.
My internet went out. New Mexico.
Zorro Ranch in New Mexico has been Epstein home. Much more than that.
A New Mexico state rep claimed on Tuesday. I'm in the back of my house. I'm sorry. I Workers Index.
Get the nest. You got the nest?
Yes, you're driving, go back wherever you were. Yeah.
Put something. My house, one of the houses I have is over 5,000 square feet. I had to get double. So you, depending on how big your house is, I think the nest was the best for me.
If you're speaking, we lost you, Dan. We lost you. Go back to the front of the house.
If people be buying one system out of Best Buy because somebody went and sold something to them, you gotta get it double.
We count Patty's square footage.
I don't have 5,000 square feet here, so it's not.
Remember there was the claim that Epstein wanted to create some superhumans or something? Y'all remember that? It was in the files.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all remember
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, so there you go.
You on the harvesting. Go back. Lost you. What? You said there was a representative, a Democrat, and then we lost you.
Oh, said that quote, they had sex organs and sperm harvested from their bodies and woke up around medical equipment, not knowing where they were or what happened to them.
But, wait.
Lord, we can hear you.
When it comes to Epstein, isn't that what Elon's doing? He only wants to fuck intelligent women that look a little decent. He's trying to create
Yeah, but I think he's doing it through sex. But I think Epstein.
Yeah, but Epstein was the same too, like get a bunch of women pregnant.
No, but he took out sex organs. Like he took out the box. Urethras.
Y'all heard of George Church? He was that guy, some chick. He was some dude from Harvard. I know it's been referenced with Elon.
The guy that wanted to buy black women eggs, he was like, you would get a lot of money for those eggs.
Oh.
He even offered to buy their period blood.
Mine for sale, mine's still good. I ain't got no job.
I'm not saying that, no. If you want the minstrel,
He legitimately made that offer. There was a table full of...
Administration.
What's that, administration?
Look, me and Lady is down.
I'll get the link for y'all.
How much were they offering?
He didn't say a specific price. They were all seated at the table, man. He didn't say a specific price, but he definitely made the offer for their minstrel play.
Yeah, my mom's pretty smart. She's actually really
Saying it was like auction stuff. You had to make a bid. The women looked disgusted at that table, though. I will say, all the women at the table.
I wouldn't be disgusted. I'm cool with it.
I mean,
Nonprofit Open the Books Breaking News did an analysis of the Pentagon spending last year. And in September, the Pentagon spent, now y'all told me black people. After I read this, y'all can't tell me there's not black people doing the ordering. Because listen to this. They spent $2 million on Alaskan king crab, $6.9 million on lobster tail, $15.1 million on ribeye steak, and $1 million on salmon. Excuse me, salmon. Salmon.
Not to be confused with salmon. Salmon.
272 orders of donuts for $140,000 and ice cream machines for $25,000.
No, I don't.
That is what the Pentagon spent in September on food.
If you said
That is a total
I would
of
agree.
$22 million on steak, lobster, salmon, donuts, and I don't ever want to hear back and talk about waste frog used again.
We're talking Krispy Kreme or Dunkin' Donuts?
Well, I'm guessing probably. It might be Krispy Kreme if it's in.
If it were us, if it was us, we would be ordering Krispy Kreme. If it was going to be Dunkin's, they probably also order.
What city is Pentagon in a blanket?
They probably
Yeah, they got Krispy Kremes in Arlington.
You're right. They got them in Virginia. They probably ordered nasty ass Dunkin'.
They used to have one on DuPont. I used to go to all the time.
That's no, and they closed all the other ones. They ordered nasty ass Dunkin'.
I'm saying it's not black people because they went overboard with the Alaskan king. Black people just do a king crab. Now, Alaskan king crab legs are very, very big. Black people don't eat stuff that big. And you know what? What is his name? Rambo, shut your mouth. Oh, wow. Don't get
We're not going to have this back.
We don't do this shit. No, I don't do this shit.
Krispy Kremes all day. There's Krispy Kremes all day.
Yeah, I can't believe in New York with this Dunkin' Donuts. Sounds crazy.
All right.
I mean, no, the coffee will get you.
No, you can't clean it up now, man. You already.
No, the donuts suck. The donuts suck.
You got to get moved to the audience.
All right, we had enough of bad segment. Can we get back to my segment, please?
Yeah, we already get back. We're in the Dunkin' Donuts segment, Concrete. What do you know?
Wait, did any of you guys see the Man with 1,000 Kids documentary on Netflix? It's literally about sperm donation.
Yeah, I saw that.
And this guy was like a Viking type person, and it became a problem because they said he broke the agreement and donated sperm to about 150 children in this small like Netherlands community. So now he's like a Viking type, you know, he's got the long blonde hair, like that kind of thing. So when the mothers look through the book to be like, oh, I want this guy, the problem is now all the parents are worried that the kids in the small town are going to end up meeting each other and then having kids of their own, and then they're going to be fucked up. But the more fucked up part about this is that this guy went to Mexico, he went to Kenya, he went to Australia, and donated his sperm all over the place because he wanted to donate his like white supremacist sperm all over the world. That's it.
Yeah, I saw that last year. I mean, like that's I don't know. I think they do that in Oklahoma too, because people in Oklahoma never mind. That's another story for another day. But yeah, I did see the documentary. Wild story. Wild story.
Real nasty.
I didn't know this thing that much for sperm.
I guess that's the true meaning of sowing your royal oats. Yes.
Yeah, I was saying, all of those women wanted that type of a man. It's like they all wanted that.
And they got it.
Yeah.
Correction, European women and women in that region wanted that type of Neanderthal type.
Oh no, even in Kenya.
But by and large, let's stop it. Let's not.
You don't know.
Even the black women like it. Come on, let's go. African kings, they want the African home.
In the documentary, so if you watch it, you will see how all of them were yearning for such a man, because they were given a selection of different people, and they.
I didn't see any black women though. Did you guys see any black women in that documentary?
I mean, to be fair, these are people going to a sperm clinic, so you got to consider the source as well. But
What's wrong with going to sperm clinic? That's a good point. Very valid point.
no, I didn't say anything wrong with it. I thought that's a specific demographic of person.
What demographic with that?
The demographic that you can't get a man that deposits semen in them naturally.
Lesbian?
You have to do no over the rules. Come on. Where's your mama?
She's not here.
In New York City.
You selling her a business, bro.
You in Dunkin' Donuts?
So, moving right along. Yep. Any other news?
She's only here for one and six
Where'd you hear it from? You said you heard, so where'd you hear it from?
I don't know what. You're right. I think it was on X or something. Elon Musk.
Oh, that's fine. Where you
I made X. That's awesome. He ain't had nothing. He just makes stuff up. He like to start stuff.
You got it till March 31st, concrete. So you
nobody go nowhere.
Yeah, she just here for Women's History Month.
So if me and her disappear during Juneteenth to go to Bali, then Dan gotta run the room. What the fuck you think is gonna happen then?
Y'all hear how that crime boss had his son executed over there?
Who would be black?
You talking about Trump?
No.
You said crime boy. I'm sorry. Organized syndicate. Our country's being run. I'm sorry. Let me go back on me.
Stay on it. Every time I get my car washed at this one particular place, it attracts like these little bugs. So weird.
Yeah, I told you, you have to go to a professional to get your lights out.
Yeah, I get somebody to come to my house. We need to look and see if we can get some mobile people to come.
I was just going to say that. Look for the mobile car wash guy, and use them. To me, that sounds like well water, and well water is nasty, and it will attract bugs.
Tiani, and y'all do the membership subscription?
I used to when I was younger. At this point, I have them come to my house.
They're like everywhere. I don't trust it. Like, they're just as plentiful as like laundromats now. They're everywhere. I don't know if they can make that much money if they saturate it. Like every block has one. I think they kind of cannibalizing the competition.
I think it's a private equity bubble where they saw a good business model.
I see them empty over here. It's like always uncles outside playing their music. Like they go through the car wash and bring their own rag and they dry themselves.
Right. What did you have that demo? You talking about like the Dodge Charger?
No, I'm talking about the ones with the Tahoe.
Oh, okay.
Or over in it'd be like, they got their Lexus or something, or Buick. I tried to go yesterday when the first day it got warm. It was like 70 degrees. I pulled up. I turned around immediately. It was packed, like the whole vacuuming area at the car wash. They was playing their moving the speed.
You don't like the car washes? It be lit at the car washes.
No, it do be lit. It was just the line was too long. Like cars couldn't even fit to wait in line no more. It was too many.
So you pay, because I don't have one of those memberships. You paying like $25 and you still got to vacuum it out yourself?
Yeah, I need to do it.
I can't do all that.
Yeah, they like to do it. I think it's better. But
They do it to peacock, though. They do it because they can peacock while they're doing it. It's not just.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's why they're doing it. That's what I was saying. There's like a bunch of older men with their cars, and they all outside wiping it down with their little rags.
No, I'm there with you. In LA, it's not just the older men. In LA, the car washes is lit in general. Like if you go there, somebody like LA has a big car culture in general. Like we're different than a lot of places. But there you have a decent car, then people will pull up, and a lot of people don't even wash their feet. Get out.
Yeah, that's why I rely on mobile.
I don't like that either. I like my space. I be looking at people sideways when they get into it.
Hey, doctor, back in the day though, like we used to do that, and we would like go down to Haynes Point. So you would like get your car, like get ready, like go down to like the Haynes Point, Avondale, whatever. Like we had places where we would take the car, but you definitely updating your car is a big deal in the DC Metro.
That's in LA right now. Like what they do.
Upgraded to slingshots, so y'all don't wash the car no more. Now y'all got your slingshots on U Street on Sunday.
I got a slingshot. That's funny. But at the end of the day, what they do out here is they'll like everybody meet up at the car wash, and then they'll go to like Venice Beach, Santa Monica Beach, or downtown Hollywood Boulevard, and then line the cars up and down the boulevard and party. Like that's normal shit. I mean, if you got something worth talking about, you know.
Where the women are, there shall we be. So that's
exactly like exactly.
What is a slingshot?
So
It's like uncle's version of a go-kart.
Now, you know what?
That's hilarious. That's the best description I heard of it.
I went when I was in Hawaii. I was gonna buy one. They're not like.
No, they're not cool. They're like crazy.
What was that song you played? You make me happy.
Yeah, they're fun.
That's the music blasting. Like,
Exactly.
And the light show.
That's the only
And the light show.
I think that is because I'm trying to say.
Atlanta got a big slingshot culture, actually. They really do.
every right now, it's the light show.
It's
Yeah.
like roller skating. It's like roller
I'm trying to
skating.
tell you now, as soon as you get warm on like a Sunday afternoon, there will be like eight older black men with their ladies in the car playing go-go music, driving down the street slow as hell, just so people can see they slingshot and hear their music.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, or they'll be in like going to the cigar lounge and they pull up and they slingshot. They just had meetups like 2022, 2023. They will have slingshot meetups and just hang out.
Let's do off of the United States and cities.
Wow,
of the
that
United
is
States.
so different from this colored state of ours. They don't even play music like that in the car wash. You literally go through, come out, dry your car, and leave. You wipe it and go.
No,
That's boring.
that sounds boring as shit.
Yeah, it is. Play music, but I'm worried one day they're going to be like, this is just too much.
But you all use it as a utility, not as like an experience, as like entertainment.
Yes, you use it as an entertainment, because in South Africa, like car wash, booty shows, you name it, queen, music, DJ, there's an old DJ at the car wash, and there's a barbecue right next to it.
I have a question. Does Detroit do slingshots, or do they just do the old school cars? Because I know they have a heavy old school car kind of thing going on. Do they even do slingshots in Detroit? Like they do like in New York, Philly, LA? Do they do that in like Detroit?
Is Brian here? He would know. Oh, he said yes.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, Detroit old school car shows are bad. Shout out to Detroit.
Question for Detroit, since you got on that, Rambo, is what is that? Oh my God, I can't think of the name. Belle Isle, is that still a thing?
Oh, yes. It will never not be a thing. They actually,
That was the spot back in the day. That was like Hayes Point, but that was man, it was easy work out there. It was like.
so they had a slide at Belle Isle that went viral because they reopened it, and like they had to change like the pitch of the slide because people were like flying down and like knocking people out at the bottom. It was hilarious. Well, nobody really got hurt too bad.
Jane and Spiritus, Dr. Library put in the chat what it is. A slingshot is an adult go-kart.
They'll see what
That's her. That's what she's calling it.
So I still have scars on my butt from the Belle Isle slide from when I was younger. That stuff will burn you. You will knock your head out. But it's the funnest slide in the world.
Did you see when they reopened it? Was it like 2 years ago they reopened it?
Yeah.
And like all the people,
Concussions.
it was crazy. They were like, oh.
Because for the people that don't know, you like wear like a burlap sack and you go down it and it's big metal slides, and when it's hot out, you like burn your butt a little bit. Like I have like literally a scar on the side of my thigh from the Belle Isle slide. I was actually there yesterday. It's Belle Isle is amazing.
zoo with the sad little lion.
So I didn't live in that area. So like I was in the DJ, but one of my best friends lived there. Michigan. I used to like fly up there, and I used to go to a club called the Vault, and we go to Belle Isle. But it was like this, like maybe so like early '90s or whatever. And I didn't really do a lot out there other than just like sort of like the drive around thing in the cars and just like sort of that whole scene. That's what I was pretty much doing at Belle Isle.
Belle Isle barbecues and like we used to even swim in the Detroit River like constantly, not knowing what was in there. But the state took it over now, so because it went into like, when the city went bankrupt, it went into like dilapidation sad for such a beautiful. I mean, it rivals. It wasn't it Albert Kahn who created Belle Isle. Is the same person who created what was it again? What's that? Central Park.
Yeah, Central Park.
Cooking and listen. Yeah,
And so they have a conservatory, aquarium. Like it's very beautiful.
I love it. I grew up going there. It's amazing.
Yeah, Detroit has amazing architecture, like a lot of like old like mansions, so much because there was so much wealth there. But Detroit was beautiful. It just the dilapidation was like horrible, but there literally are some amazing just homes and just buildings and just a lot of like beautiful things to look at in Detroit.
Hey, good evening, everybody. I thought I would join in since y'all were talking about my city. I live right across from Belle Isle. I can look out my window and see it, man. Detroit is wonderful, man. Y'all sleep on my city.
Rivertown, huh?
Yep.
Yep.
Well, we're actually the Gold Coast.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Right.
I grew up on the east side with my grandparents on Gresham Young.
Gresham Young. Okay. I spent all my summers in Jefferson Chalmers, so.
Yep.
So let me ask you, the Gold Coast, is that where Anita Baker lived, like a community out there or whatever? Is that like where Anita Baker was?
She lived in Grosse Pointe.
Okay, was that on one of the lakes off of
Lake St. Clair, right?
Okay, I remember that driving by there. I had an aunt that lived in like Ferndale off of like 7 Mile, I think, and then like I had like friends that lived in Southfield and like Farmington Hills.
Hey, yeah, Detroit's a cool place to visit, man. Especially during the summer jazz festival or African World Festival. Also sports, because we win in the Super Bowl next year, so.
Come on, you know that the Lions are taxed right off.
Winning what?
They're never
Super
gonna
Bowl?
win.
Not the NFL.
National Football League, yes.
And Madden?
I just found that out that like literally since the Ford family bought it, they're in the business of losing because it's a tax write-off for them.
Well, it's their toy. And they pass it from family member to family member to manage, but it's like it's like having a yacht for a very rich person.
So they suppose they cursed the Bobby Lane though, that like that just got broken with Dane Campbell when they started kind of turning around, but they were supposed to be, for all those years, there literally is a thing about that.
I know, there is, yeah.
Aren't they like one of the only teams that never won a Super Bowl ever?
Correct. They are one of the ones. Yep.
That's insane.
They've never been.
I didn't know they never been. I just thought they never won. They never even been?
Nope.
So wait, who's never been? Them, the Browns, Jaguars, who else?
Texans.
Tax them, yes.
The Rams. Wait, no, we got one. We got a ring recently. Never mind. Scratch that.
Did the Redskins win? Long time ago?
The Redskins don't. We got three. Yeah, like I'm a joke is we got three different quarterbacks, whichever. The Honeycombs win like 3 Super Bowl trophies with 3 different quarterbacks. So yeah, let's not get started. We can do that.
Jim, I just want to say, not everybody can be a winner. So, you know,
I understand.
allow the people to continue to, you know, dream. Don't get that one there.
They need to drink.
Fish Belly, exactly. Yeah, Fish Belly is speaking it into existence. So, you know, go Lions. Yeah.
I'm surprised when I see we could use the fan base.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, he sounds very, very muffled and low.
It's probably because it's based on.
Oh, Fish Belly. They blue and gold, right?
Yeah.
Their colors are the exact same colors as the Ford Motor Company.
I like blue and gold. I like navy blue and gold.
Honolulu blue is the name of the color.
Okay.
Fish Belly, I'm not quite sure though about the offensive coordinator we got this year though. The guy from Arizona.
They say he's smart. He's like a cerebral offensive coordinator.
Oh, don't worry about it. Y'all will be out by the second round of the playoffs. Don't worry about it.
And this is why you can't tell your dreams with certain people, because they will destroy it. You see that?
We gotta be Chicago, man. They keep getting better.
Oh, you gotta be Green Bay. Parsons had them looking real good.
I think it was the most competitive division this year, right?
It definitely was, yeah.
Yeah.
It was a tough division, man. We lost our center last year. That's what happened. We lost Grant now, and things went south.
Injury's part of the game, not an excuse.
This guy.
See, yo, that's why we say the NFL stands for not for fucking long.
I think he added an extra.
Yeah. Still rings true.
Well, if you put the not for together, you know.
Yeah, all right with the extra F in there. It's not for long, but yeah.
The 4 is silent.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. It's
Now, I want to also give the hourly reminder to the CEO that Elon Musk is running an elaborate Ponzi scheme, and he will be.
Oh, you really trying to set him up. Go ahead, set him up.
I'm trying to help this brother. He doesn't know that he's dealing with modern day shark.
Incredible. Thank you, Doctor.
When the Chinese look, BYD, three words, right? And when the Chinese
bring your own beer,
BYD. Hold on, I'll tell you this. You don't want to let your Exactly.
Build your own
dream. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
When they are allowed to invade the market as they should be, your boy Elon Musk will be.
Never gonna get it.
Isn't Canada and Peoria know now?
Why are you saying they're never gonna get
They
it?
recently just started saying
Because we're never gonna open up the auto market to the Chinese. It'd be incredibly stupid.
dumb as hell.
3 Chinese.
The quality of their bills are way better.
Why are you saying that? Wait.
It'll kill too many jobs.
You need to see some of their electric car bills, First Lady. It's ridiculous. Like high-end luxury bills for a workman price.
Right, no, I remember y'all talking about it, last year. So, but, whoa, that was serious. So y'all don't think it'll happen? Okay.
America's dumb enough to allow them to infiltrate. That's why they have 100% tariff. Like, you don't pay double for them to come in.
I mean, why would give it like 20
You
seconds?
still gotta alter it to meet our standards here in the United States.
Elon Musk needs pressure to change his, pricing model. Why would America hold Americans hostage so that he can continue to rake us over the coals? That's not good American behavior, see. That's bad capitalism.
Why don't you rate your local congressman?
I don't have to write the congressman because I understand inevitability, my good friend. You're the one hoping and wishing for our continued demise, but we're hoping for cheap EVs from China. Thank you, Emily.
I will say, concrete, that Tesla still ranks number 5 in the Chinese market, but that still means there's 4 cars that are dominating. So, I guess that's to your point.
Is Tesla the number 1 non-Chinese company?
Yep. He's looking for your police. Looking for a silver medal.
I think they're like number 3. I'll have to look though.
The funny thing, he's the one who showed them how to build electric cars. They offered him, like in Shanghai, I'm not quite sure, a giga plant there, and he went there. And the Chinese by that time weren't building cars, electric cars. So they stole all of his intellectual property, most likely.
That's China's specialty, man.
Of course they did.
Yeah. He didn't invent it over there. It wasn't his
They
IP.
redesign it and remanufacture it and upgrade it slightly and slap their own name on it. That's the name.
It wasn't his IP, first of all. He didn't found the company. He partnered with 2 other dudes.
They took over.
So, I swear, bro.
No, I agree with you. He just took over. He dominated.
No, I'm just trying to continue. I'm just gonna make sure.
No, he created
the
concrete. He
I'm just
created
gonna make sure I keep the gas price.
He made it concrete. He made it
He did. He still has his little etch a sketch where he drew everything.
He did. Yes, correct.
Liquidates his portfolio.
When he was 7 years old, Gemini.
Gemini, this is the same thing I tried to warn you about Bitcoin, bro. I'm trying to warn him about Tesla.
Well, you don't need to worry about Bitcoin. I'm still in the green, brother. I'm good.
Yeah, Concrete, you said that, it was going up. You said it was $2,600?
It went up to 71,000 today, but I think it's still up, but it went down to 69. I just checked.
I got in at 27 on the average, brother. I'm good.
Congratulations, brother.
Where's my uncle at? Y'all didn't say nothing about my uncle? When I seen that 40 acres and mule shirt, I was done. Anyway, any other news? What else is going on? And whoever said that I got my car washed with well water is crazy. That was insane. Well water.
Did you hear the report about Trump's Eric and Don Jr., who supposedly in bed with an Israeli drone company that's trying to manufacture in America and get a contract with the Pentagon? Talk about that.
That's like normal. How is that news?
I just heard about it today. So if it's been reported already,
No. I'm just saying that's what they do every day.
That's a fact. That is a fact.
They're the gateway to federal contracts, like literally.
Straight fact.
That was me. I said the car wash may be using well water, but Brian said it's the soap, so he may be right. I was just,
Yeah, it's a sealant. It's whatever they seal it with, like the wax coat. I think that's what attracts them. It's just like these bugs to my car. I just had this red. I don't know. It looked like it was supposed to be a bee, but then it looked like it was possibly a mosquito. But all I know was red. It was very red.
firefly. Could be creatures that be eating everything. Red, is that like butterfly style wings?
No, it was,
Oh,
no, this, it looked like a mosquito, but it was red.
Do y'all feel relieved that the war is over, but you have a sneaking suspicion the war is not over?
The war is not over. I remember it's over when they say it's over.
Hall of Fame, that's my Hall of Famer.
They're trying to mind.
You get in a fight, and you beat somebody's ass, right? And you stop in a fight and say, I won. And they still got the capability of knocking your bitch ass out while you sitting there with your back turned to the audience.
No. They can knock out your friend, Gemini, not you.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, we got the Trump spokesman. Thank you, CEO.
But wait a minute, what's that boy named Concrete? This is what I'm talking about. Why are you trolling like that?
Oh, my trolling.
He's a Hall of Famer. He's the best. He's the best at what he does. Let me speak for you, Concrete. He's the best. He's like Michael. Like, you know, when we like
Get him, Michael. Get him, Mike.
he on the court, like, you know what I'm saying? Like working on new retorts, new comebacks. Like Concrete is on his game like 24/7. That's how you become great. Concrete is about great.
Michael.
And personally, I want you to notice something. Every time you ask him if he's trolling, right? His response, the level of his tone in his response indicates the level of the troll. So when his voice goes up a few octaves, why would you say I'm trolling?
Exactly.
That's the indicator right there.
Exactly. A true indicator.
He said your neighborhood is crazy.
Why didn't you just go ahead and share your thoughts versus asking, is this how others, but no, what are your thoughts? You asked a question. You didn't give your thoughts.
I'm sorry, but I think it's so popular.
And Michael, I'm disappointed.
And make my medicine guy, nigga.
He's not still original. He's predictable now. Jordan and he kept innovating. They kept innovating later in their career. Concrete isn't innovating.
You know, I like the fact he brings that workman effort too. You know what I'm saying? He's not innovative, but just the fact that he brings his lunch bill every day, I think it deserves, you know, some notoriety. One thing I was gonna say though to his question, do you know? So this whole thing that Trump has done, and I don't know how much plays it, but the fact that this thing with the Tomahawk missile and the girls' school, and the fact that we assassinated the supreme leader, his children, and now like one of his sons is in command. I don't think that this is gonna go away. I just think something like, you know, we've already done enough to that region, but this is something, this shit. I don't think that Trump is getting over. I just don't think this is gonna go away. Literally, this is not going anywhere. They're really, you know, they should be. If somebody came and did that in America, you know, we would never forget it. Pearl Harbor, and we did what we did. I'm saying this shit is bad. That's all I'm gonna say.
I mean, well, there's always hope. And, I mean, I don't know. We just gotta see what the end's gonna be. I don't wanna predict that though.
I don't want to predict it either, but I'm saying how many times, because this is something that was totally senseless and didn't have to be done. There was no provocation, so we look like the bad guy to everybody. Normally, if we do something, there's some justification, whether it be like weapons of mass destruction, whatever like we're using for that time. This is literally one man that decided he's going to do something, and in doing that, he killed, and the number keep going up, went from like 150 to 160, I was going to say 180 school children, and then seeing the graves and all this that they're on, and then the fact that he like killed this man, like members of his family. I'm just saying that, like, I'm not saying I don't want anything to happen, but I'm just saying I don't think it's going. I just, you know, how can we keep doing this shit and like not getting any repercussions for it? So
Well,
I don't know.
that's why I was speaking in the atmosphere that I do not support people dying.
Agreed. I agree with that 1,000%.
And that's all over, right? So, and I hope that the people there will understand that not everybody has the same sentiments. I
They
understand.
do.
And that's all I can do is just put my heart out there and let people know, like, you have my sincere condolences, and if I had it my way, this wouldn't be happening.
So the thing I think that we benefit from is that the fact that we do have so much like press coverage, the internet is so prevalent, just all these things like TikTok.
Michael,
They can't see all of that over there.
For showing the fact that it's like they're calling it the Epstein class or Epstein regime is what they're referring to it overseas. So it's all getting tied to Trump and just all of this cabal of people. That's what's getting done. It's not against getting tied to the American people, basically.
Michael, what surprised me yesterday in the press conference, he was saying that the imminent attack on the U.S. troops was based on feelings. Donald Trump feels that was an imminent attack, and when he got pressed on, he said Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, Marco Rubio, and who else? The defense secretary, I guess, are the ones that were briefing him, and he said, I had a feeling, so I had to go preemptively attack Iran. So this whole war is about feelings. It wasn't about intelligence coming from the U.S. intelligence services. So that was really stuck with me a little bit. You know what I mean?
Right, and then I'm sorry, what were we going to say?
I was just going to ask why he doesn't acknowledge Trump's spidey sense.
Trump's spidey sense was based on. Matter of fact, that's one of the main clips from his speech yesterday that has went viral, by the way.
So context, because now there's a thing I saw today where Netanyahu from like 2001, he's talking to like a little, if you're like sitting in a house, just talking about sort of how movable the Americans are. And just Netanyahu's plan has always been that. So anybody that talks about what when they talk about this, Netanyahu has always been trying to get America to attack Iran, but just nobody's been dumb enough to do it. So Trump, I'm just saying that this shit is just bad. I'm just saying that again, have we just hit military targets or hit like the oil field? I just think the thing with this girls' school and the fact that we killed their supreme leader, I just don't see this going well for Trump. I don't think it falls on the American people as much, because I think everybody knows where we are. But I think that I don't know. It's just bad. It's bad. I'll shut up.
Can you not explain to me why you're assuming that he's lying about the tomahawk not coming from the U.S.? I'm a little confused.
Oh my God, please.
It's not possible that they could have stole the tomahawk, used that to bomb their own school.
What the hell?
And it's a video of that.
Hey, concrete's not the only whole thing, but that's what's up.
I mean, it's a possibility. Just saying.
Michael, it's Gemini's like rookie season. What are you doing?
I'm trying to figure this out. You guys are gonna work with me? Come on.
Is it true that Israel's really getting hammered also? Does anybody know?
Yes, I know that they are absolutely stealing tomahawks from the U.S. military. I already saw it.
Are y'all talking? I don't hear nothing. Hello? I guess I can't be heard.
Oh, Gemini was just talking. First, like, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. But I swear, Gemini was talking.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can hear you. I can hear you real clear.
I hear you too. Can you hear me? Okay.
I hear you. 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2.
Did y'all hear Michael though?
What is Mike say?
Michael got the loudest mic on the stage. We can always hear him.
Oh. Okay. Perhaps maybe I was in the matrix at the time. Okay. Thank you so sorry. Any other updates?
No, there's definitely, just real quick, there's definitely sarcasm. Trump lies about lying. Like, all he does is lie. Like, what we talk about?
I have a question. So, according to some accounts, they're saying that they did these attacks to kind of preempt what they felt like Iran was going to do. So, are they saying that Iran would have made some kind of attacks during Ramadan? Like, is that a thing? Like, would a country do that?
Why are you questioning?
I'm questioning y'all.
It's Israel. That's like literally Netanyahu. Like when he came to Congress, doing the whole thing where Trump met with him and he addressed and talked about big state and little state. And he was basically like dressing down people in Congress, talking about that we need to do something. He's basically trying to get us to go pick a fight with Iran. That's what he does. It's just, again, Trump's the only one dumb enough, or like they have enough, like their tentacles are into enough people now to where we acted on it. But this is all on Israel. That's literally all this is. Just he wants, listen to what they're saying. They want to build the third temple or whatever, but they want Armageddon. He wants to destroy. He wants this. This is all Netanyahu, all of it.
Because I mean, it just looks crazy that they're saying they were preempting something, and that you wipe out the ruling, almost all of the ruling family, and it's during a significant religious period for them. Like, how do you think you're going to be able to repair and establish a relationship with the successor? And you're tearing up their grounds. Like, how are they going to rebuild? Like,
again, they don't want that, right? They want Netanyahu wants. If he wants to usher in Armageddon, Netanyahu does not appear to care about the safety of the Israeli people by the way he's moving and the way he's acting. And what I was saying earlier, I saw something where like the IDF is apparently going out. There were videos of it. You can't, trust your eyes now, but they were like taking out cameras and they're just talking about that they're trying to keep information from coming out about how much damage they're sustaining. Because like Trent or somebody had said, like when they like shot off that first bit and then they slowed down, the Iranians are saying they want to punish them and us. So this is like sort of they were testing like vulnerabilities and don't. But apparently like Israel is taking like some major damage from like Iranian missiles. Just say all that say that Netanyahu he literally wants this. He's just been trying to pick a fight with them forever. And like I said, he tried to get President Obama to do it. Biden is just, Trump is just the only idiot that just actually, stepped up and just actually acted on it.
Matt and Goose said, as an Iranian, I want to say there's a lot of misinformation here. So I assume he's going to come.
Ali said that. Matt just responded.
Oh, he responded. Okay, well, Ali
I want Ali to come up.
Yeah, we need to be enlightened so we can disregard the misinformation and get accurate insight.
Well, my 3 cents is I think they should have partnered Netanyahu so that he wouldn't have maybe possibly struck up this. Because remember when they was going to the UN, he was like, man, get this man a partner. Y'all remember that? And, this keeps him out of going into trouble. That's just my 2 cents. Suck it out. Who's coming up to speak? Ali is here. Hello? Oh, God. I'm going to throw this phone. Y'all keep doing this on purpose.
Yes.
Okay. It's funny. I don't think it's funny.
I'm gonna step out on the limb real quick because like normally I say this like for the late night stuff, but I'm saying since like now like peace excess and like the troops are being told about this like biblical war and this appointed to this whole thing, like Israel control of Jerusalem. And even us, us sanctioning the embassy to be moved to Jerusalem. There's this whole, and now, it's out over, so it's no one conjecture. They're talking about this whole thing about taking over that site and building the third temple. So they're playing in mysticism as well, too. There's just a lot going on here, but like I say, Netanyahu, and just Trump is just easily manipulated, clearly. But this thing about striking them first, killing all these girls in a school on their religious time for them, and then just what's going on, and killing the supreme leader, religious leader, this shit just, again, I'm not wishing for nothing, but I'm saying I don't see how this really ends well. And so when we say that we won the war, or when we're done with this shit ain't gonna go away. Trump's memory is too short, so he's probably already forgotten what he's talking about. And okay, he'll be okay, we're done with this.
Then we go to Cuba.
Yeah, right. And that's what I wish they would have taken Cuba, because that's an easy win. This shit is really this is just something. Again, I'm just glad it's been put off on the Epstein regime, and it's not falling on the people. So that's the one blessing I think that we may have in this. Michael, have you been listening to Professor Yang? I do. I've been following. Interesting. So you agree with what he said about Israel performing human sacrifice?
No, I didn't hear that part, but I have heard about that before. They even showed something today from the Chicago, the World's Fair Chicago, where they had a ritual where they were showing sacrificing not only all but one of the guys. There's a bunch of stuff, so I haven't heard that portion, so I won't speak on it.
Got it. No, what did they say? The conspiracy theories have been proven right by the Epstein files.
I think that guy, the Chinese guy, the professor, he already predicted that Trump would win and Trump would go to war with the UN. This is last year, before even Trump got elected. He already predicted that.
Yeah, I saw that. So the third prediction is that America would lose to Iran, which is crazy.
Well, what does losing look like?
Not accomplishing your mission.
So, for instance, pulling out now would be considered a loser, correct? Is that what you're saying?
I would think so, right?
Okay.
I wouldn't say that's losing. Disengaging, that's not really losing. No,
I think the economic mission.
How would that be losing? What are we losing? If we know, if we losing, what's going on?
You didn't change anything.
Yeah, he's saying because you had a certain objectives you were trying to achieve, and you didn't achieve them, so it's a loss.
So y'all know the objectives? What are the objectives?
Stated regime change.
Is that the fundraiser?
That is one of the consistent answers.
The true objectives are, I think they have their own list of objectives, and we won't know.
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, regime change is among the most consistent answers.
And to flip that Venezuelan oil.
What?
So now there's Trump. We don't believe Trump, so he said regime change, so it has to be that.
Right.
You gotta pick one.
Wait, what? You're not doing that clubhouse thing where we don't use any nuance. Hold on. We're not gonna do the clubhouse thing where we pretend nuance doesn't exist, where we try to frame things as being all, and then we pretend like we don't understand that liars can tell the truth. What the hell, brother? Please and thank you.
The problem is discerning when a liar is telling the truth, right?
That is a problem, but you just
right now. We don't know. We will never know when you have a habitual liar. You never know when they're actually doing something honest unless you can prove it with substantial fact, which we can't do in this situation. So we won't.
Or you can back it up on your actions, and the very first thing they did was take out 48 leaders.
Hold on, let me ask this brother a question. Brother, do you believe that God has given us the gift of discernment? You think that's a
Are
real
you
thing, brother?
referring to you specifically, Brother Concrete?
Brother, do you think that's a real thing that God has bestowed upon the people? Yes, sir.
I don't believe that you, Brother Concrete, are blessed with.
Brother, do you believe that the Holy Ghost would? Do you believe that the Holy Ghost would guide us in all truth? See, what y'all want to do is y'all want to use y'all fleshly eyes and look at the matter of a thing without actually using your spiritual eyes, brother. Now you might not put on your spiritual sunglasses or reading glasses, but I do, brother. Which is why I know Elon Musk is running a Ponzi scheme 2027.
Brother Concrete, you're a very interesting case study for me because you have a weird swing. You have a cycle, right? You have a decent vocabulary, a decent set of logical skills on you, but you swing from intelligent to socially awkward to an intentional antagonist back to intelligent to incredibly stupid. Like
Thank you.
It's a very
Thank you for that compliment. Thank you.
That's what he was going for, though.
It might be, and it just might be. I'm just noticing and observing. That's all.
Listen, brother, we can't wear our business suit all day long. Sometimes we got to jump in the pool.
I mean, I think that's cool when we're not talking about real life matters. You know, I don't know, this is a little serious, so perhaps maybe that's the difference.
First Lady, have you tried these probiotic fiber sodas yet?
What's the name of it?
It is called, how is it called?
You're welcome.
Olipop? They're at the grocery store.
Sounds familiar. I'm not sure. It's not ringing a bell right off the top.
Just something for Diet Pepsi.
That's nasty work, sir.
See,
Hey,
you
Seal.
really believe that's the best source of probiotics? You think that's the best source for it?
It has a good amount of probiotics and fiber. 9 grams of fiber in a soda works well.
Yo, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
When you just said that the objectives have been met because they're getting rid of the leadership and the regime change, right? And they killed about 40
I didn't say it was not.
Oh, okay. But when somebody said that it wasn't met, you said, well, what
No. Gemini was saying that was it. He doesn't believe that regime change was a focus. I was saying that regime change sure seems like a focus.
I didn't say that. I said we don't know.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. He said we don't know. Yes, I was saying that.
you were saying by killing.
I was saying 48. That shows you seem interested in regime change.
In regime change. Okay. So let me ask you this. Let's just say by Trump's definition of success, right, is hey, we killed every single top leader, right? 150 of them. Right? They say 150 we killed, all of them. 150 of them. That's it. Regime is dead. Haven't we learned in our history that, especially with the United States and going to war, that sometimes doing that, the people that come to replace them look worse because you just made the leader the martyr, and the son is gonna come in, probably want to come to US as far as possible for killing his dear daddy. So maybe we achieved that data point of we killed 150 of the regime that's there right now. But there is a really big possibility that it's just going to be worse.
Well, I mean, just listening to his words, though, he said that he wants to be involved in selecting the next leader. So I don't think, based on his definition, it wouldn't be a regime change until he has approved the next leader.
But how is he going to put somebody there? Like, how is Don gonna go and put a leader in Iran? Like, are we gonna have an inauguration? And
Iranian apprentice.
Apprentice. And how that people are gonna listen to him? And like, there were 40% of the country who love their leader isn't just gonna assassinate him.
He said he's putting an auto pay now.
Katrina, they're not. So the thing is that, so you made a point, I wanted to like jump on that point too. With the father, so the father was, so any of us who have fathers, we all have somebody that is, but anybody that like that, you're not gonna let that shit slide. So what America did, because even in America that happened. So Bush won the whole situation where he went in and like Desert Storm and the job didn't get done. Then was able to go back in. His son literally went after the Hussein to depose him because his dad didn't finish. So that was like a vendetta, basically, or that's what it looks like. So I'm just saying that to say that you are correct about that. And there's another thing that I've been hearing so much of when they talk about Trump won. There was talk today, and I can't think of this guy's name. Johnson, he's the older guy, gray hair, glasses, talking about the people that were in the room with him when he was talking about making a move on Venezuela during Trump won. And he asked, like, what are the military options? And then they were saying, no, we can, like, do sanctions. There's a lot of different options we have diplomatically. And he was like, no, he got mad. He said, I want the military options. And they basically took that, and the one guy was going to actually go and try to give him the option. Another one of the advisors in there caught this guy in the hallway and said he talked through and was like, no, just like he'll forget about it, just, this and it. He has none of that now. There's no guardrails for him. Just saying all that to say that we're just in a real bad situation because there is no way to depose the Iranian leadership because Iran, they know that Israel has been after, they know they're Iran, they know that they're one, they know all this, that, and the other, like state-sponsored terrorism, all this shit, they know they have a targeting of that. So this whole thing that we do heads of snake like this, we can't do that in Iran. They're not set up like that. They're decentralized. That's why like they're still able to move. We didn't do shit to them. Like they're still literally like missiling and bombing the shit out of everybody in the Middle Eastern region. And like if we were so successful in like taking out their leadership, then they should have stopped. Correct. So I'm just saying that Trump doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, nor does access, nor does anybody he has around him. He has nobody advising him. There are no adults in the room and no can tell him stuff. Even people that would have looked at this and studied it would have known that that wasn't going to work. So clearly nobody advising him that he listens to.
Wait, hold on. Let me push back on Michael for a second. He has small-time developer Stephen Witkoff and slumlord Jared Kushner advising.
That was funny.
That was funny. Sorry, can I just, can Matt please come up with, like, I'm being genuine. I'm not trolling. I'm really being genuine. How does the logic of people like Matt work? Because he's saying that there is no way the Iranian people will be able to select their leader. We're not going to give them a chance. And we, the United States, dictate the terms now. I need to understand the thinking.
They already selected the leader. It's American exceptions, it's propaganda. They've already selected their leader. Like, we know who it is now.
I understand you. I understand.
Like, who's their leader again? I haven't seen him in public yet.
I'm trying to, because I don't think he's public right now.
He's injured though, Amari, in fairness. He's very badly injured.
Oh, that's right.
What do you see him in public at a Starbucks or something?
Yeah, I saw a cardboard of him, like, out and chilling, smoking a blunt, but that's about it.
Oh, word.
That was not funny, Omar.
Was this funny?
No.
Can somebody please explain it to me? The people like Matt, can somebody please, like, explain
Yeah,
it?
You want to roll answer. Yeah, so basically the idea is that America just keeps attacking to the point where it's submission and we end up putting the person in charge. So that's the theory. Basically, keep going until everyone in the regime breaks. They don't exist, and we can put the person in power.
So then my question is not hearts. Okay. No, I understand. I got you. Hearts and minds, of course. But serious question though. Like again, this is just my personal opinion. I might be stupid. I'm not educated, but that the reason why Iran is bombing all its neighbors right now is because they are trying to, through them, push on the United States. So the Saudis and Bahrain come to the United States and say, yo, you need to stop. This is hitting economically. This is hitting our reputation.
Yeah.
So Iranians have, to me, so far, it's been a week of change, hasn't done any dumb moves.
Yeah.
So far.
I think Katrina.
What is to say that in the scenarios here that you were saying that people believe that we're just going to bombard them until they give up, that they're not going to continue bombard their neighbors.
Yeah, what Matt Cole.
The United States gives up.
Yeah, what Matt Cole would say is that basically their weapon systems are downgraded between 63 and 85%, and that was a few days ago. And basically, you can just keep degrading their offensive ability to do that. And eventually they just run out of weapons. That would be what the theory is.
And the Shahed drones play no damage in this. Like, the Shahed drones are just non-existent, right?
The way I kind of visualize it, Katrina, is like, just imagine like Iran is like a man that's trapped inside of like the world's most expensive antique store. Right? You got some dude in an antique store, and his enemies are firing at him, right? But every time they shoot at him, he shoves over like a priceless vase, or a statue, or a cabinet, right? And this dude, he might be under attack, but he definitely has the power to impose a lot of costs around everyone around him, right? So in this analogy, the antiques are the Gulf's fragile system, because the Gulf states, they were never meant to support large cities like this. They were never, the only reason that large cities like Dubai exist is because of very, very fragile, enormously valuable systems like oil production, right? Gas export systems, desalination plants, ports, and tanker traffic, right? And so, that is the exact problem. Like, it's a question of who can impose the most pain on each other. And if you look at it that way, if you dismiss all of the rhetoric, all of the propaganda, by the way, from all sides, you just have to take a look at the geography of Iran and realize that a very, very, very long, slow war is definitely in Iran's. Now, when I come off saying that, you guys might think that I'm somehow in favor of Iran. No, I think the IRGC is absolutely horrendous. But their geography, so what we have to do is, like, how do we stop this guy from reaching over and knocking over all of the antiques that he's surrounded by, right? How do you do that? How do you protect all of, like, Dubai? And, like, for example, I was just reading this morning, there's one desalination plant that basically is responsible for most of, what is it called? Saudi Arabia's largest city. So hypothetically, if that were to be bombed, you would have 20 million refugees immediately in Saudi Arabia. And I raised this in another room, and the person said, well, Iran has desalination plants. It does, but where most of the people in Iran live, in the north, it's not far from the mountains. And so most of Iran's largest cities and northern cities, they all have access to fresh water. So anyways, yeah, we got a dude inside the antique store. Every time you throw a stone at him, he just knocks something else over. Yeah.
So real quick, so to your analogy, which was a great analogy, so he was in there just fine, just curating the antique and just
think Iran is going with this economic warfare approach to get us to stop, right? So it drives us to end it, or putting pressure on that reason. I don't think that they're just going to do it in perpetuity. It is the best card they have in the deck right now. And the real question, though, is like, you know, to what degree, already heard Russia is providing them support. So to what degree does Russia and maybe even China see this as a proxy war opportunity?
It's a big.
Right, you're exactly right. Driving a wedge between. So what both the United States and Iran are doing is they're trying to drive a wedge between them and their allies, right? So Iran's really trying to drive a wedge between the United States and all its allies, because a lot of its allies would say, hey, look, the world's economy is really messed up right now. Stop that, right? And America's trying to, obviously, and strategic drive a wedge between it and its neighbors, right? So it's a matter of who can take the most pain. And it's also a matter of, in military terms, they call it escalatory options. So Iran's surrounded by all of these priceless antiques, and it keeps knocking things over, but the antiques it knocks over, somebody just wrote on the bottom, is a little bit more valuable than the one previously, right? So they're not spending all their weapons all at one time, but they're saying, hey, look, you know, still the most valuable antiques around me are still right there. You know, I still have options. And this is the first time, well, okay, so this is the first time I've ever seen the United States engaged in a war with this type of, you know, geography, this type of situation, right? This is the first time I've ever seen anything that, where bombing Iraq had very little, ways to fight back against the United States. Syria also, all these other countries over the last 20, 25 years, they did not have, they were not sitting in the middle of an antique store. This is the first time I've ever seen it. Yeah.
So,
go ahead, Sarah.
Just quickly, I just wanted to talk about quickly about the regime change concept, right? We've seen this before. We've seen it in Afghanistan. That's the first example that comes to my mind. When the U.S. went to Afghanistan, this guy who was pro-American named Karzai, right? And he was supposed to bring freedom to Afghanistan versus the Taliban. And he was there, but the U.S. got rid of him at the end, 2014. He wasn't doing good. So we got another guy called Ghani. And he is U.S. educated. He's a doctor from the U.S. university. He is well U.S. educated. We put that guy in. And we said, yo, we're going to support you. We're going to do everything that we can do. From 2014 to 2020, he didn't do shit because the public was not approved of him. The people did not, they knew he was just a mouthpiece. And what happened when the U.S. pulled out of Afghanistan? He didn't even stay for 2 hours. The whole government collapsed. So if history was a prologue, or past was a prologue, we should learn that election interference or regime interference does not help stabilize the country going forward. So Trump might have successfully, maybe, will take out Khamenei Jr. out, but then what happened? It's going to revert back to what it was, or even worse. I yield back. Thank you.
So here's the thing, and that's a great point. We have the people, we have senior officials. Trump got rid of those people, like the Joint Chiefs of State. He literally got rid of the people that have studied war, that have studied techniques, that have studied the Middle East. None are around. So that's what we got. So your point is so valid. It's just, and that's why everybody's banging their head against a fucking wall watching this, because everybody knows that it's just not something that you do. So he literally kicked the hornet's nest with no way of getting the hornets corralled and put back into some kind of a hive or something to keep them from like damaging other people.
See, but that wasn't the administration's goal. At least that's not what they said to the public. What they public was they intended to degrade their ballistic capability, degrade their navy, and to force. So you take that for what? You think that is?
Do you believe that?
Do I believe that? I think the way they're acting right now is like Trump wants to put troops on the ground. There's been gossip that talked about sticking troops on the ground, but it's just not responsible. So
Marshall, you are so, just one second here quickly. Just 1 second. We're trying to solve a political problem through military means.
that's not right. That's a military problem. It's a military.
Well, if what the regime change, if the regime change,
an American soldiers in that's a military issue. That's not a diplomacy issue.
This
This
is yeah. This
How do you get what James from diplomacy?
Diplomacy precedes. Wait. You don't think diplomacy precedes military?
No, that's not what I was saying. I was saying, how do you get regime change from diplomacy?
You're just rude. I'm asking, is there a new?
Who's the first lady? Oh, that is first lady. I thought that was somebody else's voice.
There's somebody else trying to speak. I don't know who's trying to speak, and I know my friend said she wanted to speak. Prior to Sarah said something. Was it D-Ram? D-Ram, did you want to say something? All right, go ahead, Tom.
Oh, no, you're fine. I'm sorry. I thought somebody else said they were first lady and I was getting ready to holler.
Hallelujah, holla back. I see what you guys are, Marshall and the glasses
Oh, no, I'm just listening to the convo. I was going to say something that I think that we're showing our weaknesses in this so that there is no victory. I think that China is taking notes. Everyone is talking about how we don't have, we need to, didn't we put in an emergency order for those, what are they called, y'all, the THAAD thingamajiggies?
The air defense system.
Yes.
The THAAD one. THAAD.
Yes.
Interceptor system.
THAAD. That's been very fascinating because I believe that band made this point a couple weeks ago that we're being very public with the problems that we're having in this country about that this is a bad idea. It's being litigated online. How we know how much those things cost. We know that we're at a deficit every time. And then I think I read that for every missile that they send out, that we have to try to intercept it twice as a fail-safe. So it costs us even more money. And I think even Patty has that, like, how much this is costing us. I think that this is actually awful. We still have other potential serious wars to fight. Not that this is not serious, but with countries that we have ongoing beefs with. And to me, this is just really showing how maybe we're not the greatest military in the world. I'm just saying, our president is short-sighted in what he thought this endeavor was going to be. He made very public, grandiose statements to the entire world. He's built his administration on blustering about, you better do this, or we're going to send the military. Well, guess what? You sent the military, and Iran is holding their own. This is like Russia and Ukraine. Russia thought they were going to make short work of Ukraine, and they didn't. So I really hope that, that's why I was going to say, I don't know if it was applicable, I didn't hear the original question, but this is not looking good for us from my perspective. It's showing our weaknesses, and I'm not sure if that is what was intended at all.
Patty, do you have the Raising Cane audio from this morning?
What else did you do this in his first administration?
Victoria, hold on, this Victoria, just give me 20 seconds here.
Raising Cane. I don't care about her cane. That's your thing.
Because
most powerful
If we wanted to
military.
blow that bitch up, we would blow that bitch up.
But there's consequences to pay for that.
Yeah, there's consequences, but regardless of the fact, we gotta follow the rules. But we following the rules. If we were like fucking all over the place like Russia, we wouldn't be in the same situation. Don't compare us to Russia and Ukraine. Yeah, Russia's doing whatever the fuck they want to do. If we were able to do what the fuck we wanted to do, there wouldn't be a fucking Iranian alive right now.
I just wanted to add something to reform.
I don't know. I always defer to my sis, of course, because she knows. I'm just saying that looking to me, I look particularly at the sentiments that are expressed outside of America. Since Trump got in office, it's something that I like to do because we're so used to the foolishness that is quite normalized here. And we don't really see how we're faring on an outside scale. We're the bad guys. We're being compared to worse than Putin, worse than Netanyahu. It's awful. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Outside of America, and this is where. Do y'all fucking hear me? You know what? Let me calm down because I haven't eaten dinner yet. You motherfuckers get on this goddamn app too fucking thirsty. Shit! I know you hear my loud ass country voice talking. The fuck is wrong with y'all? Shit! Fuck! Go ahead and talk. I think so.
Crackheads.
They are, Gemini.
Don't let Megan get to you.
You know what? Let me go get something to eat before I deal with y'all ass.
I am a little parched.
You know, Papa sound kind of good right now.
Right now, before I put up.
I'm really, I have been flashing my mic, so I just get a little bit of water. Thank you.
Yeah, get that water.
You're good. You're good. Keep it going.
There's no doubt, like I said, sorry, go ahead.
If I could respond to reform, before we kind of go off that topic of reform, you know what's very interesting? No, I know I'm annoying, I'm always bringing the pressure up, right? I know, but I think it's, when I bring it up, it actually has a place, like, it's substance. Don't you guys see from the Russian and Chinese perspective right now? We saw that in Ukraine, Russia is taking the war into a whole different new perspective with drones and Shahed drones and everything else, right? And what is really Russia getting out of this right now? They're seeing their American capabilities, and they're seeing if the United States is ready for the war. And
Yeah, but they ain't ready for it either, Katrina. They ain't ready for it either. What's going on here?
Yeah, I know that they were not ready. What I'm saying is that
they lost to the bank. They're not even doing well against the base of the candidate Mecca and the guy.
No. What gets more of like reconnaissance is what I'm saying. Is hey, we need to figure it out. What are the weak spots for the United States? Russia's not maybe making that much progress.
Who are the advisors that are advising Trump that this was even going to happen?
Yeah, let her. Sorry, go ahead and finish with her answer.
So Russia's trying to find the weak points of the United States, and right now with the Shahed drones, the USPD drones, and everything that's going on in Ukraine, they could see where the weak spots. Russia doesn't even have to go into war with us. China and Iran, other countries, if they ban all together and Russia is not by themselves, and they see in real time the weak spots, sorry, but to me, that is very bad.
But what have NATO? What is?
Yeah, I mean, so, okay, just really quick, Katrina, I guess the flip side of it, are you suggesting, forget Trump ain't out there shooting anybody or doing, right? So put the politics aside. Are you saying, like, getting Maduro the way we did what happened in Venezuela and how quickly it happened, that wasn't, like, from a military perspective, impressive? And are you suggesting that taking out 48 leaders as quickly as we did from a military perspective, that wasn't impressive? Iran isn't doing anything to us. We're playing, again, the smart part of the deck, which is economic warfare against the other countries in the region. They're militarily not doing anything to us. We're just playing a smart chess game by doing economic warfare. So I don't understand this degradation of the military that you're talking about. Where is it?
let me get in. Katrina, let me, because I just want to say, to the point about this, so I do believe not as big and bad as we think we are. We're like lumbering just in the Soviet Union. The Cold War, even where our bases are set up around the world, and we're not built for this kind of. So Patty, to her point, when the thing went down with Ukraine and Russia, we've been in this out for so long, she talked about how we were able to see how Russia moves, how their troop movements go, like how they're so unprepared to fight this kind of a battle and this kind of warfare. I do think, to Katrina's point, that we're being exposed because we're not built for 21st century warfare. We're literally showing. So yeah, we're doing that.
Yes, we are built.
History shows us. Listen, please. Let me finish.
Military.
Let me finish. I'll literally finish. So, fuck, I'm losing my fucking point. So, saying that to say that we're not built for this at this point. So, history has shown us, and literally everybody, that you can't bomb a regime out. That's what everybody's saying. That's why go back and look at history. You can't bomb. You have to put boots on the ground. So until we put boots on the ground and one in a mountainous region, look at Afghanistan. Look at our failures. We have not won a war that we started. The last war we won was World War II. So I'm just saying, we're not built for this. So you can say what you want to, but I mean, it's like history will prove it out.
The military has literally been built for the 21st century. Our over-the-horizon capabilities, our Navy, our Air Force, our classified technologies which we use in
Marshall. Can I ask you one question? Hold on, real quick. I just want to ask one question. Before you get down the road. I'm just want to ask you one question.
He wanted to finish. He wants to finish.
I just want to ask him one question, literally just have a conversation, please. I just want to, what you were saying, so you're talking about, fucking hate when that shit happens. My bad, First Lady, for stepping on it, but Marshall, so all I wanted to ask you was all of this that you're talking about with these systems. So why are we shooting $30 million munition at $50,000 drones? I don't feel like we're prepared. Like, shouldn't we be prepared for that? Shouldn't our military strategists have been able to know that they've been amassing all these like
kamikaze drones and we retreated them?
If the military has chosen high technology, getting prepared for 21st century threats over low scale technology, there was an article in the National Interest about a decade ago, and its proposal was that we make small carriers versus large carriers. And the reason that was proposed was because there were large weapon systems that, if sunk, cost multi-billions of dollars to make. My point is, we designed those for the 21st century warfare for adversaries like China who have that kind of capability, right? Yes, it's asymmetric with the Iranians, absolutely. That's their hope. If you asymmetrically use technology against a technologically superior force, typically you can install costs on that high technological force. But it doesn't mean the weaponry is not built for the 21st century. That's exactly what it is built for. That's why it's so high tech.
Nah, you just contradict yourself. What you're saying is that, you just contradict yourself. Look, I totally give them that. The Iranians are doing amazing. Look, there's no doubt in the entire world.
I'm gonna say that something happened.
There is no. Let me just land. There's no doubt in the world that the United States has the most advanced.
How I contradict
Come on, Marshall, let him go, bro.
I will. You just said that the United States Army is fully prepared for war in the 21st century, and then one sentence later, you admitted that Iran's doing a fantastic job with the asymmetrical war.
No, what I said.
That's exactly what you fucking did. Let him go, bro. It's an okay argument. Marshall being a belligerent asshole for no reason.
Adversaries like Iran. Iran uses low-tech shit. That's not a 21st century adversary. A 21st century adversary is Russia or China, which if y'all bother to read,
one type of adversary.
is that we're rated China, then Russia, then Iran.
So now you can muscle the conversation by overtalking, like stopping them.
And land. I just want to have
So why do
I'll call him next after the joke,
Katrina, can I finish my point?
I what she's doing it.
Katrina, I didn't get to finish my point. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, okay. I mean, Iran must have like a time warp because apparently it's not the 21st century. But I'm just trolling you now, Marshall. I understand what you're saying, but anyways,
yeah. So
what was my point? Wait. Okay, here's my point. My point is that yes, the United States has the greatest military in the entire world. It's like the greatest military that's ever existed. However, there's a limit to everything in this world. Like there's a limit. You can't be prepared for every single situation all the time. So is the United States doing an amazing job from a military point of view as best as they possibly can? Yes, of course. But there's a limit to everything, you know? There's no like God military, everybody's limited.
Look, it's real simple. You did contradict yourself because we clearly understand that this dynamic has existed since Russia went after fucking Ukraine, right? And it should have been an adjustment to those conditions, which would be like an updated 21st century perspective as opposed to an outdated 21st century perspective, given that a century is 100 years, right? So the idea is, no, this looks bad, and it should have been accounted for, given Russia and Ukraine, which was what, 4 years ago, 5 years ago? Which means that the defense contractors should have created proposals for this type of inevitability. Because if your military is designed for one type of enemy at the scale of China or Russia, then you've only accounted for what? 10% of all enemies? The rest of them, you're just gonna lose?
Well, China's making tiny ass little drones very effective. That's where Iran got them from. These not canceling the Chinese that I was talking about.
It's all good.
He talked about that when the war first started. Can you talk about the Lucas drones that they kind of took from Iran and used it in this particular battle for the first time?
Yeah, there has been. First of all, I'm not a military analyst. I don't know anything about this. I'm not going to talk on topics I have no idea about. I don't know why everybody's pretending to be a military analyst.
You're an expert in everything, I thought.
But do you know sarcasm? Listen, he's just gonna say a sarcastic shit and he's not gonna give anything.
But your voice is annoying as fuck, and I'm here.
Yeah, Omari's.
Yeah, I didn't even know about
Can you just calm down? You act like you're jacking off and your mama's about to come home in 2 minutes and you're not fucking done. Calm the fuck down, bro. Shit.
Thinking about you.
You don't have to wait till tomorrow when you have him.
I'm thinking about you, Reform.
Oh, bitch. That would get you in the fucking Give me the reason to goo you now. Yeah. Listen to that, bitch.
Can I ask Marshall?
Hold on, neoliberals explained it as drones that were used that cost like $35,000.
I read an article that a lot of, by the way,
Over 100.
Now, some of the drones that Ukraine is flying that are anti-Shah are U.S. production, by the way. There is also a big domestic supply of Ukrainian-owned invention, right? But the United States is also selling some of the anti-drone technology to Ukraine too, which are, from what I understand, those kamikaze drones. They were employed this time around in Iran, that's what I read.
For the first time?
No, for the first time. I don't know the quantities, I don't know the scale of it. I don't know.
A lot of people don't talk about that either, but the reason I bring that up. Hold on, man. Why come on, don't be racist.
You were told to shush.
It's really disrespectful to tell a black man to hush.
I would tell it to a white man. I would tell it to
Why is she all right now? Like, what's going on? What are you doing, Mark?
It's disrespectful to tell a in general, but black men
I don't
especially.
care.
Why are you talking to
For
me
a
like
man
that?
or a woman. Jesus Christ. You're the one who's sitting here talking about
Omar, you was having a conversation with, who were you having a conversation with, Marshall?
Neoliberal. One mic on Amari. Go ahead, Amari.
And I definitely want to go ahead and pass it to you, but I would say that these drones, what I read, is cost less than $40,000. So they did try to use I forgot his name, Performer or something. I think his name is. What he failed to mention is that they did use some technology that was cheap during this, as they would call, a conflict. And so they got to continue to build more. But they did start that at least.
I agree. I mean, the problem is that I think perhaps the Trump administration, like if these, from what the reporting is, right, like on how haphazardly all of this done, the strategic petroleum reserve, the evacuations, the closure of embassies, and some of those issues possibly extended to military planning, right? And perhaps if they approach this issue a little bit more comprehensively, they could have went, I don't know if they knew they were going to this war, the build-up was happening for, I don't know, perhaps let's say they knew it for 6 months, right? In the 6 months, they could have built procurement, a triage on all of those things, right? Today there was a reporting, somebody just put it in the chat again on Axios, that Ukrainians approached them with PowerPoint presentations to sell their anti-Shahed tech, right? And Trump administration rejected it. So yes, the United States has a very capable military with a very large budget. It has a lot of issues in procurement, etc. It's not perfect, right? And they will try to innovate and they roll out those technologies. But again, we're mistaking tactical superiority with strategic objectives and achieving those strategic objectives. Marshall, did you say that regime change is a military matter?
Yes, he did.
If I am not remiss in regime change, it's mainly a military matter of the United States at this point. It's not a diplomatic.
So when has the United States successfully conducted a regime change through a military matter? An air war campaign?
Not air war campaign, never. As I've said previously, the only way to guarantee that is troops on the ground, which I'm not in favor of.
Okay. So no regime changes up.
No, I'm not under the disconnected impression that an air war and degrading Iranian capabilities will somehow make the Iranian regime go away.
Okay. This is the other thing, right? Like when strategic objectives and tactical excellence are different things. You can, as Ben and me keep pointing out, you can be tactically excellent and never lose a single military campaign, battle, or whatever, and strategically lose a war. Vietnam.
Was it neoliberal or Marshall? Can I ask you a question?
Do it.
When I think it was Marshall who said that the United States is, and hey, neoliberal, I agree with you. The United States is very powerful, big budget, our people, and everything else. But I think there is a big, big difference when we talk about having the resources and how you use those resources. Because when you have a dumb manager, no matter how much resources and money and smart people you have, let's look at the Soviet Union, right? You're still gonna mismanage it, right? That's a possibility, and I think that's what's happening right now. The fact that the United States just now, 4 years later, is developing, and like you said, we don't know the amount, right? Obviously, it hasn't, done a big, it hasn't made a big impact on shooting down the Shahed drones because we're still struggling with them, right? We're still asking Ukraine for help. fighting on somebody else's turf. Aren't we learning this even from the Ukraine-Russia war? Russia was guaranteed to win. How much things and manpower and the fleet and everything, they were definitely just gonna sweep in. Fourth year, and they have moved what? 10 miles, and they usually move about 10 miles in a year. It's ridiculous to think that just because you have all the resources, that you can win no matter what. And obviously, Marshall, we're not at the 21st century because we cannot deal with those Shahed drones as effectively as we should if we were the 21st century. The United States have been putting a lot of money in very expensive drones, but I don't think the United States ever thought of the sheer amount of cheap drones and just a large quantity of it and how you can just overwhelm the system.
Yes, because it's not set up to deal with Iran. It's set up to deal with Russia and China, which are national defense establishments and estimates for the last 2 decades has said China, then Russia, then Iran. If you notice in the Middle East, despite our overwhelming power, we ended up getting defeated by asymmetric capabilities because we're not fighting a state-to-state actual war in that way. We weren't in that way. Those capabilities were designed to deal with the Chinese Navy, the Chinese Air Force, the Russian Navy, the Russian Air Force. Of course, it's overpowered by cheap, Shahed drones because we decided 21st century technology was the preeminent way to deal with those threats, right? It's why our stuff is so technologically advanced, why it's so expensive. It's why we have the largest aircraft carrier in the world. Right? Designed for those particular capabilities.
Marshall, but wait, we are designed to fight. So basically you're saying we are designed to go against other superpowers, but we could be taken down by guerrilla warfare. Do you realize that?
Can we fact check this before moving on with the conversation? It's a little bit strange to claim that the United States, when it has a long-standing doctrine going back to the Vietnam War on the counterinsurgency and coins specifically, right? That it has developed, that it's only focused on Russia, China, and whatever, right? You can say that coin has failed as a doctrine, and then we can have that conversation, but pretending that coin doesn't exist is a different thing.
That's the implicit thing in my statement, that coin has failed.
You didn't say it failed, you said kind of, it doesn't exist.
Okay, fine. You're right. I will correct myself. The coin has failed. We have not adopted or kept those lessons. At least, in my understanding, it hasn't. We have prepared for the next state-to-state after war, which leaves us unprepared or having a hard time with asymmetrical threats. Guerrilla warfare has, for thousands of years, been able to lay out an invading or an invading or Lord, I'm forgetting. An invading force or a force that is on the attack. There we go.
Hey, Marshall, it sounds like you're trying to make sense of a mess. So to the point, like of us being in here, what neoliberals said, we're not military strategists. We're just, we read stuff, we see it, and talking about it. Saying that to say that there weren't experts that were in place, and by Trump gutting all these agencies and getting rid of all these people with experience and knowledge, there are people that would have foreseen this and saw what was happening with the Russia and Ukraine situation and would have strategically made these decisions. I'm just saying it's like the way that you're talking about this, what you're saying would have gotten caught by somebody. It just, Trump has put us in this situation by this whole gutting of the bureaucratic system.
It's because it's not the military that's running this war. It's fucking politicians. I think most of this war has to do with Netanyahu wanting to stay in power personally. think the man's insane. He wants to stay in power. He needs perpetual war to stay in power. So he's like, fuck, I'll do it. But if the decision making was actually handed off to capable military strategists, those fuckers, man, I'm 47. I can remember when I was like 13, people telling me about how many, like, you know, rockets Iran has, like millions of rockets underground. I remember that shit. No, this is like a political blunder for dumb politicians wanting to stay in power. They started something now, and then they're like, oh shit, I just stepped in a pile of shit. Again, you know, my whole antique store analogy, I think, is the right one to go with.
But they didn't step in it because they're scared of Iran. It's because of the economy, oil prices. It has nothing to do with, like, Iran is overwhelming the United States. Like, what's...
No. So Iran's kind of like a drowning dude, right? And if the IRGC genuinely feels like they're threatened, it's like you go out, they're just going to pull you under as they fall, right? There's no way that Iran or any other country in the entire world can ever come, invade North America, and take over Washington. It's not going to happen unless it's us Canadians who did it twice, by the way. But nobody else is going to be able to do that. I'm just kidding. You can't get to it now. But yeah, it's that's the thing. But they sure can make it painful for the entire world for being friends with Netanyahu and for being friends with Trump. And Iran is definitely exploiting and putting a wedge between the United States and Israel and everybody else.
Can I get in for a second?
That's what she said.
Can I get in for a second?
And she said second, that's a problem.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna go back in history for a moment. When we were at war with Japan, they had an element called kamikaze. We weren't prepared for that because there were people that had made up in their mind that they were going to do things unconventional, and it caused us a problem. What did? We took the atomic bomb twice and dropped it and said, "Listen, we're not gonna play this game with you. If you keep it, we're not gonna play this game." And what First Lady said was true. What we're trying to do is we're trying to go by the rules. If we drop big bombs on Iran, it would bring them to their knees and it would be over with. But we're trying to be civilized. So all of this little drone, big drone, in between drone. The only reason we're still at this is because we're trying to be civilized. If we wanted to be ruthless, we would just go ahead and drop the biggest bombs we have and this will be over with. And with that, I'm going to drop on it.
Yeah, but immediately, so that's part of the problem. Because Iran and the IRGC and Israel, they don't trust each other worth a split. So they have to be perpetually at war against one another. You know, because, after all of this shit, I guarantee you Iran's going to try to make themselves an atomic bomb. And, if let's say, Israel dropped an atomic bomb on Iran, well, Iran's going to do the same thing the very first minute that they can. And then what? The whole world fucking explodes? And you have atomic war and then none of us are fucking alive. It's not a solution, man.
Japan was an adversary. Japan is no longer an adversary. So to say that...
I'm sorry. I really interrupted you. I'm sorry.
I don't understand, yeah.
I mean, I support it. Nuke.
Girl, did you interrupt him just to tell him you were sorry for interrupting him?
Yes,
I'm sorry, Katrina.
Signing up to the nuke.
Lord Jesus. You know what? We need to do like the old folks. The old folks used to give you a clothespin, and they used to tell you to put it on your lips. Anybody? And they used to be like, I'm just saying,
I'm sorry.
Get that clothespin.
I know my ADHD messed up. It's affecting.
That ain't got nothing to do with no ADHD, child. No.
You said I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right. Do better. Sorry to hear, bro.
I'm gonna go collect this Coca-Cola water bottle caps. They're gonna be different.
Folks, can I make a point here? Karen, are you watching Fallout? Is that where that's coming from? That's fun.
Neil reminds me of like he would be good on a Copenhagen. I think that's what's called new show.
lot of times we do comparison, and I do that too a lot. But with Japan still, again, that was very different overall. Yes, we nuked them, right? What now, if we...
All right, can we stop with that?
Okay, if we just...
Seriously, you're gonna discuss it?
Not nuke them, okay, if we just bombard them, right? We're just gonna commit genocide, we're just gonna bombard it, right? Like erase everything, like Russia is doing. So then, what's gonna happen is, we are now responsible for those people. We're gonna cause humanitarian crisis, there's going to be starvation, there's going to be disease, and everything else. The amount of money that the United States is gonna have to put in there, right? Because we don't want the world to go to crap, is a lot of freaking money. We already did that experiment with Japan, it came out great. Did that with the Soviet Union, ended up, the Soviet Union biting us in the butt. We did that with the Soviet Union in Afghanistan. I think sometimes that cost of now we have to clean this mess up is a lot higher. And that's why the United States is not doing that. Not only because of international rules. That's all I wanted to say.
It's not international rules, it's self-preservation. Use of nuclear weapons, even tactical, hate those definitions, that even tactical nuclear weapons against a non-nuclear state will unleash nuclear proliferation. Every state will try to get its hands on a nuclear weapon, which exponentially increases the odds of nuclear detonation, right? It exponentially increases that even a nuclear test will trigger a retaliatory strike. It exponentially increases the risk of everybody on the planet dying. Right? It's not in anybody's self-interest.
Can we entice Ben to come out of retirement and get a perspective?
No, I'm doing it with this. I'm done speaking.
All right, well, if I say something triggering enough, I think you'll respond, but I won't do that.
Well, like that backup commercial.
Working all day. Yeah, man needs some time off.
He has asked me on a sidebar to be his backup, but I'm still reading, so.
Oh, you're really.
You be his backup, his ass needs to be.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, I'm a band adjacent nigga.
Oh boy, I feel like his entire bloodline just screamed with that statement.
That was
Okay, bro, that was fun.
screaming joy.
Anyway, it fits because I was sucking that 50s dick 2 days ago.
Oh my God, we stop saying that. That's really gross.
Before I apologize, I've been praying. I contacted the prayer warriors. I got them in prayer line.
What? Wait, what? Wait, Owen, what? He failed the physical. Wait, what? Hold on. The Ravens. Wait, what?
What's going on?
Owen put the Ravens. He don't have the trigger. My hands are wet.
He might try to trigger you. Let's check.
All it takes is football.
Somebody said they just talked to me. Let me look it up for you.
No, people are saying, who is, I don't even know who these people are.
It's true. I just passed the headline and came back to the screen.
What's going on? What happened?
It is true.
The Ravens got the deal with Crosby.
Is she sick?
No, I'm laying down.
Lay down.
They're 2 first-round draft picks for Crosby.
Yeah, why they do it though? He's a generational pass rusher. Why they back up the deal?
Do you give the mic to people one after the other?
Go ahead, bro. Mr. Go ahead. Speak your piece.
My name is Mushtaba Al-Hammadini. I'm an Iranian-American peace and democracy and Mother Earth activist. I am the founder of Peace-Seeking Iranian Veterans and also
founder of National Peace and Democracy Coalition of Iran. And I am sick and tired of the fact that in this country, which sometimes is called the belly of the beast by some, militarism is destroying American democracy under Trump. So Iran has been attacked. I am no friend of the regime Iran, by the way. I am a democracy activist. And the US and Israel have attacked Iran supposedly in order to do whatever it is that they claim, that they aim at, but their purpose is to maintain a weakened regime, but keep it in place so that they can use it as a boogeyman. Why? Because the $1.5 trillion goes out of our pockets as taxpayers in this country every year to fund the military and intelligence. In order to justify this kind of expenditure every year, as George Orwell talked about in 1984, you need to have a perpetual enemy all the time and a war. Therefore, when the Soviet Union falls and there is the communism, which was a horrible system under the Soviet Union, I'm a social democrat. Communism was horrible, so it was used as a boogeyman for a long time, creating a mutually beneficial Cold War between the military-industrial complexes of the Soviet Union and of the United States. After the fall of the Soviet Union, the Muslims became the next enemy. Therefore, the US creates Taliban, creates Al-Qaeda, creates ISIS, and Israel creates Hamas because there is a need for a boogeyman. And I ask you whether Benjamin Netanyahu, with his genocide in Gaza and with his spy, with the Israeli spy called Epstein, do you think that Israel under Netanyahu prefers a democratic, secular state that is loved by the Iranian people, or it prefers somebody like Mojtaba Khamenei, the new supreme leader that suppresses its own people? The obvious answer is that, as Dr. Mossadegh was Iran's democratically elected prime minister who was overthrown in 1953 by the CIA and MI6 with the help of the newly created, colonially created state of Israel. And Dr. Mossadegh said internal despotism and external colonialism.
The was created by the United Nations. Every nation but one.
Also,
John, interruption.
I'm sorry, first I will continue.
Okay. Dr. Mossadegh said internal despotism and external colonialism are two sides of the same coin. I get it. They need one another as friends, like the Shah and Nixon, the dictatorial Shah of Iran, and Nixon, of course, as master and servant, or they need one another as enemy, like Ayatollah Khamenei, the late one, or his son, and Benjamin Netanyahu. They need one another as enemy. Therefore, they they perpetuate conflict. They prevent peace, in this case, for the second time. Some negotiations were going on.
How are we Marshall, stop being a colonizer, let him speak. Go ahead, Mr. Mr. Mike.
Mushtaba or Mujiaba. And you see, people from the global north jump in the middle of your sentence so that you can't tell the global south perspective. Yeah. Yeah, people from the global north are used to their narcissism. I'm a psychologist. Their collective narcissism.
Yeah,
Okay. So the internal despotism and external colonialism are two sides of the same coin, in the same way that after the fall of the Soviet Union, NATO poked Putin and Russia so often so that it triggered Putin to attack Ukraine, and Ukraine got decimated, of course, but NATO was justified, and it added some membership, and in the Soviet Union, in Russia, tried to oppose Putin and ask for your democratic rights. Internal despotism and external colonialism perpetuate conflict. In this case, Iran. Excuse me. I don't know. Are you?
No, just keep going. Don't address him. Keep going.
Oh, thank you. So, except that any time that a narcissist jumps in the middle of my sentence, I lose a train on my top. So, we need to understand that the war in Iran right now, the horrible attack, happened in the middle of negotiations in order for Trump and Netanyahu to say negotiations don't matter in the new world order that we want to create. We are the king of the jungle. I, as a peace and democracy activist, I don't want to live in a jungle. I say no to war. I say no to internal despotism and external colonialism because there are two sides of the same coin. I'd be more than happy to entertain any questions that you may have.
Talk that shit. Oh, hell. All right now. You done gotta follow.
I like that.
Welcome to the group, Mostada. Thank you for the submission. I have a short question. People in Iran, what is their opinion on Mossadegh today? Because in the West, well, not Mossadegh, especially I guess United States, given the history of the coup, Mossadegh is and the democracy of Iran isn't mentioned much and isn't discussed. And
yes, it is. There is a Nelson Mandela of Iran called Mustafa Taqiyzadeh in Evin prison who is following the path of Mossadegh. And the regime in Iran is afraid of democracy because it is despotic. And it claims to be religious in the same way that Netanyahu and Trump abuse Judaism and Christianity. The regime is abusing Islam. Therefore, since Mossadegh was a secular Democrat, accused of being a communist, of course, to justify the coup, the regime, as well as the previous regime that overthrew Dr. Mossadegh, have after the legacy of Mossadegh. I am the founder of the Mossadegh Legacy Institute. His main legacy was nonviolence. He was in touch with Mahatma Gandhi. So systems of governance that are based on on violence, suppress non-violence in the same way that Netanyahu and Israel created Hamas in order to suppress the non-violent desire of the Palestinian people to have a secular democratic government. And Trump continually, as a peace activist in this country, I get death threats from the goons of Trump and Netanyahu on the one hand, and from the goons of Khamenei on the other. Why? Because I am challenging the primacy of might makes right true. Might makes it savage. It doesn't make right. So if we are to follow the path of Mossadegh, we need to stand up to internal despotism in this country, especially in the belly of the beast. We need to stand up to the Trump's fascism, because its fascism creates war with the help of Netanyahu in order to justify their jungle and create genocide. I hope I didn't over-answer the question.
No, thank you, Jeremy. My second part to that question was, how are people in Iran today relating to the legacy of Mossadegh? Because the impression, I think, in the West is the kind of primary opposition leader and is Pahlavi, right, rather than other leaders, right? Perhaps you could expand on that.
Sure. Thank you for that beautiful question. You see, the Reza Pahlavi and his cult, I call them the cult of Pahlavi, in the same way that we have a cult of Khamenei, and we have cult of Netanyahu, and we have a cult of Trump. People inside Iran they want democracy, they want especially a secular democracy. That's why I created the National Peace and Democracy Coalition of Iran. They want secular democracy, except that they have been brainwashed by both regimes to say Mossadegh is not the way to go. The younger generations are not familiar with Mossadegh because the current regime has prevented people from learning about Mossadegh, and the previous regime that did the coup with the help of the CIA and MI6 and the Soviet Union, by the way, they have done their best in order to sabotage the legacy of Dr. Mossadegh. And so my meandering answer finally to your question is that I am assuming that 30%, 40% of the Iranian people, the ones who are older, are aware of Mossadegh, except they say we need to somehow, Mossadegh was non-violent, therefore he was weak, therefore he was overthrown, and we need to, they have bought into the world in which the world is a jungle. And so therefore they say Mossadegh's non-violent path is not effective in terms of trying to deal with this regime. And the regime loves that, because the regime wants to develop a binary of you're either with us or you're against us. And that's what the basic dynamic is.
Thank you. And continuing on the topic of binary, another impression that I think people are given that the option is either supporting the Israel-United States war in Iran, right, as because quote-unquote Iranians want it, right, or the other side to that binary is the other people, other Iranians are pro-regime and are going to stand with the regime, they are the minority, and a risk, right? Like, we don't hear about people that perhaps are opposed to the regime, right? But also don't want the war. And if you could talk about that middle and whether it is more prominent or not.
Well, yesterday there was a Christian Amanpour on CNN. In Persian there is no he or she. That's why I get confused between the he and she. And anyhow, Christian Amanpour was talking to a gentleman who just came out of Evin prison, Mehdi Mahmoudian. And basically he said, we need to stand up to their, internal despotism, and the US and Israel attack, they helped the regime by attacking Iran, and so the forces and then he emphasized nonviolence. He said we the Iranian people want to stop the cycle of violence, and so people in the middle are always destroyed or undermined by the forces of violence on both sides. In this case, Reza Pahlavi, the son of the previous dictator who has invited this horrible attack on the country, not just the regime, his supporters, attack viciously people who are in the middle, because as soon as you don't agree with their cult, they say, oh, you're a supporter of the cult of Khamenei. And the people in the middle, in Iran especially, are in Evin prison. Mustafa Taizadeh, the Nelson Mandela of Iran, is in jail, whereas he should be outside and trying to organize a peaceful, nonviolent transition from this regime. And so the people in the middle forces get it from both sides, because the forces of war and savagery are interdependent. Internal despotism and external colonialism are two sides of the same coin. I'd be more than happy to send you the link to the National Peace and Democracy Coalition of Iran.
If you could put it in the chat.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Please. Thank you. During the club, we try to have informed conversation on current events, and this is current events.
Okay, I'll press on the join to see what happens. I'm not familiar. I'm old. I'm 68 years old, so I'm not familiar with these little gadgets.
Welcome.
It's very refreshing to hear you, so thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Actually, may I ask one of the bosses of this club, could you send me an email, and that way I can send you the link to the project I'm talking about? My email is MS. Do you guys have a pen and piece of paper or something to write with?
I think it's in your bio. We can see it.
Good job. Yes. Please send me an email.
Can I ask you a question, Maitava?
Please.
So in the chat, some people are saying that most of people in Iran are supporting Raza Pahlavi. Is that true?
That's regime propaganda. You see, the regime likes to perpetuate that binary, as well as Netanyahu and Trump. So what they do, they trumpet, pun intended, they trumpet the binary. Part of that binary is the regime says, oh, whoever in this country or outside who is against us, the government of God on earth, as they call themselves, like their counterpart in Israel, the government of the chosen people, whoever is against us is a Reza Pahlavi and Zionist, lackey, or imperialist, whatever, lackey. And so they purposefully have aggrandized Reza Pahlavi because they want to suppress people like Taizadeh and Mehdi Mahmoudian and other people, Nasrin Sotoudeh, and other people, non-violent civil society resistors inside Iran that say basically that we are standing to both internal despotism and external colonialism. So the propaganda that Reza Pahlavi is loved by whatever the majority of the people is just as much propaganda as is Netanyahu and his propaganda about the genocide in Gaza and the number of people that the regime killed. Just give you one example. The number of the people that the regime was provoked, by the way, in part by external colonialism, when the Shah's son said, come onto the street, and Trump said, we will have your back, the number of people that the regime brutally killed is somewhere 7,000. However, in order to cover up the genocide in Gaza, the number has been exaggerated to God knows to some. I've heard even estimates like 1 billion Iranians were killed in January. Why? Because they want to normalize savagery. They want to normalize the genocide in Gaza. Therefore, they exaggerate the numbers. So, the so-called popularity, I'm not saying that inside Iran, the people are not so frustrated with internal despotism that they think external colonialism is going to rescue them. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that as one of the professors of political science at University of Tehran who was fired and is almost in jail, he said when people express love for the Shah's son, they are not asking for a monarchist system of governance. They are just saying they're saying screw you to the regime. So as a political scientist, I am not a political scientist, I'm a psychologist, cultural psychologist. But as a political scientist, he says, you need to understand the meaning of the rage, of the desperation, which expresses itself in opposition or in expressed love for the Shah's son. He said, this love is shallow. This love is an expression of rage. Therefore, we should not confuse the two in a political science framework. So let me give my estimate of how many people inside Iran, my best guesstimate of how many people inside Iran are for Reza Pahlavi and how many people are for the regime. I believe about 15% of the Iranian population are for the regime, and 5% of this 50%, 1/3 of this 15%, they really believe the religious bullshit and are willing to give their life, and they have the guns, they have the money. So 15% on one extreme, and about 15 to 20 to 25% on the other extreme, which can be summarized as regime change at any price. 15% that I just mentioned, they say preservation of the regime at any price. So, and then the rest of the people, the gray population, as it's called in Persian, they are, first of all, traumatized right now as a result of the savage attack on the country in the name of attacking on the regime. And they would be happy with anybody. It's like a person that is being tortured. When you torture a person, they say whatever you want them to say, or sign whatever confession you want them to sign in order to stop the torture. Therefore, the Iranian people who are happy, especially inside Iran, who express happiness about the savage US and Israeli sabotage of peace in the form of this attack, they are expressing, I am tired of internal despotism. And they fall into the trap of thinking that external colonialism is going to come to their rescue. Whereas I believe, and a lot of other people, including Mustafa Taqizadeh and Mehdi Mahmoudian and other nonviolent democracy seekers and peace seekers, they realize that internal despotism and external colonialism are two sides of the same coin, as Dr. Mossadegh said. Sorry if I went too long.
No, thank you. I think most interesting part of this discussion is that we found out that Persians are the first woke people in the world. They don't have pronouns. I didn't know that.
Persians are the first what people in the world?
Woke. You guys don't have pronouns.
Okay, you mean Persian doesn't have any he or she, or even at the level of verb? Yes, if that's what you call woke, yes, we are woke.
I hate to correct Igor, but I feel I have to. That would make them anti-woke, Igor. Anti-woke.
Yeah,
I have to pronounce.
Anti-woke? Well, I don't know. I don't play in the woke Olympics.
I love this.
Thank you.
Yeah, as Maya said in the comments, very, very clear, concise way of communicating an opinion that we rarely hear, and that is this kind of commonsensical, grounded in a lot of fact, without too much emotion.
Thank you. Although I get pissed off also, and I go to many rooms and act, and behave as if I am in a protest. So sometimes I people hear my protest voice, but then I figured in this room, there seems to be some reason happening. So, but let me share with you something that you may not know about. Iran has an 1,100-year-old tradition of nonviolence. And 1,100 years ago, Rudaki of Samarkand, Rudaki Samarkandi, one of the father of modern Persian poetry, he said, and I'll translate loosely, Jesus one day was walking on a path and saw the body of a man who had been killed. He was bewildered. he asked the man, who did you kill so that you are now so miserably fallen? And I wonder who is going to kill your killer. 1100 years ago, one of my forefathers, if you will, talked about the cycle of violence. And several centuries later, Rumi, the Sufi poet, I'm a Sufi Muslim, Rumi said, impossible to wash out blood with blood. Impossible. In other words, violence cannot be faced with equal and whatever larger violence. And so this is a tradition of Iranian nonviolence that you don't hear, because Iranians and Muslims are useful when they yell and when they cry for revenge, because then you can demonize them, because the military-industrial Zionist complex need Muslims to be scary people in order to justify $1.5 trillion of taxpayer money go to the military as opposed to going to, human needs in this country. So in order to do that, the big brother needs to have a perpetual war going on, needs to have an enemy. So anyhow, that's Iranian nonviolence is something that I try to talk about, and Dr. Mossadegh's main legacy. He was in touch with Mahatma Gandhi. I began a process called Circles of Nonviolence, which is now called Chambers of Compassion. And Chambers of Compassion are, in contrast with Chambers of Commerce. You know those Chambers of Commerce? Chambers of Commerce is in order to organize greed, in order to bring together different corporations so that they can collaborate systemically. But we, as peace activists, democracy activists, human rights activists, social justice activists, earth activists, whatever our good cause, we work in different silos with a relatively small number. So we are divided and conquered systemically. So we need to have an entity in each community. That's a legacy of Mossadegh. We need to have an entity in each community called the Chamber of Compassion, so that peace and justice and human rights and democracy and Mother Earth activists and whatever activists and the people who are civilized can add to one's strength, so that we can build the kind of number we need in order to stand up to the military-industrial whatever complex. And the regime in Iran, going back to Iran, the regime in Iran suppresses any kind of organized civil society, because it realizes that people united can never be defeated. It has come to power as a result of a nonviolent revolution that got sabotaged by religious zealots. Therefore, it brutally suppresses any expression of systemic collaboration of the civil society. This is what This is what the Shah did after the coup in 1953. In 1953, the Shah built, I don't know how many thousands of mosques because he wanted to, at the same time that he was suppressing any other form of civil society activity. Why the Shah helped build so many mosques? Because he did not believe that the mullahs, the religious folks, are capable of political power. Therefore, he was buying them. He was building mosques and he was giving them goodies and whatever. Some of those religious, so-called religious leaders, Ayatollah Khomeini, for example, the founder of the so-called Islamic Revolution, they said, wait a second, the Shah needs us. He is building us mosques. Why should we say long live the Shah? We want political power. That's how Islam became politicized in Iran. And at the time, the American, especially the Republican Party, was saying, good job, dear Shah, build mosques. And then what happened when the power vacuum was created, and I don't go into it, an explanation of why, unless if people ask, when the vacuum of power happened, the only places in the only spaces for organizing were the mosques. Therefore, the nonviolent 1979 revolution, which was a response to a blowback, a reaction to the 1953 coup that killed Iran's secular democracy, that revolution got hijacked by the so-called religious folks because they were organized. So I meander, like Trump said, I am meandering, but I'm joking, by the way. But anyhow, the reason I say that is we in the United States in particular do not have in each community something called chambers of compassion, so that the civil society with different forms of compassion gets organized.
Maybe Barry, we want to ask you a quick question if you allow. She's Iranian too. Barry, go.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate for this opportunity. I like the stage that was so calm and cool, middle of the political debate. I have just two questions for you. I think it's great that you are clarifying certain things that probably for many non-Iranian, it's confusing due to everything that you said, propaganda, different narratives, complexity of the society and timeline. But I think there was two things that you weren't fair, I believe, and I want to mention that, especially when we're talking among people that may not know exactly the dynamic of the politics and situation in Iran. So one is when you talked about Shah or son of the Shah. I'm not necessarily pro Shah, but I need to be fair and correct, if I may. That you said not many people. Reality is that many people, not most, but many people at this point at least chanting for him. And I get that, what you said, Mushtaba. There are different algorithms, different propaganda that has been made by all sides. If you say, so. But yet, there is I think somebody, Maya or someone talked about it, that, out of desperation and real bad situation in Iran and dictatorship and everything else that we know was going on, oppressive, regime, certain people that may in the regular time wouldn't choose the shot, they have said and thought about between bad and worse, they chose the bad, if you name it that. So there are people that, so he has some people that really want it, and it's not the minority necessarily. I can't say it's the majority of the people, but it's not also minority. It's not everything is not propaganda. That's there. We can talk some days about many different social and psychological reasons that people who may in the normal and open society wouldn't choose, would choose someone else, but right now, because it's them, they think that's the only alternative. Whether it's right or wrong, but that's what they think, that he is the only maybe strong alternative, or maybe, a little bit of nostalgia of the past is coming to them, etc. I'm not going through the reason, but we know that out of desperation, the number of people who are asking for him to take over has increased. So it's not just propaganda. That's one thing. The second thing that, respectfully, I disagree with you about Kaiser. What I mean by that, well, people can have a different alternatives and different point of view, even within the situation in Iran. But Kaiser, I don't know if you can really compare Kaiser. I'm a non-violent person also, but I'm not a reformist, right? And Kaiser was part of the system for so long. With respect to his recent, activity, and yes, he's been a victim of this oppressive regime too. But think about that. When the regime was doing all sorts of things, not within the just 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, did Kaiser stood up for people, or he believed that from the system we can create something, something noble. That doesn't make him a necessarily bad person, don't get me wrong. But I'm not sure that everybody, in Iran, most of people want. At this point, after that 30,000 massacre, I don't think anybody really thinking about people from reformist side. So it's okay. Also, there are some people there thinking that somebody has to come from within the regime that has a progressive idea. I get it, but that's not right now also majority. Or not even, it has decreased number of those people who have any faith to anyone who has any connection with this regime after this recent massacre. But, I congratulate you for you speaking your mind, whatever it is and however you're thinking. But I personally believe, most of all, that Titan should have spoke long before, and should have fought or have fought long before. Did not, like many other reformers, did not stood next to people while they were dying, group by group. So, but regardless, we can debate long time, but Titan also is not everybody's alternative. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. May I address your points? The 2 points. First of all, Taizadeh was the person under President Khatami. You remember President Khatami, the reformist president, and he got a no to Khamenei vote when he got elected immediately after his election, because Israel on the one hand and the regime on the other hand, the hotline to speak, did not want a secular democracy to be born out of the revolution. So they began sabotaging both Khatami from the US and especially Israeli side and their counterparts inside Iran among the so-called hardliners. Kaitzadeh came in 1378 when there was a brutal attack on the dormitories of the students at the University of Tehran. He was the one that came as the deputy interior minister and saved a lot of people's lives. Kaitzadeh in 1988, when Ahmadinejad and the goons of the regime stole the vote in that coup, he was put in jail for 7 years, most of it in solitary confinement. And the reason I call him Nelson Mandela of Iran is because, and then of course he has been sabotaged, his legacy has been sabotaged because he is for nonviolence. The regime sabotaged him as well as the Shah's son because they don't want competition. They don't want a nonviolent, secular, democratic competition.
Can I cut you off for a second? I'm just trying to get so you guys talking about Tajarian? He's part of the government right now? But
no, he's isn't.
Okay, continue, sorry.
He has been just several weeks ago, after the horrible massacre in January, they added one more year to his jail sentence.
So wait, but he's a reformist or no? So I'm so confused.
What he has called for is a structural reformism. A structural reformist, if you want to call that. He's calling for the Khamenei, the father, to step aside to have a referendum whether people want a religious government or they want a secular government. He has called for that, and therefore he's in jail.
Shabo, but let's be clear. He's a reformist. So does Shah's son is asking for referendum. Does it make, comparing him with Mandela, I think a little bit, please, I'm not against him, a little bit, disrespecting Mandela, if I may.
Well, Nelson Mandela was for as people know, especially in this room, which seems to be people who think, Nelson Mandela for many long years in the equivalent in South Africa of Evan Prison, Robben Island Prison, he was a leader of an armed revolution against apartheid. And then he saw that nonviolence is the way. So Kaitzadeh, at the beginning of the revolution, and he has apologized many times when he was out of jail, including here in Clubhouse, for his extremism at the beginning of the revolution. But nonviolent leaders are most important, and effective nonviolent leaders are the ones that have believed in violence at one point. And they see Mandela that that's not the way. So to call Kaitzadeh as if reforms is a horrible thing is a desire for revolution, is a desire for violent revolution. A structural reformism, which is Kaitzadeh's political path, which is Mossadegh's path, it says that we the people need to be happy with our government. serve we the people. In this country here in the United States, Trump is going after what? After the basic structures of democracy. In this coming November, we are trying to reduce the number of voters as much as possible by creating all kinds of obstacles to voting. So when we put down somebody or, don't get behind somebody who is nonviolent, who is from inside Iran, who has a following, then the other option is what the regime likes. The alternative to us is that the Shah's son, who has begged Netanyahu and Trump to attack Iran, which they have. Therefore, the regime is now it's bloodied. Therefore, it's going to take revenge. I am worried about Taizadeh's life and other political prisoners. Because the regime is bloodied now. Which is what Netanyahu wanted. Netanyahu wants to create a failed state out of Iran. A feuding failed state of a number of, small states, separatism. So, as a peace activist and a democracy activist, I did, by the way, in the chat, put the link to the National Peace and Democracy Coalition of Iran. As a peace and democracy activist, peace and democracy are two sides of the same coin. I believe we should get behind a structural reformist, nonviolent leaders for a movement to transition peacefully away from this horrible despotic regime that pretends to be religious. But for example, since hijab on women, hijab on women is un-Islamic. La ikraha fi din is a Quranic verse. There is no compulsion in religion. So the regime pretends to be Islamic in the same way that a genocide maker called Benjamin Netanyahu pretends to be Jewish. I work with Jewish Voice for Peace. By working, I mean I go to I support, and I go to their every Monday through Friday. They have a half hour every day. I support my Jewish brothers and sisters because I know that abusing religion is harming the essence of religion. And of course, abusing religion harms we the people and our human rights, which includes democratic rights. As far as whether what number, because Perry, you asked about the extent of the support of the Reza Pahlavi in Iran. Again, as I said, Dr. Ziba Kalam, Professor Ziba Kalam, whom you may not like because he's a reformist, he said, we as political scientists should not confuse support because of desperation and rage. We should not confuse that kind of support with real desire for monarchic system of government. And I absolutely agree with him. When people are desperate...
If I may, I apologize. I'm just going to clarify this. Listen, I did not ask about the percentage. I know myself. I have some idea. When I asked and criticized you, Mustafa, I said, let's be fair. whatever position we have, political position in this game or in this situation, be fair when you say that all is propaganda. I'm saying that no, there are real people that beyond the propaganda for many different reasons.
I said there were people inside Iran.
It's not the, okay, but it's not the, listen, it's what I'm trying to say. It's not just group or bunch of people. It has increased, and we can have that debate later, and has increased for many reasons. So when we are talking about, I think that if I misunderstood, fine, but in a political debate, although politics has been mixed with all those sort of bullshit, but we can have an honest, I think we can create the culture of honest political debate. So what I was asking that, representing whatever even you don't believe or I don't believe, we need to be honest to represent them. That's all.
I believe I was very honest when I said that the people inside Iran that are sick and tired of this regime that pretends to be Islamic and is not a republic. They are so sick and tired of the regime's many structural problems, and they are so under sanctions. They don't see any future for themselves. That out of desperation they say, "Long live the Shah." And we should not confuse that kind of support with real support. I'm quoting a political scientist. I am not a political scientist. Okay, realize that there are a lot of people, especially in the Iranian diaspora, who are cheering a son of a despot called the Shah, Iran's democracy in 1953, therefore caused the revolution, and the Shah built all those mosques because he was suppressing any other form of political expression. Therefore, the revolution was hijacked by religious because they were organized. And now out of ration, people say, "Oh, what a good life we had under the Shah." Right now, if you want to measure, since I'm a scientist, I'm a psychologist. If you want to measure the depth of support for monarchy, most of the people in Iran are, I don't know, some 60% of Iranian are young. They were not even born at the time of the revolution. All they have seen is propaganda by monarchists, loud monarchist TV stations funded by Israel and the United States in order to create a situation in which the military-industrial complex says, when you rebel against us, then you're gonna, you deserve what you get. And it was wonderful under the Shah. I was tortured under the Shah, Pari Khanum. Lady Pari Khanum, that's what it means. As a 16-year-old boy, I was mildly tortured in that so-called wonderful government of the Shah, who had overthrown Iran's secular democracy. So, when I tell people, when Kaitzadeh says, have a referendum, he says to the goons of the regime, if you believe you are so popular, why are you afraid of a referendum? Ask people, do they want a religious government or they want a secular government? Most of the people and then the answer is, oh, we had already a referendum. shortly after the revolution. And Hajjade says most of the people in Iran were not born back then. So it's time for another referendum. Hajjade is put in jail, and you criticize him because the Shah's son doesn't want competition, internal indigenous competition from inside Iran. So the regime, internal despotism and external colonialism, the Shah's son, they need one another as enemy, but they work together, they suppress the middle. They suppress the non-violent democratic, secular democratic middle because they want to create a binary. You're either with us or you're against us. So we need to stand up for internal despotism. We need to stand up to internal despotism and external colonialism at the same time, because there are two sides of the same coin. I'm going to be speaking at a rally nearby here in the state of Colorado on the No Kings protest on March 28. No Kings. We are saying we don't want despotism. We don't want fascism. Like a Trump attacking a country like Iran and go and kidnap a president in Venezuela and wants to destroy foundations of democracy in this country by appointing political judges to the Supreme Court. No kings. So I feel bad that my compatriots inside Iran, especially, and outside, they are asking for a king out of desperation because they've been propagandized so deeply. Because voices of reason and voices, democratic, secular voices of moderation and nonviolence have been suppressed. Because we don't have money, because we don't go and get money from the Israeli lobby, like the Shah's son does. I want Iran to be independent. Istiqlal. I want Iran to be independent and free, independent from external colonialism, free from internal despotism. Istiqlal, azadi, independence or sovereignty and freedom. These were the two of the three slogans of the so-called Islamic revolution. The third one was so-called Islamic Republic. In 1979, people chanted Istiqlal, azadi, Jamhuri. Jamhuri means republic, means the right to vote. The Shah's Rastafi's party, his one-party state, was transformed into Hezbollah, the party of God. Despotism and violence are two sides of the same coin. California.
Can I just jump in? I feel like Gustavo's made. Sorry. I feel like he's made a bunch of really good points, and Pari gave a really interesting defense. It was done in very well-natured and intellectually honest for the most part. But I think it's starting a little too in the weeds for us listeners, because I think they broadly agree that they don't want to be bombed and they want to be able to choose their own leaders. But it's a question now of how does that happen? The problem that I see is that regime regime change is not going to happen anytime soon. So, sorry, as in the regime fall is not going to happen anytime soon. So any discussions of new leaders and new leadership are kind of moot points. So it feels to me this is an important discussion for Iranians to have internally, because many have been campaigning since '79 for the abolition of this religious regime. Obviously it hasn't worked, and hopefully it will work for them soon. But I can't see any change in the next couple of years, unless the US goes in and boots on the ground and does the full Iraq, gives it the Iraq treatment. But I can't see that happening, and even if that does happen, then it won't be the Iranians who decide who's going to be leading them after that. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. I agree with you that Iranian people, we the people of Iran, should be deciding our own fate, not external colonialism. And the fact that we are caught between a rock and a hard place, collaborating with each other, the rock being the so-called Islamic regime, and a hard place called external colonialism. The fact that we are caught in between a rock and a hard place, and we can't see immediate relief, should not prevent us from dreaming. Martin Luther King said, "I have a dream." We, the Iranian people, do not need
Sorry, repeat that again.
I think he's breaking up for everyone. Or
Repeat that again, brother.
Iranian people to determine our own future. But the fact that we may not have relief of this horrible regime does not mean we should not dream, and it doesn't mean that we should not stand up to war, because war kills democracy. In this country, I was chanting, and I will chant on March 28th in the No Kings rally: internal repression, external aggression. I'm going to get people to chant, because internal repression of the Trump fascism requires external aggression of Netanyahu and Trump attacking Iran. So you kill democracy at home in order to allocate every year $1.5 trillion for military and intelligence budget in this country. So yes, you are absolutely correct. And by the way, I love the fact that Paris, apparently as a supporter of Shah, was very nice and civil. Unlike a lot of other
she didn't come off like that. She came across as very reasoned.
I know.
I understood her argument. I understood her argument to be he's the best of a bad bunch at the moment. So as opposed to being, because there are lots of Shah loyalists that you see, or Pahlavi loyalists you see waving the flags in the US and Canada and Australia and all this in the diaspora. But Pari to me came across as much more reasoned. So I hopefully you're not characterizing me too strongly in that direction.
No. First of all, I appreciate the civility of a monarchist called Paris. I believe that Iran needs 4 political parties after somehow we are free from internal despotism. We need a monarchist party. We need a Republican party. We need a social democratic party, and we need an environmental party, ecology party. And these 4 parties need to be able to compete with each other in freedom, without external interference, without manipulation by the military-industrial complex, so that we, the Iranian people, can determine our own fate. And if people in it, and I'll tell you this as somebody who is highly critical of the Shah's son and the monarchy, which killed Iran's secular democracy in 1953. If the people of Iran, in a democratic, free, and internationally monitored elections choose monarchy, I will hold my nose and will even tolerate or will work with that system for the purpose of preserving Iran.
Mom, can I ask you a question, brother? When you said you were 16, you got mildly tortured. Was it because you were affiliated with the left in Iran?
I was affiliated with the legacy of Dr. Mossadegh. No, let me go back to when I was 7 years old. When I was 7 years old, I had gone to school. I was a little boy. One day I heard the word Mossadegh in the primary school. I came home and I didn't know what Mossadegh meant. I didn't know Mossadegh was a name. At the time, mentioning the word Mossadegh was a crime after the coup. I was born 5 years after the coup. So I said to my dad, who had had a heart attack and died just, a couple of years later, I asked Dad, what does Mossadegh mean? All color went out of his face. I remember him. He paused for a few seconds, and then at the top of his lung, he began yelling at me, "We don't say Mossadegh in this house!" What he was doing was...
You didn't know? I mean, what? I mean, you're asking a question.
I was 6 years old. I was 6 years old, 7 years old. He was trying to protect his family, because at the time mentioning the word Mossadegh got you to be tortured by Savak, by the secret police that the Shah had created, with the help of Mossad.
And so you got in trouble from something that you were taught at school?
Right. It wasn't taught at school. I just had heard other kids had talked about little older kids, like fourth graders or whatever. I had just heard the word Mossadegh and I did not know what the word meant. So I came home and asked my dad, what does Mossadegh mean? And he protected his family by yelling at me so I do not ever say the word Mossadegh in this house. That's the kind of dictatorship we lived under, which then blew up in the form of the 1979 revolution. I hope it became clarified that, yes, it is crazy for the Shah's government or for the Khamenei's government to suppress basic human rights. But as a 7-year-old, 6-year-old, of course, that experience was something that began politicizing me. Therefore, when I was 16 years old, I was beaten up by some goons of the Shah, so that I fall in line and say, long live the Shah, in order to be safe. In the same way that the goons of Khamenei say, you should say, Long live Khamenei to be safe.
Beat you up if you didn't say whatever. I didn't know were like the goals of the people. So if you didn't say what they wanted to say,
we sit back and relax. He lived in Iran, so their ways aren't our ways. So life was different. So just take what he's saying.
Well, by the way, right now under Trump, that's the way it is, the way that it's becoming. That's why we need to go on the streets. We need to go on streets and say no king. Right now, the political space in this country is shrinking under Trump's tyranny. That's why, in order to cover up the fact that Epstein was a Israeli spy, he attacks Iran to divert attention. So I'm living like this is deja vu all over again. And I am an activist, peace and human rights and democracy activist in this country, living here in exile, involuntary exile, because I have an involuntary, a in absentia execution order by the circuit number 15 of the Revolutionary Court in Iran. You know what my crime is? Warring against God. I'm a Sufi Muslim, and I'm saying this is not the government of God. Bullshit. Therefore, they have in absentia created a sentence of execution for me. That's what despotism is. Either under the Shah or under the current regime. That's why we in this country need to stand up for democracy. Because if we are able to preserve democracy in this country, then democracy will have a chance in other countries. The more democracy is killed in this country, then savagery will be normalized. And I'm referring to Hannah Arendt, the Jewish survivor of the Holocaust, philosopher. She warned about banality of evil, normalizing violence. So we need to stand up we need to resist fascism in this country right now in order to protect the possibility of democracy in Iran.
Why are all these people in the chat going after what Starbury seems to be saying? I mean, he's a little bit long-winded, I get that, but he's not saying if the guy, if he's under a death order from the current regime, you think he's supporting the current regime? What's going on with you people? Have you lost control of your faculties of reason?
They're siloed completely.
Thank you. Absolutely.
And there's one guy who said, what's a Sufi Muslim? Well, just read about it, my friend. Sufism is a very spiritual, it's technically neither Shia nor Sunni. And it's a very, very interesting, it's kind of like a very artistic way of practicing Islam. It's very spiritual. It's just you and God. And then you get closer to God through music and dance and these things. So it's a fascinating thing to read about. There's no guns, there's no fatwas, there's none of this nonsense that the Western media is going to tell you about. It's fairly simple. I myself am an atheist, but Sufism is it's not widely practiced anywhere really. It's just there are pockets of Sufis around and they speak at very high levels about spiritual matter.
Thank you. One Sufi said 1100 years ago, sorry for being so long-winded, but one Sufi, his name was Mansur al-Laj. He said, I am God, or I am the truth. The muftis, the Sunni muftis of the day, they said, what? You are God? Either repent or we're going to hang you. So they hung him. So his name remained in history. Several centuries later, Spinoza, the Jewish philosopher, he arrived at the same Sufi understanding that there is no God outside nature. We are sacred. We are God, in other words. We are interconnected with everything in the universe. The farthest galaxies are our brothers and sisters. We are one, in other words. That's what Sufism is. But no, people who are in traditional religions, they say, oh, come to our house of worship, we'll tell you what God is about.
That's right, teach it.
Right, and I say, I respect religious freedom, however, I realize that we are all one as a Sufi. But I don't, in my talks, I do not preach Sufism, because one language of the heart and connecting to the heart, i.e. God, is just as good as any. So no proselytizing. If you see a Sufi that is proselytizing, he is misguided. Let's call it that. So sorry for being so long-winded, and I better shut up so that I don't lose my voice. I sent it.
Thank you so much, man. And I really appreciate it. Personally, I appreciate it.
Thank you. I sent the link to the National Peace and Democracy Coalition of Iran in the chat. And my email, I'll put my email in the chat. And I say to whoever who cares, give platform to voices like me, because I am the voice of the voiceless. It's a horrendous responsibility. I am trying to be the voice of the voiceless. And this is not, as one of you noted, it's not the voice that is usually heard. But a lot of people inside Iran are in jail because because their voice is the voice of nonviolence and Mossadegh. And I'm trying to advocate for peace and democracy, whether in the United States or in Iran or elsewhere. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you. And can I just say one thing to Klaas, I think is probably how you pronounce his name, K-O-A-A-S, maybe it's a he or she, I'm not sure, or maybe non-binary, again, I'm not sure, but what is so surprising about an atheist having an interest in religion? That seems very, very weird, or trying to give some basic information about a religion that that person may have no idea about, or even the aspects of that religion, that is, you and God, etc., etc. That's fascinating. People in Clubhouse read that. Some of these people are either so stupid. Sorry, no, look, I'm not going to get into that. I'm sorry. That's not the spirit of the room.
Thank you for using EQ. That was nice. My job, I'm sure I messed that up, but thank you for sharing your love and your heart today. Took us a while to get there, but when you're sharing the heart, sometimes it is the road that is less traveled, hence why we are where we are, because people don't know how to tap into that. And sometimes you have to listen to the story and go along with it to get the understanding. So thank you. Mohammed, you joined the stage. You have something to say?
I just want to thank Mustafa for everything he said. I agree with him wholeheartedly. And I also want to tell him that everybody that has listened to on this platform that has actually advocated to the contrary is someone that suffers, and I borrow this from the British journalist, for some of the luxury of business. is sitting somewhere in a safe place in an armchair pontificating about how the big bad America should come in the countries and liberate them. And Rochelle is the kind of guy that says, yeah, we want to be liberated, but we want to hold out ourselves and not bring liberation on the back of the American soldiers and American firefighters. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. All right, I don't know where to go from here.
Firstly, that was actually really great. I don't know if it was the last hour or whatever, but the back and forth with Perry and Mojtaba and either the link and all that was just written. Thank you, Kunin, for stepping on. It just gave me like a little tiny spark of hope because we don't hear these perspectives. And I stand on the side of always, and I've always been this way, for me personally, just as a Jew, feeling very marginalized as a pro-peace, like anti-bombing, anti-war, gets drowned out by the disease on the air. And I fucking hate it. But I don't want to make this about me. This is about their submission, what's going on in Iran. So I appreciate that. So thank you.
Shalom, brother.
Shalom.
Hey, Andrew.
Hi. I would like to say something about what I just heard the last time. I thought it was absolutely very clarifying speech about what is going on and what has gone on. And what really struck me was this whole idea, I'm going to look into it further, this chamber of compassion as opposed to a chamber of commerce. Such an interesting idea that it absolutely needs to be looked into. I thought that was just absolutely fantastic. It was the best hour on Clubhouse I've experienced in quite some time.
Thank you so much. Send me an email, brother. Send me an email. I'll put my email in the chat again.
It's so good to hear your voice, Andrew. I haven't heard you in a while.
I friended you, sir, so you can friend me back. Absolutely fantastic.
Hey, sorry to, I just want to ask Mustafa if he could check his messages. I sent him a message, just want to invite him. I am Moroccan American to add, and we do have a room here at my house for mostly Moroccans, and I see that a lot of them have drank too much of the empire's purple Kool-Aid, and I would love for Mustafa to accept the invitation, come and speak to them.
Send me an email, brother. Send me an email because I'm not familiar with the messages and all these things.
That's a yes or no.
Okay. It's moji.aga@gmail.com.
We are the world. I'm just kidding. Colleen, did you want to say something? I know you had unmiked.
Oh, I was just going to say, I just also want to acknowledge Pari, who offered a slightly different perspective, but also very well argued, lovely tone, etc. And did represent a different perspective to Mujtaba, but ultimately I believe that they're both on the same side. But I just wanted to say one thing. This is an interesting thing that people don't get about Islam. When they talk about clash of civilizations and gods and this, etc., etc. You know, a lot of people, when you're speaking in language which is meant to inflame, let's say Christians, you will talk about their God, Allah. And And Allah is not. It's not simply an Islam. It isn't the Islamic God. It is God, right? It's one thing. It's God. It's everyone's God. And the word Allah doesn't come from Arabic. It comes from Aramaic, which is a completely different thing. So I just wanted to, apropos of nothing, I thought I'd throw that one in as well.
I mean, I think that's really important to throw in. All Allah means translated is God. The God of the Abrahamic religions. That's really all it means. Jews, Christians, Muslims. We all believe in the same God. We just have different ways to worship Him.
So, were you always atheist?
No, my family's Muslim.
Okay.
My sister's like a very intellectual Sufi, which is why I know so much about it. And she's becoming a little bit agnostic, but she's still Sufi.
Okay. Now, how did you go from being a Muslim to a complete atheist, not an agnostic?
So I'm of South Asian origin, so northern Pakistan, Afghanistan, but my family's been in Australia for 120 years, so we were here almost since the beginning of Australia. So I'm very well socialised in both the Western ways and the Eastern ways. I know both very well.
Right.
I was never really, my family was never very strongly religious.
Okay.
And then just as I got older, in my teens, I just thought, well, look, morally and spiritually, I think there's always the right thing and the wrong thing to do. I don't believe that what I've been taught is necessarily what happened, right? So I have a lot of issues with Islamic faith or Christianity or whatever. I mean, I believe the larger concept that perhaps there are some divine forces controlling things, but my knowledge of politics.
But wouldn't that automatically make you agnostic? Because if you are recognizing that there's a higher force, no? I don't know.
Yes. Actually, you are right. You are correct. Sometimes I use atheist incorrectly only because of Clubhouse and people don't know what it means.
Oh, okay. Got it. Okay.
But one more thing I'll say is that we see what happens these days with truth and lies and with the recounting of things that happened, etc. So for me, the fact that these small tales, right, these small things that happened in 0 BC or 600 AD, which is, the Muhammad's time was 600 AD, obviously Jesus' time around 0, and Moses a couple of thousand years before that. These are small communities of, maybe thousands, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people, where in those times people were very political as well. People were still jockeying for position. So I still believe that, part of my issue with organised religion is that it's not hard for things to get mischaracterised and for something that may not necessarily have happened to then be regarded as gospel truth. We're seeing that every day today. So that's why I have a problem with organised religion. But I am very interested in all religions. I find them fascinating. Yeah, and sorry, I misspoke. Yes, agnostic is different to atheist and blah, blah. Yes, apologies.
No worries, but I share the same sentiments. People say, "Oh, you're a Christian." I'm like, I don't subscribe to a religion. I never heard of what is it called, Sufi?
Sufism, yeah.
Sufism. Oh, Sufi. Okay. I never heard of it until tonight, so I'll definitely will be looking into that a little bit more.
Sufism is a mystical blend.
It describes my heart, though.
Yeah, Rumi is like that's what I know about Sufi. I think of the Rumi of that poet. So if you want to look into that, you should.
Really, it's, at the end of the day, spiritus, it's actually better looking people are Sufis. They usually attract people who are in.
And they're creative and
like vows, which is the North Pakistani, devotional singing where the concerts go on for hours. That's a Sufi practice. As is, the whirling dervishes. Essentially, you're putting yourself in a trance with some kind of distracting mechanism that you're enjoying that's not drugs. So, and then that connects you to the higher power. So it really is fascinating. And yes, if I were to join any sect, it would be them because the women are better looking than Sufis.
It all depends on what Sufi order you follow. There are different orders. So it depends on what Sufi order you follow. So, for example, in Morocco or in China, we have three major Sufi orders. So we have the Shishi Sufi order, we have the Shabli Sufi order, I believe the Shabli Sufi order is in Pakistan as well, and we have the Tijani Sufi order that's actually sub-Saharan African, headquartered in Senegal and in Morocco as well. So it all depends on what Sufi order you follow, and the definition comes with. So there's no one definition for that Sufi.
Okay, let me, by the way, thank you so much. I've been laughing at the same time going crazy, hearing some of the stuff that Brother Koenig said. And I believe organized spirituality or organized religiosity ends up corrupting because that ego comes in and tries to say, I know better than you.
Yes.
I am better than you. And I believe that when Hallaj and Rumi, by the way, who, the Sufi poet, and I am, by the way, I may be a grandchild of Hafiz, the other Persian Sufi poet, who is also advocate of nonviolence. Rumi said in a long poem about the unity of everything, for lack of any better term, he used the term impossible to wash out blood with blood. Impossible. Okay? And why? Because we are one. Why? Because we are interconnected. Therefore, if I harm you, I am harming myself.
That's right.
Therefore, the cardinal foundation of nonviolence, impossible to wash blood with blood, impossible. Now, in terms of some people ask me, hey, Brother Muji, people call me Brother Muji because I'm a Sufi monk or dervish. They say, what order are you a part of or whatever? I say, my heart is closest to the Maulaviya order, the order of Sufis that Rumi founded after his transformation, that is. So, but it is not. People ask me often, can you tell me about Sufism? I like to convert to Sufism. And I say, you don't need to convert to anything. Go deep in your own heart. And the truth that you find, as Rumi puts it, in the hidden corner of your heart, regardless of your spiritual or religious tradition or cultural tradition, if you go deep in your heart, then you will find the truth, regardless of what language. Different religions are different languages. Nothing but. They're just different languages that are expressing basically similar truths. So I say, if you are a Christian or a Jew or a Buddhist or a whatever, go deep in your own tradition. You don't need to go to India to find a guru. or you don't need to go to Mecca. Actually, Rumi, in one of his satirical poems, he makes fun of the Hajis, the ones that go to the Mecca, to the pilgrimage. Rumi says, "Hey, Hajis, what are you doing running around in the desert? The beloved is here next door. Come back home." In other words, don't fall in love with the structures of religions, with the rituals of religion. In one of my sermons, they asked me, by the way, 11 years ago, and I'll be accused of being long-winded again. I'll try to make this short. But I was in southern Arizona at the time. I'm now in Colorado. And they asked me, a Unitarian Universalist congregation west of Phoenix. They said, Brother Moji, we don't have a minister at our UU or Unitarian Universalist church. Could you give our Easter sermon? I said, wow, you are asking a Muslim to give an Easter sermon? I hugged the gentleman. I said, thank you so much, I'll be honored. However, I don't do sermons. I can do an un-sermon. You remember cola and uncola? So I did an on-sermon, and the title of my on-sermon, which I can send you the link on YouTube, is There Is No Other. There is no other. Other is something, otherism, i.e. us versus other. In reality, there is no other. That's a creation of human bullshit. So I then analogized. I said, you know what? You see these postal service vans that come and deliver letters and whatever's to you every day? I said, where do they go at the end of the day? They go to the central post office, all of them. So I said, but all we see of the post office is the postal van. Therefore, we fall in love with the postal van. We fall in love with the Christian church or the Jewish synagogue or the Hindu temple or whatever. We fall in love with the appearance in our daily life of that which is somehow associated with the divine. However, all the postal vans at the end of the day go to the post office, central post office. And then I made a joke about at the central post office, God is the group therapy session, the group therapy therapist, and his patients are all the prophets, all the messengers of God. And they complain about, you have no idea what our followers have done to my message. So anyhow, that was my sermon called There Is No Other. Whatever spiritual or religious tradition you're familiar with, get rid of the bullshit, go deep, and you'll find the same thing. So, anyhow, thank you. Sorry if I talked too much.
All is well, all is well. Any news, guys? Any updates? This was great. I was thinking.
Going on the water. You there?
Oh, am I underwater?
Okay, you're back. I mean, it's hard to go back to news after all, but
I was just trying to.
yeah.
Hey, son.
You guys had to have talked about this, but they're finally admitting there's over 140 U.S. soldiers that are injured. I don't know if you guys spoke about it. I've been in and out all day, and we know I
There
think
was briefly, we talked about it, somebody mentioned it, but we didn't go into depth. But yeah, I heard that, how many, 140?
I think it's 140. And it's like I feel like we kept trying to do a little conspiracy theory around it, like the hospital in Germany and this and that, you know. We know that things are being hidden from us. 140 means way more, right? Because no, we're fine, and boom, okay, yes, 140. Like, give us the real number. That's all I got, though.
Okay. So,
wait, sorry, is that fatalities or is it just casualties? Is it just injuries or fatalities?
Injuries is what's being reported, but we don't know about any additional fatalities at this time. We just know about the 7. I know you guys were counting that like 8 or 9, but I saw 7 today. I don't know.
The latest confirmed number was 8.
Okay.
And Trump already threatened some horrible retribution for these 100 and whatever that are injured. So I'm afraid for my...
So the thing is that Trump doesn't give a damn about the people, as we all know. So out of all the American presidents that we've had, 47, no one has ever missed a dignified transfer except for Trump. So Trump was at that Republican sort of fundraiser deal he did yesterday. One even at his press conference for the war, so he missed the 7th soldier or the 8th, but whichever one got transferred, he literally missed it.
Last night they said it was 7. That was the 7th one last night.
Yeah, so he...
When I watched it.
Yeah, so he...
Vance was there though.
Yeah, right, but the president of the United States is sending out people to a unilateral war, and it's like, you know, it just so casually talked about flippantly about like how people are going to die in war. You know, that's what happens in war. We have casualties. He chose not to. It's just everything about him is just, he's just a piece of shit.
All right, let's not focus on. Devon, you there?
I'm here first.
Devon? What's going on with my daughter? They coming for his wife. She had somebody at the house? At the first house?
Oh, I didn't hear about that. I know the last time.
You know what that? They said this administration is bad. She had Mohad or somebody at the y'all hear about that?
With spirituals, he's usually on it. You know, unless he's trying to hide it.
Wait, what? Sorry, I was working. What?
My daughter had, his wife was hosting Mohad at the Grace House or something.
Mansion, they call it Gracie Mansion.
Hosting who?
It started with an N. Somebody, but all I know, whoever it was, they're not pleased about it. They said it was a disgrace. I'm gonna look it up. I thought y'all talk about that.
You have to understand, First Lady, it was over 70 degrees today in New York. We're not thinking about that kind of stuff. We're outside, we're enjoying. We have just been under house arrest with this fucking winter. And today was our Liberation Day. Yes, amen.
Amen. You made it through. And you had a wonderful day. Go ahead.
Sure.
That's all.
Who is it?
You remember him? He was the boy from Colombia. They tried to deport. That's all.
Oh my goodness, why are you mad about that?
Because he criticized the war. Trump tried to get him out. Trump lost. And it ain't that big a deal. Like, let's move on to stuff. We got a war going on. Who cares who these people host? Donald Trump hosted Nick Montes. Let's keep it moving. Oh, wow. Wait, so I'm upset about that. Jesus Christ. I agree with that. I can't even believe that was a thing. Okay. Yeah, like,
I thought it was somebody from like.
So, I
said something about the Ravens earlier. I couldn't get into it. They lost somebody. Oh, the picks. That's what y'all said. Okay.
No, they tried to get somebody, and they said he failed his physical, although nobody believes that. I think they just backed up.
Brothers and sisters, thank you so much for hearing me. I need to go and help my neighbor, my 87-year-old neighbor.
Oh, I'm 87. That's crazy. Okay.
As a doctor comes in.
Well, I hope you come back.
Okay, well.
Another day. We're usually here Monday through Friday. Monday through Sunday.
Okay, well, thank you, and try to, if you are able to, refer people to whatever church or synagogue or whatever civil society formation to say, hey, we found this crazy Sufi Iranian peace activist. You need to hear him. So.
All right, we'll check in on us once a week, okay?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Blessings to you, brother.
My Sufi joke is, may my God bless your God.
Okay, all right. May my God receive the blessing that you just bestowed upon my God.
Thank you so much. We are the God.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Peace.
Thank you, sir. Peace.
Hey, Ellen.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
So First Lady, the
Quiet storm.
I was gonna say that the injuries, I feel like they were holding back. They had to have known about these 140 injuries before today.
Well, 81. Oh, shit. He tied Kobe. Devon, what's going on, bro?
Oh, wow.
I'm worried about that. This boy just tied Kobe.
You heard about that?
He got 81, 9-3.
I'm asleep so good that night. I can't wait. It's warm outside, y'all.
All the windows are open.
It's gonna be nice today. It's real warm out
Okay,
here.
it's always nice in Texas. Okay.
Come on down. Y'all know y'all don't like my state. I didn't say anything about them. I said, come on down and swim.
No, because you've been saying that for the last however many months, and we're locked in here fucking shivering, sitting on our radiator. Like, come on, bro.
What do you mean sitting?
Come on down to the barbecue. Yo, we're suffering over here with a space heater on us and 2 damn blankets so that we can survive. Come on down to the barbecue. Come on.
So I have to get on 2 flights to come down.
Washington is fouling people whenever they get the ball. It's not bad, so you don't go to the free throw.
Sports, yes sir. You men like sports, my kind of people. That's what's up.
Well, that was a really refreshing conversation, isn't it? Wasn't too heavy. I'm sure people wanted to jump in, but I'm glad y'all respected the stage. It was good.
You know, we always talk about Sunni and Shia. I forgot about the debates. Totally forgot.
I mean, it's not the same. It's not the same thing, but like in Judaism, there's a Kabbalah and that mysticism part of it, but that's it's different. I mean, it's just like out there,
Not out there.
I mean, it's not the same thing, but it's the closest parallel that I can see in my existence right now.
We're making this quick journey towards spirituality, so
yeah, that's
not be a bad thing.
Yeah, and like internal, you know what I mean? Like that's only,
Although it looks like there's a bit of mapping, Kabbalah. I'm not sure.
Talking about Christianity was kind of, it's like, man, not all Christians are out here to, whatever.
If you were listening, he never talked down on any one religion at all.
Oh shit, they found him. They found him. Get 2 free throws. This is sad for Kobe fans. This is really sad. Bam is about to pass Kobe.
What channel you watching, brother? I'll get that. Where you went?
It's on NBA.
I have league passes.
Oh, league pass. Gotcha. I'm gonna try to get that too. Let's go.
You got on your leap pad?
Man, we got everything, we got all the sports stations over here.
Oh, that sucks for Kobe fans. Oh my God, Bam, I buy. That's Kobe's 81. That's insane. Oh, good match here. I'm only here left for this for the politics. All right, it's 82. Now we can end the Kobe LeBron debate because that was one of their big talking points.
Is this number 13?
83. Yeah, man.
One minute and 9 seconds.
That's that Asia Wilson. You know, when you mess with Asia Wilson, you get that special code. I didn't think
I am not Kobe.
And man, did you say that Matt's here? Matt Z?
Yeah, there's a bunch of racists tonight, so I hope he's coming.
Yeah, that's the Marjorie Taylor Greene seat. That's what the guy I literally was looking for him because that race is definitely going on, and the Democrat is ahead of that.
just as a side note, it was very fun to watch all the people suffer in the chat and how upset they were that there was a decent, reasonable human being speaking on pro-peace, pro-humanity position that we don't usually.
How can anybody look at what we're doing as a country or what Israel's doing and think we're in the right?
For the guy that said he's in New York sitting by a radiator or a heater, brother, yeah, I'd really get my butt on a plane and come somewhere, because ain't no way.
No, ma'am. I live in the free state of New York, and I'm not going to a fucking fascist red state. So I'll pass and I'll suffer through the cold.
Hey, look, hold on now, look, brother, I don't like my politics either. I don't like the way things are ran here, but I sure like the climate, and I sure like what Dixie House cooked me today. That lady came down them stairs with a bunch of food. I said, hey, now, is that for sale? I didn't give a damn what was going on. I don't care what some kind of music was playing in the corner. I ain't heard any of that. I said, y'all got food for sale? Man, that lady said, yes, ma'am. Shoot, they brought so much food down there from that place. Y'all gotta come eat with me, man. Y'all stomachs will be so. Look here, y'all be waddling out of that kitchen, man. That lady had cinnamon rolls as big as my face. I told her, can you make me 2 of them on the double? And she did, man. Them folks up there serve me good, man. Come on. Balls like that in New York, buddy, as big as your face. Because I was up there, y'all had some good food too. I ain't out to New York. Thank you, New York, man. Y'all cooked for me as well when I was up there 24 hours a day. They don't ever sleep, and I can walk around and eat a bunch of stuff. Shout out to you folks up there. Thanks for cooking for me, and shout out to you.
Something about the nature. Something about the nature.
Man, you wouldn't do yourself. Because, man, it was a big challenge to an old black Democrat today that they wanted to unseat.
The Democrat they try to unseat.
Wait, so like leftists or the David Hogg.
I don't think Hogg got involved in this one, but the guy he's running against a 78. Billy Thompson. And the guy running against him is 34.
So it was an age thing and not like a record, not his record or anything?
They thought he was old. He was the guy who was the chair of the January 6th Commission. Y'all, everybody remembers him many times.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Ben Thompson. And he won the primary, so he's, he gonna stay. I mean, to me, there were really no major surprises tonight. I thought that, Thompson was gonna hang on. I knew that, Sean Harris was gonna advance to the runoff, and, I do need to look at that main race. There's I think it's a House, is it a House seat or a state House seat or a state Senate seat? It's one that was Trump plus 8 or Trump plus 7 or something, and Democrats were looking like they could flip it because it's a seat that probably New Hampshire. No, it's New Hampshire. I think it's New Hampshire. Yeah, it's New Hampshire. I'm gonna look it up actually. Let's see. Oh, okay. So unofficial results right now, the Democrats leading 51% to 48%. It's a Trump plus 9 Democrat. So this is a 13-point overperformance for Democrats, and it is an actual pretty, a rather reddish area in New Hampshire. Let's see. Oh, they actually did flip it. So people are calling the race. Vote on this. Okay. That's amazing. Bobby Boatman. This is the second consecutive week the Democrats have flipped a state leg seat that Trump won in 24. So, it's a good tonight. We'll see what happens with the runoff. I don't think that Sean Harris has a shot against the Republicans facing, but isn't it Clay Crowley who got the best for the Republicans? We'll see what happens. I'm excited about next week. And of course, officially, Scott Coe is the Democrat nominee for Mississippi, so that's a quote-unquote big deal. Because they have the races like we are and not safe are, which normally they would have, Mississippi a safe are. So we'll see what he can do. I don't know that he'll raise that much money, but I would love to see him get his revenge and, beat Cindy for blocking his nomination. Lifetime appointment. He was going to be a judge. So, yeah, that's all I got. I know that the retards are looking good. My haters are here. So I'll go back down, so they can enjoy the room and not be bothered, about my niggatry and faggotry.
Did I get put out the room? What's going on? Hello?
There's another game on, so the men are definitely distracted.
With the Celtics and the Spurs?
Yes, ma'am.
Wait, is it consequential? Are we in the playoffs? What's the deal?
I couldn't tell you all of that. The game is on, I'm watching it.
But wait a minute, if you've been watching it, then you should know what part of the season we are in.
I know we're not in the playoff. We know we're near the playoff.
Yeah.
We're in the playoff.
Started yet?
College stuff starts soon, yes.
I think it's the middle week of March.
We taking over Madison Square Garden, so Roger City Bike just gets
I can't have my car vandalized again.
That's been a year already?
No. Well, actually, what was it? The Knicks playoffs. That was when? Last May? What was that?
No, that wasn't them, was it?
Yes, they passed my mirror.
I remember, but I'm saying, was it them?
It must have been May. Is that the NBA or April? NBA?
I don't know. It's been a year already then.
These motherfuckers, I couldn't find the replacement for my side view mirror, so I had to get one that doesn't match the color of my car.
Technically, I used to go with it. The playoffs start in April. So that sounds about right. Remember we were yelling Knicks in 6, but it didn't happen?
Yeah. Oh my goodness, it's been a year. Oh wow.
They're out of control. Just give them the championship so they can fucking settle down. That's ridiculous.
No. Spirituals, have you ever seen 1883? That series?
No, what's that?
It's like I guess they went back to the beginning of Yellowstone.
Oh, that's it. No, I haven't. What streamer is it on?
Paramount Plus.
Okay, I think I have that. Wait, should I watch?
That was good for me. I was good on it.
Wait, is it fictional, like historical fiction or something?
Yeah, it's based on the true stories of the dead. Hey, Joe B, somebody's trying to impersonate me. I really don't appreciate that. Hey, Notorious, you haven't said hello to me in years. That's fine, no. Joe B, you there?
Yeah, who's impersonating me? That's gotta be a tough one.
Yeah, they sent me.
Did you really say hey, Notorious?
No. You don't like him?
No, I never said that. Who's the dumbass who said
No,
that?
he's asking me. So.
No, Notorious, you know that. I don't have you blocked. Hey, by the way, we are having terrible thunderstorms, electric storms up here in Indiana, an hour from Chicago. So you're around there, lock down.
Okay. Under a tornado watch here, so I'm helping right now. I got my earbuds in, but I'm helping people bring this other stuff inside the house. But hey, no, that ain't gonna stop us from what we need to do. I said, as long as the power's on, we're rolling. So we're bringing everything in this larger area in here. So we just rock and roll anyway. But we are under a tornado watch.
Yeah? Who's Notorious, by the way? I don't even know who that is.
You don't know.
Oh, you don't want to bother. You don't want to bother children.
Man, you had Mr. Majata the bull come in here and, you know. Mr. Without a piece.
Take my email.
Majata runs the bull.
You appreciate the hustle, though, right?
I mean, but was it a hustle?
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, he's just trying to connect. No, it's fine.
He was plugging into YouTube.
He was plugging.
But he wasn't plugging for game. That's what I'm saying.
No.
It's one thing to plug for, you know, some type of gain. But in this thing, he's trying to give you something. He's trying to give you something that can last forever to anyone.
Yeah, I ain't trying to say.
I see what you're doing.
What? Trying to save her.
What you mean you see what I'm doing? He's on a mission. I'm not taking shit. I don't take shit.
He's one of the blues brothers.
Joby, have you been drinking tonight? What are you talking about? What's going on? I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? Whoever Notorious is and any so-called air quotes. You know Notorious. Stop playing. What's I don't know him. I might know his name, but I don't know him. Okay. You know Notorious. The guy right there, down there. Oh, you need to get his ass up or something.
You know, the only Notorious we recognize is B.I.G. I said that.
Damn, Notorious. Joe B acting like she don't even know you, sure? That's crazy.
Oh, yeah, what's there to know?
Oh.
Hold on, brother. Not too much on Joe.
Oh, concrete, my love. Oh, what's wrong? Do y'all drink alcohol like as better? What is going on? There's nothing on Joe B if you were listening.
Here, Jim and I just accost that.
We were talking about Notorious, numbnuts.
Concrete, I noticed something.
And I numb them.
I noticed something about concrete.
Better be about magnesia.
I ain't even gonna say nothing.
Divine, wake it up, brother. Wake it up.
Ouch.
Like.
Brother.
Shit, that's not enough. Like is not enough.
Wow, you drink it?
I'm bathing in that milk and magnesia. Are you kidding me?
Hey, Jim. What? You bathe in milk and magnesia? Is that how you stay light skinned?
If you're drinking that much milk and magnesia, you need to go to the doctor. But my brother's gonna wake it up. Concrete, you always jump in to protect the white women.
There you go. You better recognize it. Hell yeah.
Brother Divine, if you really pay attention to Concrete, he does it for anybody that's losing the battle. Like he just jumps in to insert himself and be a contrarian. Like that's all he is. Like that's what he does. It doesn't matter if it's a milk magnesia or if it's a chocolate. It does not.
I truly enjoy it when it's a milk and magnesia. At times it's just a sense of duty. Milk and magnesia is in trouble.
Well, Mike, on you shoot your shot if that's what you're trying to do. Let's go ahead and beat it back.
No, it's purely for the love. It's purely for the love.
Slide into them DMs.
Oh, concrete, more than the DMs. That's what he said.
We talk on the norms. Come on,
This is a platonic endeavor. This is
right, gotcha.
She said, I understand why he's declaring his love for the milk and magnesia on the stage.
Where's the milk and magnesia? I'm fair skin, not pink. Damn, no, that's Pepto, sis. I don't call him Pepto, I call him pink.
You got your medicines confused, Joe B.
Pepto-Bismol is pink. Pink milk and magnesia is white.
Yeah, we're talking about the drop kick concrete for sure.
Why?
Just think.
No drop kicking. We keeping the peace. The brother Majato has blessed the stage tonight.
No, that wasn't brother.
Hey, wait a minute. I'd like to drop kick Roger. Can I drop kick Roger?
By all means.
Thank you.
First lady. Roger in the chat. You know Roger in the chat.
Oh, Roger. Okay. How do you say the man's name? Majato?
I'm trying to say his name. I know you all.
So how you know I'm making a mess of it?
I know who you mean, but I know that ain't his name. I know what you're trying to say.
Him said it was fine.
So let me ask you this, First Lady, because I definitely enjoyed his mission, and it was good listening. Got me through what I was working on. But at the end of the day, do you think the comparisons with Trump and what he experienced, as he said he was tortured and things of that nature, unfortunately, do you think that is a good analogy
think that's a one-to-one, that what we're experiencing is going to be even remotely similar to the drastic things that he encountered and went through?
No, I said his message was good. I didn't say nothing about the details. I wouldn't dare begin to try to answer that question.
He wasn't making it a one-to-one. He wasn't making it a one-to-one at all. I'll say that it's a broad statement of fascism. Go ahead, Devon.
Yeah.
I did not know the little piece of history that he gave that all of the mosques being built and that they realized that the religious leaders realized that the Shah needed them and it wasn't vice versa. And he was like, how America was like, yes, build them mosques, like keep them prayed up and out of the political realm. I didn't know that sounded like it was a play.
It did sound like it sounded like a diversion.
They know that. I did not.
Oh, if I can just say this, Gemma, to your question, for me anyway, I think he was speaking more broadly, not one-to-one, regarding elections, regarding belligerent government, regarding, authoritarian tactics, so I think it was more broadly about that and what he sees that people like Trump and Netanyahu do to their own countries is not too dissimilar to what others have done in Iran.
I get that, but I guess when he started really going heavy on that's why I'm attending and speaking at the No Kings protest to stop it, like he's stopping us from sliding down that slippery slope that would land in that same pool. Let's pause about that. You gotta get this gay shit off your mind all the time, Congressman.
Listen, brother, stay vigilant.
But anyway, that portion is what I was referring to.
No, yeah, I understand. There's not going to be like a perfect protest to go to here. There's not, because everything has so many labels attached to it. So if somebody goes to a No King, they may not agree with like every single point like a speaker or a sign says, but it's an outlet for a lot of people who share generally the same sentiments about the administration and about certain political party and about other leaders. So I think that generally, but a lot of times we get caught up in like, oh my God, did you see this sign or what this person who was at this protest said? And that's not really the point of all of that for a lot of the people that are there. That would be my...
I got you. To me, it was almost like relive trauma that might make you slightly overreact to something that's just similar or not, right? Because he went through something that was super traumatic, that even if you see something remotely similar, you're like, oh, fuck no, I've been through that before. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I totally do.
I hear what he's saying, but for me, it's more like cautionary and trying to bring awareness, like, hey, listen, because anything that you allow to continuously get power can be dangerous. And that, to me, is where the messaging was coming from. Like, just knowing, hey, listen, I've seen something that went a little bit like this, so let's try to put the flame out before
nip it in the bud.
Let's put the flame out before it catches fire to the others.
I think that's fair. I think it was the spirit of his submission, really, is what it was about for me.
Yeah.
I agree with that. And First Lady, we've talked about it before, about the frog and the pie. If you warm it up gradually, it never jumps out, right? It doesn't even realize it's boiling until it's, and then you're ready to vacate to another country immediately and run. So, we've talked about that.
Did you say you want to move to another country?
That's what you said. That was you.
You're on the last point, bro.
business. So I gotta go right to it, but I'm out.
Yeah, but you're not, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not a runner, brother. It's not in my name.
I'm not a runner, brother. All these beautiful women here in the U.S. in this great country of ours.
Oh, Rambo is outside in New York today, so you know where his
We over here talking about sundresses. Like, what the hell?
I'm chilling. I can't talk.
Honey, one of my coworkers, she was like, "Oh, it's almost sundress weather." I was like,
sundress weather.
I didn't hear her. I'm like, lady, you don't look at sundresses differently. Like, why would you say that in front of me? Like, wow, man.
You know white men prefer sundresses. We all know white men prefer sundresses.
So, Gemini, well, you guys are always in your cars, not being able to see anyone. We were outside, and I was in Soho today, and so many people. I was in Soho today, and so many people were eating outside for lunch, which was amazing. Just like sitting on, like a stoop or like wherever, just fucking hanging out on tables that they threw outside on the sidewalk. And it was just great to get to see all the people. And man, the thighs were out today.
They have a Soho?
Tighter shirts. Soho, New York, yeah.
I didn't know that. I don't know New York like that, bro.
Oh yeah, Soho's.
Well, I see Hollywood. That's what I know Soho at.
Okay. They also have a NoHo. It's kind of like a fake. Yeah, they have a NoHo here, but it's kind of like a fake designation.
The real estate agent, they had to come up with a fancy name to sell those units over there, right?
Yeah, they did. They tried to do that with Harlem with a Soha, but that's like it's not. They were like,
we were like, no, don't come.
You gotta think about it. When you say Soho to a Cali girl, we automatically think South Hollywood. That's it. Like,
are you serious?
I definitely don't think New York.
I've never even heard of South Hollywood. Is that just made up?
No, Soho, NoHo, West Hollywood.
I know NoHo. I've never heard of Soho in Hollywood, and I
never. What? You've been in Hollywood. You must not know Soho.
I used to live in LA. I've never heard of Soho. Like, where is that? Where's South Hollywood? Is that Larchmont or something? Where is it?
It's basically anything past that Monica Boulevard.
I need the boundaries ASAP.
I'm
just gonna say it's out.
There's nothing there, but it exists though.
Go south of Brooklyn though, we different.
Alright, I'm gonna have to investigate Gemini, because I think this is made up in the last 10 years.
I guarantee you can literally Google it, I promise you.
Yeah, but
Rambo, you done heard that Carl Weber stuff again tonight?
what Carl Weber? What are you talking about?
What's that thing you be taking on?
You talking about Carmelo Anthony?
I was saying this, somebody.
No, man, we talking about Bello. No, Primo.
You on that Primo tonight?
Nah, I'm sitting here, I got about 4 notebooks open right now. I gotta finish something, so I'm trying to lock into a zone. I think I got it. So I came in, and sometimes you guys spark my brain and get the engine rolling. I hope that happens. But I'm good. Who's this Abby Phil? Yeah. I'm seeing that. That's all wrong. It's nothing like a good pen. I'm talking about writers out there who enjoy a great pen. So it's really nice.
I don't think most people write anymore. I think they type.
Bro, that's it. Listen, bro. Writing is just so stimulating to the brain. It really is. It really is. I mean, I'm on the computer.
That's a fact.
But writing, I'm telling you, bro. One day I'm gonna share.
I'm
never agree with Rambo, and I hope that I never have to ever again. He's cold-blooded.
No, you actually, you're you're very interesting though. But yeah, that's it. I have to make a presentation to a board basically. So that's it. I got the framework, I got the flow, but I just need to finish it. Okay, so that's what I'm dealing with right now.
Whoever said I live in the IE, fuck that dirty ass IE. I want to let my dog live.
That was me.
What is, wait, that's dirty. Whoever live there is dirty. The Inland Empire, that's what you call it.
That was me.
It's dirty shit. You gotta get a dirty motherfucker to live there.
Dirty? Why is it, what do you mean? Dirty how, like trash or?
Like trash, like put a air mattress on the sidewalk type of shit.
I wouldn't live in no place in hell here. You can't have not a goddamn thing on the sidewalk. Hell no. They don't allow that out here. Hell no, dude. You better move the hell up out of her. You got, what else there?
I don't live there. What you mean move the hell? What the hell going on?
When evicted or something, but just allowing them? No, they don't allow that out here.
There's nothing wrong with an air mattress on the sidewalk. Gotta put cones. As long as you put cones on both sides of your air mattress, Ashton, good.
Crazy. No, they don't allow nothing like that out here. All that stuff you gotta take to a landfill. You cannot have nothing on no curbs out here. You know what I'm saying? You cannot do that.
Is technically San Bernardino, is that IE too? Riverside, is that all? Oh, wait, John.
There's Riverside. I don't know if it is. It might as well be Riverside.
Yeah. Okay. No, I mean, it's huge. It's massive. I realize.
It is. They actually have nice houses on Riverside. I've seen some nice houses.
There's a lot of nice areas there. I'm just giving you shit because the people who don't live there get very triggered if I say it.
Nobody wants to be from there. Nobody.
And why is that?
Just dirty.
It's not sure the case, but it's more like it's so far. So you say you're from LA, right? And people think there's certain connotations with that. And if you suggest that somebody lives in the Inland Empire, it's not LA.
It's just not LA. It's just dirty. In our minds, it's dirty. It's not necessarily dirty, but it might as well be dirty because we think of it as dirty. So it's dirty.
There's a lot of places out there that are just kind of dusty. Like there's just nothing to
Dusty. That's dirty.
It's just
Dusty is a better. That's it. Dusty. That's what I mean.
It's just no there. There's no like LA's already weird money, but the Inland Empire is kind of worse. Strange.
It's like GTA or Trevor's on a mission somewhere random.
Oh my God, that's fucking me. I just put on the nice tunes and drive around. That's it. I mean, it's like, mass.
That's true.
And I was in Bakersfield like maybe 3 or 4 months ago for the first time in a while. Nothing got better.
Doesn't get better.
Nothing good about
Bakersfield. Was that Kevin McCarthy's district?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I forget if it's the least educated and third most polluted or most polluted and third least educated, but it's one of them.
Is it really both of those? Or one of those?
Yeah, I mean there's all the oil drilling out there, right? So the water's super polluted, and because it's in the valley and all that's going on, like the air just, the pollution just kind of sits in that end of the valley and it just doesn't go anywhere. So the water's gross, the air's gross. Yeah, it's real bad down there.
If you want to find a woman, you can drive out there and bring her back to LA. That's about it.
Would she have teeth?
Hopefully. Yeah.
And why are you looking for a woman in the dusty place?
Put it on your tape. to a dusty place.
Oh, so you like to be kept and say, oh, got it.
I'm not saying bitch, but money.
Huh? You want to be kept and saving money?
I'm not doing shit. I don't save nothing but money.
Oh. Well, you said put your cape on now. It died.
It was a joke.
Same thing that you accused CEO and Congressman of.
It was sarcasm. You have to smile with sarcasm up.
No. You told CEO and Concrete earlier today that they was talking out both sides of their mouth. Now when you do it,
No!
That's what he said. You don't remember that?
Yeah, I remember it vividly, but I don't remember it. Vividly, but don't remember it.
That's both sides of your mouth. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Get consistent.
But I don't remember. What the hell?
Good afternoon, Ashley. How you doing?
Gemini, Sweet somehow was captain of the ship today. Got LA looking crazy, Captain. You gotta put my other headphones.
Much y'all doing too.
We've already removed his California card. Like, he doesn't even belong anymore. Like, that's no longer a thing. So you don't have to associate North California for.
There was slander. Apparently, Matt Cool doesn't live in Bakersfield. He lives near Bakersfield.
Matt Cool is not from California, is he?
Apparently, but I didn't know that. That's no.
Y'all fucking with me now.
Man, people forget just how shitty parts of California are. Like, there are some shitty places in California, and people just do not even know.
You know, the crazy fun fact is California has roughly, I think it's 85, maybe, cities with 100,000 people or more.
I've been to some of them. Like, when I first got into the cannabis business, like, some of the locations I used to go out to, God, was, man, you walk into the restaurant and you automatically know how they get to go. You just know. Like, they have some really shitty sundown towns that still exist that you would not think are located in California. Like, really shitty.
You been to Redding? You must have.
I've been to Redding.
Well, it's not right by it.
Not right by it, but it's NorCal.
Yeah, exactly. They're like another 2 or 3 hours north. Yeah. And that is shithole.
Shithole.
Redding and Bakersfield are like
Just
images of each other.
Go to
opposite sides of the valley, but shit.
Go to Stockton, which is a nine
Stockton.
gang banging. We all gang bang, but we all live within these 9 exits. So I can't go to McDonald's or to 7-Eleven without having to kill an eye. Like, and where the country is fucked with nothing going on. Like, it's just weird as shit. Stockton is weird as shit.
Wait, what's Divine or Conqueror? Nobody knows I reference Divine, but I get it. What's Fresno like?
Fresno is really similar to Stockton.
It's a lot of
It's like a smaller Bakersfield, basically.
But there's someone in Fresno, if you look hard enough, who still has a dream and something to live for. But if you're in Bakersfield, that died like a long time ago. There's just nothing.
You don't think it's reversed? You don't think Bakersfield might have somebody with a potential dream that just are stuck in Fresno, just like we can't do anything because it's small?
No, man. I feel like at least when you're in Fresno, you drive like an hour and you're in some of the most beautiful places on earth. Like Bakersfield, you drive an hour and you're like where the mob drops bodies off. You know what I mean?
That's a fact.
I don't know. Like you go to Yosemite or Sequoia or something from Fresno. Where do you go from Bakersfield?
No, that's true. You can go to Death Valley, I guess.
I didn't mean more than an hour, but yeah, I mean, yeah, consider that.
I mean, it's basically over there in my mind, you know?
Yeah, it's probably not that far from Palm Springs. I don't know. by winning a small lottery, and then he put it into a hot dog business, and that's how Kevin McCarthy got started. Yeah, it's such a weird story.
You know, here's a verse to it for you. Harrison Ford was a carpenter around LA before he came back. Like, he kept going all these jobs trying to get acting, and he couldn't. One of the studios I would go to, called Paramount Studio, he built out like a lot of it. He was a carpenter there. Like, he was a carpenter. And like all the places that he was a carpenter at are proud of it. And they won't redo those rooms because of the history behind him and how he turned into, you know, Harrison Ford. But he was actually a carpenter, like Jesus.
You didn't have to throw in the like Jesus part, did you?
It made it different.
You want to hear another stupid fun fact? Reno's more west than LA. How's that? And I would basically kind of look at the map.
That doesn't make fucking sense to me.
Yeah, don't look at the map.
Jets into the east. Yeah.
Yeah, Reno's further west.
Nevada does too, right? Like Nevada's got that big southeastern
Nevada,
from the border.
Yep. Right, and I think, and the other stupid fun fact is that El Paso, Texas is closer to LA than it is to the eastern border of Texas.
Wow, this was all facts.
Dude, back up. You saying what?
I did say Texas. I did say Texas, Ashton. El Paso. I'll just say that El Paso is closer to LA than the eastern border of Texas.
I'm interested. Okay.
Yeah, you're all gonna look at maps.
Okay. I didn't know that though. That's interesting.
It just means Texas is big, and you already know that.
You get right where the skies, man. Look here. Things are good, man. Just hoping these storms roll through here so we can get back outside. We want to have a good time out here, man. Look, ain't nothing wrong, man. We have a good time every day. Shoot, life is back. I ain't freezing and shivering over in a corner like I was a month ago. I didn't know what the hell I was gonna do. It was cold as hell. I don't miss 5 degrees or whatever. 9 below. I don't miss that. Folks in the cold. I can't do that. Folks like margaritas. Anybody drinking here? Y'all like margaritas? Hey, Taco Cabana, they got, grab a bag of food, get you 4 margaritas, and you, man, look here. They got some good margaritas up over there. Let me tell you.
I'll tell you what, if I had 4 margaritas, I'd be dumb as a bucket of trash.
Boy, she's sick that you on a Tuesday night. Ooh, I don't know.
It doesn't matter if it's Tuesday night. I mean, they got a sale. There's a kitchen open. I'm there. Hey, it doesn't matter what day it is. If somebody's cooking, I'm over here.
I was talking about the 4 margaritas.
What? I'm sorry.
I said the 4 margaritas. Take the 4 margaritas.
Yeah,
You're gonna be lit. 4 margaritas.
Are you familiar with the Anderson twins?
Who's that for?
So you guys with the Anderson twins that were just convicted?
Of course.
Did you hear that they were just convicted of sex trafficking?
Wait, which Anderson?
The
Alexander.
No, that's what was.
When I read that, I immediately looked up Ali, just for the record, if anyone remembers early thoughts. Ali Alexander.
Wait, that's him?
I'm sure it's not.
So are we saying are we saying Alexander twins?
Yes, and their brother. They got convicted yesterday.
Yeah. Sex trafficking. I said their names wrong. My bad. But yeah, they got convicted of sex trafficking, and they're also been mentioned in the Epstein files. So what they were convicted of is separate than what occurred in the Epstein files. But it does confirm who they are. Like they definitely would be involved in some of the things that they were accused of. And what they are accused of in the Epstein files was directly tied into both Clinton and Trump.
So they have a reality show. I'm thinking they have something. They probably have a reality show, these guys.
I think they were like high-end real estate developers.
Yeah. I've known about them for years because my industry, it's also my location, and this has been around for quite some time because it's reported in the trades that I read for years. So it's a long time coming for these pieces of shit. But I guarantee you one thing, they didn't vote for Kamala.
Yeah, man, I believe that. Yeah. But it's the trans people we need to be worried about. Remember that.
Yeah, these people were extra fucking disgusting.
I see the piece of Trump's speech highlighting right now where he was saying that your daughter can help you register, but she has to be of age. She has to be at least 6.
Wait, what?
He said something about your daughter can help you register, but she has to be of age. She has to be at least 6. That's what he determined was of age during the speech. And like a lot of people didn't catch it, but now it's like been isolated as a clip, and it's circulating in pretty right now. I'll find it.
I swear he's about to be demented enough to just start telling the truth.
I love it. Like, how do you say
like he's almost there, you know? Like he's saying stuff that's crazy.
Right.
Almost the truth.
Yeah.
What he actually thinks. He's gonna get there. Give him like, a year.
Flipping, like if you let him talk enough, he'll say something that, he'll go off script and let something slide.
Reason, guys, it can't, 6? What? No. Like, where we headed at? Like, all this stuff sounds like folks need to be put in prison. This is really, really bad.
I think to your Honor's point, though, it does seem like it's set up to be that he's going to be caught in saying something that there's just no way out of that. And it may happen multiple times. Like, there's no explaining it away. Part of that is what happened with the school. Like, that's a good example of where shit could actually be the straw, so to speak. But, sometimes it doesn't matter with the cults because they will ride to the death for this.
Yeah, I feel like this is all a side.
Earlier about the 12-year-old. I'm sorry, man.
You gotta go for it.
I thought you guys had talked about it earlier because I had read it maybe like 4 or 5 hours ago. And I just assumed you guys had already talked about it. So I thought that was really strange for talking about 6-year-olds being of age. And he really didn't get much pushback. Because that was during his speech. He didn't get no pushback. So I think they're just trying to make our brains think that it's okay. That all this shit is okay.
Yeah, it's amazing what you can get away with when you don't surprise people. We expect him to do stuff like that. And if you were being charitable, you're like, oh, he probably meant 16, which is still gross. But, that's kind of his vibe, right? This has to be a psyop. Like, the absurdity that people are willing to accept today. Christy Nome shot a puppy. And that side didn't react. Hank says it's just a straight up drunk. They didn't react. It's just like, these stories are so absurd. They're not even remotely close. Like, if there was music that played and they were like, and we're done, and the Truman Show turned out to be over, and they were gave us all grades on how we reacted in the moment, it would make more sense than how people are willing to put up with the level of absurdity, which is just apparently normal now. This shit is just completely off the rails. Can you imagine if Biden said that thing, I mean, I haven't read the quote yet, so I'm just taking your word for it, but can you imagine if Biden said that about 6-year-olds?
I'm gonna find it in the play thing. They'd have lost their mind. Which I think a lot of the things, if you were to put it on anyone else other than Trump, if Obama had 34 felonies, would he have been elected or re-elected? Would he even given the first election? Would he have been re-elected? If Obama was accused of half the things in the Epstein file that Trump is, would he be given the same grace by the voters? I don't think so. I really don't. I think it's very unique to Trump. So when he says I'm the only president that can get away with this shit, which he did say, by the way, recently, I think he's right, because other presidents followed the Constitution or actually had a moral compass, right? I don't think that's something to brag about, but, you know.
And since we were kind of tangentially talking about real estate people, did you see that Mark Zuckerberg dropped $170 million on a home in Miami?
Oh, on the island where everybody's building bunkers?
That's 170. You're not gonna get. I mean, the irony of building a bunker on an island in Miami is. Well, I mean, it's kind of hilarious.
That's what I read anyway.
As a middle class clubhouser, that would take me 170 years to earn that much money. That's crazy.
Right, and you're better off sharpening your pitchfork. That's what I think.
I prefer the guillotine shit. Fun.
Okay. We could start a Jacobin party here.
Automatic shotgun, 20 rounds. I'd say that's a little better.
Not the gun. Oh my God.
So is the war over? I've been really busy today. I'm at a conference. And I'm pretty sure yesterday Trump said the war was pretty much done or something like that.
He had a text, Iran text him.
Yeah. We're good, right? Is it done?
He said we're good. That's literally what the text said. We're good.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right, well.
Yeah, they opened up a gift shop at the Strait of Hormuz. So.
Yep. Yep. Here, let me play this for you real quick.
You know, unlike voter ID, but, you know, it can be given to you by your daughter. You know, your daughter, she has to be of age, like about 6 years old, she's allowed to say. You had to see some of this stuff is so bad.
There you go.
What did even if we are being charitable, like, what could you say to that?
That man should mention nothing, no word whatsoever, shape, form, or fashion, with no words like 6-year-old daughters, he should never utter those words, ever.
Yeah, he's really focused on stealing the election, I know. Just for the record. Like that, I don't know how far he's gonna get, but he's trying, really.
He's trying hard.
Somebody committed tampering.
Yeah, did you see the Smartmatic news? It came out earlier today, but they're now trying to indict 3 of the principals at Smartmatic, which is one of the main voting machine companies, and one of the ones that he's gone after. So it's going to get a lot worse with that stuff over the course of the year.
Be careful not to say anything like before, you know, Fox said stuff about Dominion, and that's paying a lot of money, so.
They almost had to pay $1 billion, and it wasn't Fox, it was Trump speaking on Fox's platform, but Fox took the hit.
Yeah.
Yes, so it's a Smartmatic voting technology company that is suing Fox News and supporters of President Trump for defamation asserted in court papers on Tuesday that a federal indictment the administration had leveled against it amounted to a politically motivated counterattack. It was part of Mr. Trump's, quote, campaign of retribution against his perceived enemies. Chief among them, those who undermined his mantra that the 2020 election was rigged. And they filed money laundering and bribery charges against Smartmatic, some to a business in the Philippines. Anyway, so just trying real hard. This company, by the way, got $40 million out of Newsmax for defamation and a settlement, and got another one out of OAN. I don't think they've settled news yet, but Fox News paid Dominion, which is one of the other big companies in that space, $787 million.
That was a big settlement.
Yeah, right. Can I just have one 787, please? That's so much money.
So more on the Zuckerberg thing. The previous record of a home in Miami is 120 million. This is 170. A few doors down from Bezos. So yeah. And it did, by the way, he got it at a discount. It was listed at 200 million. So there.
Every million counts,
You know. I'm trying to calculate the commission on that sucker. I wonder what that was.
Man, that's gotta be good. What percentage would it be?
Well, at that level, who knows, maybe it's like 1 or 2%, but even still, you do the math on that. It's a good year.
Where's Matt to tell me what to make of the elections, domain? Not around?
Matt, go on.
Right now. Matt, basically.
He said no big surprises, generally speaking.
Yeah, I was just wondering, in terms of like turnout numbers, things like that, was there anything interesting in there? But I guess probably not.
I mean, the thing is, in Florida, they're trying to get, back to the Miami thing. They have legislation out there to eliminate property taxes. So, when you think about 170 million, what that property tax is going to be, it may be nothing. Imagine that.
That's a big deal.
Yep.
Your property tax is ridiculous.
But I believe it has to be in your residence. So if which I think it is for him, even though he still has a home in California and also a compound in Hawaii.
Even if it wasn't about what you say it was, just to go ahead and get the tax benefits.
In order for it to be no taxes, I do believe the proposal or the bill is it has to be your primary residence in order to get to have no real estate taxes. But even still, there's also no income taxes. So to win. This is why a lot of billionaires are moving down there. And also to Texas, but particularly for Florida, they really want to get, especially these billionaires, like Bernie, want to get rid of the property taxes. And then, of course, what's going to happen? How are they going to get funds for, I don't know, schools, roads, infrastructure, police, all of that? Are they just going to have private police, private security, everything going to be gated and everybody's HOA is going to have to pay? Like, there's a lot of questions there about that. Are they going to increase the local communities, which are really going to be strapped in this? Are they going to, increase their sales taxes, for example? So, a lot of questions, but.
We talk about, I'm sure we did, so this is where we can move forward if we already have, but it says U.S. says it destroyed Iranian naval ships and mine layers near the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, I saw that. That's already been discussed. I don't know, man. I just got here, so I'll judge it. I just saw it as a live update, so I figured I'd mention it.
Thanks, Gemini. Appreciate that.
Yeah, the Iranians had very good conversation.
It was on the go.
Did you hear that?
What was that?
About the man who came in, who was a Sufi Muslim, was telling.
I didn't hear that.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he's
I didn't get in the room until, I don't know, before I came on stage. It was maybe 20 minutes ago or something.
Yeah, I'll bring up you another time if you want, but the basic thing was that he was just giving a different perspective as an Iranian than the perspectives being offered typically on Clubhouse and also just on social media.
He articulated his experience and viewpoints a lot better than most of the Iranians I've heard so far. And he had enough charisma to make it interesting. I like this submission a lot. Sorry, I missed it then. It was good, in my opinion, anyway. I like it.
Can you hear me? Oh?
Not really.
Kind of breaking up. Somebody, who's saying something? Ryan, you're above the rim?
Hello.
Oh, okay. You got your little brothers up.
Your wish is my command, my queen of the go that tells us what to do. You got it.
And one more thing I want to add about Mark Zuckerberg's $170 million home that he just purchased. Just a couple details. 28,000 square feet. It has it's nearly 2 acres. And it has 200 feet of Biscayne Bay frontage, which is pretty amazing, but similar, I think, to what Jeff Bezos has. And that's if you're taking like a boat around Miami proper, between like Miami and South Beach and, whatever in that area, you'll come across all of these islands that have this frontage so that they can, in this case, he can fit, I think, a 130-foot yacht dock that he could dock there. He also has a 60-foot pool. He has a 1,500-gallon aquarium. And a Himalayan salt wall sauna and steamer. Right. Pitchforks, tax the rate.
He's still a piece of shit. He's still a piece of shit, right?
And he's still a piece of shit. So, yeah, and we should lower the taxes for the rich because of this, so that they can afford stuff like this.
I wish you would have said all that in a Robin Leach voice.
Oh man, I wish I could. I can only do voices of Clubhouse people, unfortunately.
You could have done a point voice.
No, did you do Beaver's voice? I wouldn't know what that is. I could,
that's right.
I think, maybe Domingo or something if I wasn't gonna have to be really loud, so it's better when I'm on the street.
Oh, that would have been good. Domingo would have been good too. He'd been good too, but yeah.
Domingo right now is checking bathrooms to make sure the gender is assigned with the bathroom people.
I'm so glad he hasn't been around when I've been around. It's so boring. Just over and over and over again.
The same thing with 5
years.
years.
Same thing about me for literally 5 years. Just, can you find a new note? Anything? Maybe.
Yeah, I can't say it. I don't want to be too loud right now.
Does he ban out of bio got 80, was it 83 tonight?
I don't have league pass. Bam was talking about it earlier. That's crazy
points.
Yes, that is crazy.
Dang. It was 40-something free throws. What happened in that game?
He beat Kobe's record.
Yeah, I have to watch the highlights to see how he did it, because he's not a prolific scorer, so it'd be kind of interesting to see how he got that many points.
Asia, he's doing some of her signature moves. She's online trolling that they're about to make him pee in the cup. I love their relationship.
What are you talking about?
Are they dating?
Oh, yes. Everybody is anticipating the world's best athlete that they are going to produce. They've been public since the Olympics.
Okay, that's what's up. That's a nice couple, actually.
They're gorgeous and they're so cute. So she's literally trolling online saying, they about to make you pee in that cup, my boy. She was there. The hugs to her and his mom were everything. I'm glad that everybody is giving him his flowers. I love Bam.
I don't know who that is. Are they doing a prenup or something?
No, so he plays for the Miami Heat.
Okay.
And exactly, Owen. That baby is already like, that baby. Everybody's like, there. So they're
Where's
both.
he from?
Where is Bam from, y'all? He's is he Nigerian? I don't even know how to say his last name.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. He might be though.
Didn't he play on the U.S.
in America?
At one point? I'm pretty
He
sure.
did. So that he played on that last team. That's where I said they went public. Where is Bam from? And Asia, do you know who Asia Wilson is? Spiritus. She's like the #1 player. She plays for the WNBA. Did she not win the
She did. The Vegas. I think they won 2 years.
Yeah. So they're basically like the Aces, Las Vegas Aces. I like my favorites in sports, not sports in general, but yeah. So he just beat Kobe's record. And the memes are already out with Kobe smiling down. And yeah, so he's dating the so they're both now the leading scorers. Yeah, she played for the Dawn Staley of South Carolina. They're such a cute couple, but yeah, her telling her saying, you better get ready to pee in that cup, my boy. It's funny as hell.
Okay, I just want to add, sorry, this is a little bit of a pivot. I had a question. You remember her Herbalife, right? Wasn't that like a scam or a multi-level marketing scam or something? Gemini, you would know that about Herbalife.
I never dealt with it. I know what you're referencing. I thought it was like some MLM bullshit though. Like,
okay. Well, this goes along the lines of things that people don't get punished for, because I thought that was a huge scam. Well, it turns out the Herbalife co-founder just bought a $25 million Southern California ranch that comes with a wildlife sanctuary. So, which has zebras and African antelopes and things like that. outside of San Juan Capistrano. So there you go. No rest for the super rich.
I put a link in the chat for people who were talking about. Yeah, so it's the second most points in NBA history. He beat Kobe's record, which didn't Kobe have 91, 80, I'm sorry, in a game, which is a pretty big deal because Kobe's record stood for a long time. So a shout out to Kobe.
He had 81 points.
Yeah, Kobe had 81, and he did it. Is it tonight, Aaron? Was the game tonight?
It was tonight.
Yeah. With Bam Adebayo? Yeah, that was tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Wait, so are people just not counting the Will Chamberlain because that's the old
Well, that's the record. No, that's the record. Yeah, Reform was saying it's the second most ever.
Yeah, it's the second, because Kobe used to be number 2, and then I can't remember who was number 3. But yeah, Wilt's record would probably.
Yeah, well, right, that's number one. People are just gonna say that was a different era, like in the same way they're like, well, you know, Bill Russell played in a different era, even though he won fucking 9 championships or whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah, no, they don't. He gets Wilt still. They don't really do that. Like there's a preschool in football, but for basketball, he's still in there. Because he really played like, you know, in the 70s, like Jerry West, those guys, like they don't break it up like that. They probably like, and they even would have like somebody like George Mikan or whatever. It's still, the NBA doesn't really separate like the NFL does.
I mean, we do. I mean, it was different, but that doesn't take away from what he did. But that was made, let's see, Wilt Chamberlain holds the all-time NBA record for highest individual score in a single game of 100 points set on March 2nd, 1962, Philadelphia Warriors against the New York Knicks. I mean, that's probably never going to get beat. So now Kobe's number 3 with 81. Wilt Chamberlain holds number 4, 78 points, 1961. Luka is number 5? What? I did not know that. 73 points, January 2024. Go ahead, Luka. David Thompson, 1978, and then Wilt Chamberlain twice in 1962. So Wilt dominates the top 5. I did not know Luka was tied for the number 5. Go ahead, Luka. Super cool. Wait, Damian Lillard had 71. Donovan Mitchell, another hottie with the cutie. Him and Coco Jones, adorable. David Robinson again. Elgin Baylor, 71. So there's not actually that many players in the 70-plus club. That is pretty impressive.
It's a lot of shots, and it's not necessarily something that, you know, you just gotta be on the gear, I guess, and everybody. It's good though. It's a great accomplishment. But yeah, it'll be interesting to watch what he did though, because a lot of those people you mentioned were prolific scorers. Man, Adebayo is not really that kind of player, so it'd just be interesting to see how he got the points.
And
What combination of stuff he did.
Yes, Luka's still young too. So how old is Luka? He's only 20-something. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's been playing pros when he was like 14, though. That's the one thing about Luka. He's a polished kid.
It's easier to score a lot when you only play one side of the ball, though, to be fair.
Yeah. That is true. But for most of those guys, though, we get that kind of point output, you know, you're not really putting a lot of work on the defense, but you can be. Unless you will.
Wait, so you're saying, so Luka doesn't play D, is that what you're saying?
He's gotten better. Yeah, he's gotten in shape. He's trying to get better. Yeah.
It used to be just a joke on the internet, but they just post him, like, half-assing it on defense over and over and over again. He did work at it and get better, but he's still not a good defender.
No, yeah, he probably never will be, but at least he, you know, at least he's out there doing something with his size or whatever, you know, that's the thing. At least he can make himself where he's not such a liability, which is good.
You wanna hear this crazy stat? Because now I'm doing the deep dive. Because I missed spoke, I guess Bill Russell had 11 titles in 13 seasons, won 8 in a row, and averaged, he got his highest in rebounds, he got 51. That's crazy. 51 rebounds.
Bill Russell gets lost in the annals of history. He's definitely the greatest winner of all time, but he gets lost in a lot of people's minds because he wasn't flashy, and the Celtics were so good. And that's only Hall of Famers. He does tend to get lost in the shuffle.
Yeah, and he, and also winning 2 championships as player coach. His daughter, Karen, was on the app for quite some time. She's really cool. Really good person.
Okay.
Igor, is that your people? Sorry. Peoria said gentleman at best words.
Wait, what?
No, I'm asking Igor. You are Slovenian? Like, look up? Oh, Coolios.
No, he's not. He's from Siberia. He's lying.
He said, yep. Well, even being from Serbia is pretty cool. It's not more American.
Igor's a good person.
Yeah, well,
even though he's Serbian.
Well, what are favorite,
we brought him up.
I'm Serbia where I'm from, but we taking Doncic like to Serbia because his father is Serbian, so he's ours.
Oh, stake your claim. I Luka. So mad at Dallas that they trained him. I mean, trained him. Oh Lord, traded him because that was stupid. Even though I'm in Houston, I don't like.
Yeah, that's
Igor. Are the games just crazy? Because I was about to ask about that video. So they show a video about for Nikola Jokic and Luka saying that these NBA crowds are nothing, they don't get intimidated because they show game over there and the crowds are this soccer crowd where it's just monsters. Is that true? Yeah, it looks amazing. Watching the videos I've seen, it looks like this. It looks like an amazing crowd.
Looks like the straight up Thunderdome.
It's amazing, but it's crazy. You can't even breathe because of the fires inside of the arena. It's insane. But it's cool.
Wait, Igor, do you guys still smoke cigarettes indoors of it?
Yes. We smoke.
Only when the kids are around.
Yes, exactly. They have to get accustomed.
Now listen,
Reform Igor is a legend on this app, by the way, but he's usually comes around during the day. So this is very different.
I love Igor.
Yeah, we have Bogdanovic in NBA. He's playing for Clippers. He's also ours, but he's not like Doncic and Jokic.
No, they have that many Serbians. I'm trying to think of where's Popovich from? Because that's not. I mean, I know Popovich coaches American.
Yeah, Popovich is also half Serbia.
Really?
Yeah. But because the national sport of Serbia is actually basketball, so a lot of coaches and all that, and it's best. It's too late here, so my English is shit. But it's national sport, so a lot of in European terms, we are probably most successful after Americans.
Coolios.
Wait, Vlade Divac, was he one of them too?
Yeah, Vlade Divac, Petar Stojakovic was.
I'm not Draza Petrovic.
He's a Croat, so.
Oh, okay.
So we hate him.
He was a great player, though. He was a great player, one of the best ever.
Wait, what about Mila Jovovich?
Mila Jovovich, I'm not sure for that. She has some Serbian blood, but I think she has also Russian. I'm not sure. Yeah, but the Dragan Popovic, he and Vlada Divac were the best friends. And when war started here in the 90s, they like stopped talking. And when Dragan Petrovic died, Vlada Divac, actually you guys should watch like documentary. Vlada Divac and the brother of Dragan Petrovic made the documentary, and it's actually heartbreaking.
Wait, so you guys also
Bielica, Warriors.
Bielica is Serbian.
Yeah. So are we talking about Serbians?
Yeah, but I'm saying about Dragan Petrovic, he was playing in the 90s. He was excellent, but he died, very young.
And how did he die?
He had a crash accident in Germany.
Oh, man.
He was like 76 up.
He was an amazing player. He literally is considered one of the best ever. And they said like he was like unflappable. As just far as like they said like literally like he was. I remember watching him when I was young, in my 20s and like in the 90s or whatever. But I definitely remember watching. He was a great player.
Yeah, they're saying he was like crazy. He was training like whole team. Like he never stopped playing basketball. And Vlada Divac, he was like chill. He was smoking, and he was a pure talent. So our national coaches always put them together in the when they have like some kind of training and stuff like that. So they kind of chilled down Dragan and like make Vlada Divac work out, so they were trying to make the balance because both of them was like on total opposite sides, so yeah. But yeah, you guys should, I forgot the name of the documentary, it's in English, but Vlada Divac and Dragan Petrovic just do, it's very cool, if you're interested in basketball.
Yeah, I actually like stuff like that. I've heard Vlada Divac talk about some of those times and just how crazy it was when everything was happening.
Yeah, it was bad. And like, they were the best friends from the like young age, and they stopped talking. Yeah, you see what war can do it. But yeah. Anyway, I need to sleep. It's 5 a.m. guys, but catch you guys tomorrow.
Right, so you were.
Good night. I have to address something real quick. I'm sorry. Maya, what are you talking about? We're talking about basketball. Are you okay? Like, I get it. You don't like me. Every time I talk, you say something. You won't be the first or the last, but girl, nobody's addressing you. Like, I don't understand. I didn't even know you were in the room. I don't pay attention. I just respond in the chat. Like, what are you talking about? I didn't call you anything last night. What triggered this?
Why are you going after Maya when you should be going after Piola?
I'm not going after Maya addressed me.
Piola?
But I'm like, I don't understand. She said Nikki. What? Did anybody even address Maya though? Like, what? Girl, are you okay? Sometimes it's okay to take a break from Clubhouse. Seriously. I didn't tell you anything. I don't even what? Ma'am, your obsession is a little bit much. And the only reason I'm speaking out is because it seems to be a bit much. Like, people are crazy on this app all the time, but we're literally having a conversation about basketball. Okay. All right, Joe. Ooh, Lord. Okay.
Piola said, first off, Piola called us 60-year men with enlarged prostates. Wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check my chart and just take a look and make sure my prostate's okay.
Oh.
I just had my physical a couple months ago, so I'm good. Yeah, I'm good on it.
Wait, Piola, I resent that. I don't always look in the chat if I'm talking on stage. It just depends, but I'm not a 60-year-old man. I'm a 60-year-old. Wait, what did somebody say I was? I need to get a job, a man, find friends. I don't have to cash out for attention. So that's me. I don't have a large prostate. I don't have a prostate at all, apparently. Only one man on stage is 75 years old. I won't tell you which one to make it fun, though.
Hey, and everybody's more than welcome to come up
can take. She gave me the reminder, if it is her, gave me a reminder to just, follow up with my doctor and all that. So thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay.
I would love the energy.
Everybody go to the doctor.
Not people referring to themselves as
It sounds like, wait.
My apologies. Oh, you listened earlier today, Your Honor, before maybe I was misgendered, and so now I am they them. So please refer to me as such.
Congratulations.
It's fair to
I leveled up.
Speaking of old school, you know what? Go see the doctor reminds me of, now I have that Cool Modi, go see the doctor. Was that Cool Modi?
It was, and it was a banger.
What was that song? Now I gotta think about the song. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it was a banger. It was 3 days later, go see the doctor. It was about getting that gonorrhea. It was a banger. And it was a public health message.
But what was the name of the song?
Go see the doctor.
It was called Go See the Doctor?
I'm pretty sure.
As a West Coast person, my favorite song of that ilk is If You Must by Adele. That's a great song.
Okay, so I'm not familiar. My first introduction, other than NWA, but for that, your northern area was I used to love E40. So and I think for sure from that area to the E40, I really loved E40.
E40's he's from Vallejo. Too Short's from Oakland. But yeah, Adele is also from Oakland.
Love Too Short. I never really got into Oakland, and it literally is called Go See the Doctor. That's
talking about Adele, the funky homo sapien.
Oh,
A lot of people know him.
I definitely know Adele. Yeah, I definitely remember the Adele funky homo sapien. His music was great.
The East Coast, the West Coast guys didn't really get played a lot here. I'll say in Houston, as far as I recall, is unless they were super, super popular. But every region has their local rappers. I feel like there's so many in New York. There's a lot in Louisiana. There's a ton in Texas. So I do remember the funky homo sapien. 840 to me never got as popular. I remember Sprinkle Me Bang. That's about it. But I can't remember any other 840 songs, although I know there were a ton of them.
The album in a major way was really good. He's very talented the way he writes, and in his rap style, it was so unique when it first came out. I don't know, he's really probably top 10 or whatever, but maybe blow up as much as some of the others, but he is really good. If you just go back and listen to some of the stuff like that album in a major way, it's actually a very good album.
If you want to hear early Adele, listen to Hieroglyphics. It's great.
I've heard it. It's funny because it's me being East Coast, but I definitely remember Adele the Funk Sapien. It's funny I have to go back and listen, but I know I either had Hieroglyphics, but I'm familiar with when you said I just can't, but it's been so many years that I just literally can't remember. But I know if I hear a track, it definitely spark a memory.
Yeah, he's kind of goofy, he's super talented, but if you ever listen to the Deltron album, which I really like, but it just feels like something else. It's just different. You gotta listen to it.
No, that sounds good. Is the Funk side from Northern California?
I'm pretty sure they're from Oakland too.
Yeah, that's what I'm pretty good.
They definitely still play. Yeah, they're still out there. They did I think a free show in Oakland last year. Yeah, the Far Side is great. Actually, it says they're from LA.
Oh, okay.
So many of those guys are still touring. I love it. Because I never got to see them when I was little. My mom would let me go to... I can go to any concerts.
I got good news for you. It says they're going to be in Houston in 9 days.
Oh, really? Let me see.
At some place called Bad Astronaut Brewing Company.
The hell is that?
I have no idea. I've never been to Houston except for the airport.
There's so many places where they have all these concerts, and then people are coming. Oh, thank you. Is that she keeps on passing me by? Yep.
Yes.
Okay, wait, far side. I swear somebody needs to come up.
I don't know.
Go ahead,
No, I don't know any of what you guys are talking about. So,
Yes, he does.
I bet you heard the song
I don't know.
before.
He's a music.
No, but I know very little in hip hop. I know songs. I don't know. No, this is real. I don't know. I know like some things. There are things that I really like, but generally speaking, it's not a genre that I've done deep dives into.
That's
Wait, I'm gonna play it, a little bit of it. Hold on. Pass it on.
It's just, I think for people who, like, grow up.
You've heard this. I'm paying it. You've heard this before. I know you have.
Can you just write what it is so I can listen to it separately? It's gonna be hard on this.
Alright.
I know that one, of course. Like, I'm just saying there's a lot. I'm saying that the more like local, so like I haven't heard, and I also didn't grow up like rooted in that. There was stuff that I listened to that I really enjoyed, you know, like Tribe, and even like Grandmaster Flash and fucking LL and Run DMC and BC Boys and all that, you know, but also the early 90s hip hop stuff, like basically before like Diddy and that whole wave of a different kind of hip hop. And then the stuff that I really took to was like, you know, was Tribe and was Me, Myself, and I. De La Soul. Yeah, like that. That's the shit I liked. But then in the late 90s, like some of the root stuff was fantastic for me. And it was a game changer for me. So.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. We got similar music taste, so definitely. And that's why I was gonna say like low end theory, because I wouldn't have to say you down with Tron, but yeah, I know you love that 'cause the jazz influence, like, you know, you just so much they were influenced by jazz, so yeah.
Yeah, so it was more that kind of like earthy hip hop, you know, rooted in jazz, but then again, you know, when I lived in LA, I mean, you know, I was bumping Tupac and California and that whole album. I love that. So, you know, anything with like a groove, but also stuff that wasn't like the, you know, fucking Diddy, you know, whatever. I'm saying like hit that side of hip hop, whatever that is, the flashy and the bling and the, you know, bitches and hoes. It's just like I couldn't listen to it and be like, like I just wasn't at it.
So it got kind of commercialized. Diddy really was like, Diddy can make beats, but he really didn't have talent like that. The best thing he did was discover Mary J. Blige, and like the whole association was, of course, Notorious B.I.G. And he used to be on his records, but Biggie was like one of the best lyricists, literally probably one of the best of all time or whatever, as far as like, but his music was great. But you know, but Diddy outside of him, like he definitely produced some decent tracks. But I mean, he just really didn't have talent like that. So you may get like Mace. The whole thing with like Junior Mafia was good. Lil' Kim definitely was great, but Biggie was writing a lot of her, you know, a lot of her rhymes were written by.
I mean, I've been a huge Mary J. fan since fucking what's the 401, you know? Yeah. Like, period. I think, and I'll even argue that I think at least for that 10, 15 year span, she has probably the most solid catalog in the top 3 of that particular era, in my opinion. In terms of me being able to sit down and listen to these albums, some of them are so fucking good and consistent. And unlike a lot of people who, you know, may do one album that's really good and they fall out and they come back, her catalog for that like 15 years in my mind was like one of the best that I.
No, she great.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to stop over you. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if you like Tribe, you probably like some of the Bay Area people, or just California people that I was talking about, or it's just like
suggestion because I'm always doing deep dives into random shit. So it's just hard to crack when you don't really know, you know?
DJ Quick made some great music also.
I love DJ Quick. I love, we on a whirlwind tour. Don't even ask me what I thought he was saying. We on a whirlwind with my mama. I still don't really know what he's saying to this day.
He's actually a musical genius too. Like he produced a lot of stuff, and he's actually a really talented artist. But definitely like just like Compton, like some of his like stuff from like the late '80s. And I think what's that song called Tonight, where it's like talking about like they get drunk and then they can go back and do it again. I think it's called Tonight.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, DJ Quick was definitely. I love the 80s, 90s, that whole era of music. I think it was just a little different. But then I also remember when Snoop came on, because we had this Zeta strut. It was like the most basic strut at Ford. I'm in a D9, a black sorority, so we do struts, right? Like there's certain songs that you play, and we all get in line and do like our strut. But it was bitches ain't shit, but hoes and tricks. Sorry, I just like that. And I didn't listen to any songs like that, Spirit. I was little. I had 2 Live Crews tape, y'all.